Chapter 2019. At the same time. In the attic. Beside a window, a woman stood there, secretly peeping at Qin Feiyang. It seems that there is no problem. After a long time. The woman muttered, then took out an image crystal to send a message to Gu Yong. I didn't expect a woman to be so vigilant. It seems that this Gu Yong has done a lot of heinous things. Qin Feiyang glanced at the attic. But why didn't he see Gu Yong's other family members? Could it be that this woman was the only one? A moment later. Boom. A terrifying aura descended in the sky above Sky Dragon City. Following closely. A majestic spirit sense enveloped the entire Sky Dragon City. Qin Feiyang looked at the sky, his eyes full of surprise. It seemed to be Shangguan Fenglan's aura. She really came to Sky Dragon City. Looking at this woman, she must have thought that he had run away with the Soul Stone. He took out the hidden Soul Stone without leaving a trace. It was the hidden Soul Stone that he had obtained from the statue of the first leader of the Vanga League in the Black Tortoise world. At this time, the woman hurriedly ran out, looked at the sky in surprise and said, "What's going on?" "I'm not sure." Qin Feiyang shook his head, then looked at the woman expectantly and asked, "Senior Gu, when will you be back?" "I'll be back soon. But from what he said, he really doesn't have any impression of you," the woman said. At that time, when Senior Gu saved this junior, there were a lot of people around this junior. And this junior is just a nobody. A big shot like Senior Gu will definitely not notice this junior. Qin Feiyang laughed. The woman smiled and continued to look at the sky. About a moment later, Shangguan Fenglan's spirit sense retreated, and her aura also dissipated. However, the entire Sky Dragon City was in an uproar because of Shangguan Fenglan's arrival. Swish. Finally, an 8 feet tall man descended into the courtyard. It was Gu Yong. The woman pointed at Qin Feiyang and said to Gu Yong, "He's the one looking for you." Gu Yong nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang for a moment. He smiled and said, "Little brother, how come I don't remember where I saved you?" "Senior, you're so forgetful. How long has it been since I left Nine Heavens Palace? Have you already forgotten about me?" Qin Feiyang snickered. Gu Yong was shocked. He transmitted his voice. "Could it be that you are?" "Senior's memory is pretty good." "Yes. I'm the Jiang Haoyan you're looking for," Qin Feiyang thought. "Damn it. What are you doing here?" Gu Yong immediately roared. These two sentences were not transmitted through voice transmission. Seeing this, the woman hurriedly asked, "Husband, what's wrong?" Gu Yong was about to speak. Qin Feiyang snickered. "So this is your wife? Then you have to be careful, don't scare her." Gu Yong's pupils shrank. He tried to calm down and waved to the woman, "You go back to the house first, I have something to discuss with this little brother in private." The woman looked at the two suspiciously, nodded, then turned and entered the house. "What do you mean?" Gu Yong thought. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. "It's not convenient to talk here, let's go to a safe place." "What is—" Gu Yong raised his eyebrows. "You'll know when you get there, don't resist." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought Gu Yong to the courtyard of the Black Tortoise world. "This place is?" Gu Yong looked around, his face full of surprise. "My spatial divine item." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and pointed to the stone bench beside him. "Please sit." Gu Yong looked at the stone bench and said gloomily, "You're too despicable. Haven't you heard that you shouldn't implicate your wife and children?" "I didn't say I was going to hurt her. Why are you so agitated?" "Sit," Qin Feiyang said. Gu Yong snorted coldly. "Don't give me that. If you have something to say, just say it." Fine. Qin Feiyang nodded, and with a wave of his hand, Zhao Tailai appeared out of thin air, smiling. "Old Zhao, let him see." Zhao Tailai took out an image crystal, and the two images appeared in the void above at the same time. What? Gu Yong was stunned as he looked at the two images. What's going on? There was no one nearby at that time, so why was it recorded? And by someone close to Jiang Haoyan? A moment later, the images finally finished playing. Qin Feiyang sat on the stone bench and smiled. "Tell me about your current mood." Zhao Lai also put away the image crystal and looked at Gu Yong mockingly. Gu Yong stood there for a long time, unable to recover his strength. Qin Feiyang was a little impatient. He knocked on the stone table and said, "I'm waiting for your words." Gu Yong quivered and lowered his head to look at Qin Feiyang and Zhao Lai. Suddenly, he smiled sinisterly and said, "You want to use this to threaten me?" "Obviously," Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. "Ha, kid, you're too naive. If you directly handed this evidence to the big shots above, I would definitely not be able to escape death. But you came to find me in private. Aren't you courting death?" Gu Yong laughed. "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang chuckled. "You're just a small success war god? You've already broken through? That doesn't matter. A mere large success war god is not even an ant in front of a small success divine lord like me. As for the person next to you, he's just a piece of trash. If I want to kill you, it's as easy as flipping my hand. As long as you're dead, who will know about this evidence? So, you're still too inexperienced." Gu Yong sneered as his divine aura rolled out. "Who's the inexperienced one?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. The power of laws of the Black Tortoise realm suddenly appeared out of thin air like a tide and pressed down on Gu Yong. What kind of power is this? Gu Yong was shocked. Under this power, he felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire and could not move an inch. "It's indeed very easy for you to kill us outside. But here, you're just a little lamb. So, don't resist. Sit down and have a good chat with the young master." Zhao Tailai sneered. Gu Yong looked at Zhao Tailai, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said in a low voice, "What do you want me to do?" Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "With your brain, I don't believe that you can't guess. That's impossible. It's not like you don't know Feng Yuan's position in the Nine Heavens Palace. If you want me to help you deal with him, it's the same as sending me to my death." Gu Yong said angrily, "If you don't do this when these videos are exposed, you will still become their scapegoat. Isn't the result the same?" Qin Feiyang smiled. But Gu Yong hesitated. Qin Feiyang said, "I can promise you that as long as you help me, I will let you go and won't hurt your family." Gu Yong said, "Even if you let me go, Feng Yuan won't let me go." "Then, don't give him the chance to kill you. As for me, I only need a video. I don't need you to testify in person." Qin Feiyang said. Gu Yong was taken aback. "You mean you want me to get a video of them framing you?" "That's right. When you get the video, take your wife, hide your identity, and run away. Although this way, you won't be able to return to the Nine Heavens Palace, at least your life will be saved. After all, in a person's life, power and status are fleeting clouds. Life is the most important thing." Qin Feiyang smiled. "You even thought of my escape route in advance. You're really benevolent." Gu Yong sneered. "I'm a good person to begin with," Qin Feiyang said. "Shameless." Gu Yong laughed angrily. Qin Feiyang didn't care at all and smiled. "Then, are you going to do it or not?" Gu Yong lowered his head and didn't say anything. After a while, he looked at Qin Feiyang gloomily. "Will you really let me go?" "A gentleman's word. I won't lie to you." Qin Feiyang nodded. Gu Yong took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. "Okay, I'll do it. That's the right way. But I don't really dare to trust you. So, it's necessary to control you." Qin Feiyang formed a seal with both hands, and an enslavement seal appeared. "What's this?" Gu Yong frowned and his face was full of vigilance. "Don't worry, it won't hurt your life. It's just controlling your divine soul, so that you won't betray me. When I get the evidence, I'll immediately remove the control on you," Qin Feiyang said. Gu Yong closed his eyes and smiled bitterly. In order to deal with this boy, it could be said that he had deliberately and racked his brains, but in the end he fell into the hands of this boy. If it was a funny ending, it would be really funny. "Don't resist." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the enslavement seal disappeared into the top of Gu Yong's head. After the enslavement seal was completed, Qin Feiyang and Zhao Tailai were completely relieved. "My enslavement seal can not only erase your divine soul, but also peek into your inner thoughts, so don't play any tricks," Qin Feiyang said. "At this point, what tricks do I dare to play? I just want to end this matter quickly." Gu Yong sighed helplessly. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "If you want to be free, then quickly send a message to Feng Yuan." "Send a message?" Gu Yong was stunned. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, "Is there a problem?" Gu Yong frowned and said, "Didn't you ask me to get a video of them framing you? Why are you sending a message now?" "What do you mean? Do you think that I asked you to go back to them to get evidence?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Isn't it?" Gu Yong asked rhetorically. "There's no need to go through so much trouble. You and Feng Yuan can talk as usual, and we'll record it with the video crystal next to you. It's also evidence." Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Gu Yong was slightly stunned and patted his head hard, saying with a wry smile, "Look, I'm scared silly by you." Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Calm down, don't show any flaws. Let's begin." Gu Yong let out a long breath, took out the video crystal, and poured his divine power into it. The video crystal immediately emitted a dazzling light. However, after waiting for a while, there was still no response from Feng Yuan. "What's going on?" Zhao Tailai frowned. Gu Yong thought, maybe Feng Yuan is still in the conference hall. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "Then send a message to Feng Wenhai." Chapter 2020. Zhao Tailai was stunned and hurriedly said, "Young master, sending a message to Feng Wenhai and sending a message to Feng Yuan are two different concepts." "Go ahead," Qin Feiyang said. "Think about it. If we send a message to Feng Yuan now with this evidence, we can directly accuse him. But if we send a message to Feng Wenhai, Feng Yuan will definitely be able to find an excuse. And relatively speaking, Feng Yuan is a bigger threat than Feng Wenhai. So now that we have this opportunity, we should get rid of Feng Yuan first." Zhao Tailai said. "Naive." Without waiting for Qin Feiyang to speak, Gu Yong mocked first. Zhao Tailai raised his eyebrows and said, "Do I not make sense? What you said is very reasonable. But you ignored Feng Yuan's position in Nine Heavens Palace. In other words, even if this matter is exposed, he will be fine. At most, he will be punished by the Great Elder." Gu Yong said. "Are you kidding?" Zhao Tailai frowned. "Do I look like I'm kidding? Feng Yuan not only has a high position, but he is also good at winning people's hearts. Even if the Great Elder wants to kill him, the other big shots will plead for him. Facing the pleading of the big shots, what do you think the Great Elder will do? He will definitely give him a way out. The most important thing is that everything in the resource hall is managed by Feng Yuan. If he is killed, the resource hall, which has no successor, will definitely fall into chaos. This is the situation that the Great Elder doesn't want to see the most." Gu Yong sneered. "Makes sense. Let's follow the previous plan and start with Feng Wenhai. As for Feng Yuan, we have to do it step by step." Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded with a smile. "This is a wise move. However, although we failed to topple Feng Yuan this time, I reckon that after this incident, the Great Elder will also begin to arrange for the next successor of the Hall Master of the Resource Hall and slowly strip Feng Yuan of his power." Gu Yong said. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, "You are quite far-sighted. If I can't even think of this, then all these years in Nine Heavens Palace have been wasted?" Gu Yong snorted. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Then let's send a message to Feng Wenhai." After saying that, he took a few steps back with Zhao Tailai. Gu Yong activated the image crystal again. About 10 breaths of time passed. A phantom appeared. Who else could it be but Feng Wenhai? "Zhao, get ready." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Zhao Tailai nodded. He took out the image crystal and started recording. "Old Gu, what's the matter?" Feng Wenhai smiled. Gu Yong replied, "It's nothing much. I just wanted to ask, have you found Jiang Haoyan's whereabouts?" Feng Wenhai shook his head. Gu Yong sighed. "I'm also investigating, but there's no news at all. It's as if he's evaporated into thin air. Don't worry. The entire northern region is under the control of our Nine Heavens Palace. We'll find him sooner or later." Feng Wenhai sneered. "I know that too. But I can't help but worry. This Jiang Haoyan is like an old fox. If he finds evidence of us framing him, won't we be finished? Gu Yong said worriedly. Feng Wenhai's expression changed drastically when he heard that. He said in a low voice, "Old Gu, don't talk nonsense about this. Be careful not to be heard by others." "Don't worry, I'm the only one here," Gu Yong said. "That's good." Feng Wenhai heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Yong sighed. "In order to frame him, we've planned for so long. We can't fail. He won't. The arrest warrant has been issued, and the Great Elder also believes it. Moreover, the people I sent to pretend to be his accomplices have been silenced. Where can he find evidence? This matter is already set in stone. Don't think too much about it." Feng Wenhai comforted. Silenced, Gu Yong murmured, "Wenhai, tell me the truth. Will there be a day when you will silence me too?" "How is that possible? You're someone by father's side. Even if I had such thoughts, I wouldn't have the guts." "Wait, what's wrong with you today? Why are you acting so strange?" Feng Wenhai looked at Gu Yong suspiciously. Gu Yong sighed. "It's all Jiang Haoyin's fault. He's making me feel uneasy and uneasy." Feng Wenhai smiled in realization. "Don't worry, it'll be over soon." "All right, I'll continue to investigate," Gu Yong said. Feng Wenhai nodded, and then the phantom dissipated. Gu Yong exhaled and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Is it okay now?" Qin Feiyang turned to look at Zhao Tailai. Zhao Tailai nodded to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Gu Yong. "It's okay," Gu Yong said, "then quickly fulfill your promise and remove your control over me." However, Qin Feiyang smiled without saying anything. Gu Yong's eyelids twitched and he said angrily, "You lied to me?" Qin Feiyang said, "I'm not a gentleman, so from the beginning, I never thought of letting you go." "You're despicable," Gu Yong roared. "Don't be agitated, let me finish. Although I wanted to kill you at first, what you said when you talked about Feng Yuan made me look at you in a different light." Qin Feiyang smiled. "And then?" Gu Yong frowned. Qin Feiyang said, "I want you to abandon the dark and join the light." "Abandon the dark and join the light?" Gu Yong was slightly taken aback. "You want me to join you?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. "I don't raise timid people here. I'm timid and afraid of death." "Who wouldn't be afraid when encountering such a thing? Ask the person next to you. See if he's afraid." Gu Yong was a little unconvinced. "Are you talking about me?" Zhao Talai asked expressionlessly. Gu Yong nodded. Zhao Lai said resolutely, "I will never betray the young master, even if I die." "You make it sound nice, but that's because you haven't encountered it yet," Gu Yong sneered. "You're wrong about that. We've gone through so many life and death situations together, but every time he was by my side. The friendship between us is not something you can understand." Qin Feiyang said lightly. Gu Yong still had a look of disdain and asked, "Since you're not joining you, then what do you mean by abandoning the dark and joining the light?" "Gongzi Feng," Qin Feiyang said. "Gongzi Feng?" Gu Yong was stunned, then his face changed. "What do you mean? You want me to join Gongzi Feng? Could it be?" "Yes. Gongzi Feng and I have known each other for a long time, and he told me a lot of things about you," Qin Feiyang said. Gu Yong's face was dull. He really didn't expect Gongzi Feng to be with Jiang Haotian. Qin Feiyang said, "You're smart and strong, so I want you to go to his side, help him plan and protect him." To put it bluntly, he's not qualified at all. Gu Yong sneered. "Don't underestimate anyone, especially someone with Gongzi Feng's experience. Of course, if you refuse, I won't force you, but this will be your burial ground." Qin Feiyang smiled. "You," Gu Yong glared at him and shouted, "You're forcing me." "I didn't say anything, I'm discussing with you." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Gu Yong sighed dispiritedly and said, "All right, I'll listen to you." "Very good. If he has any tricks, report to me immediately," Qin Feiyang said. "Tricks?" Gu Yong was stunned and frowned. "You're not asking me to help him, you're asking me to monitor him. Helping and monitoring are the same." Qin Feiyang smiled. "All right. But I'm already in this state, If I return to Nine Heavens Palace, Feng Yuan will definitely not let me go. Gu Yong said, I believe you'll have a way. As for the slave seal, when Feng Yuan dies in the future, I'll naturally help you remove it. Qin Feiyang smiled. You're really careless. When others see Feng Yuan, they can't wait to hide, yet you still want to kill him. Gu Yong said, So what if he's Feng Yuan? If he provokes me, even if he's the palace master of Nine Heavens Palace, I'll make him pay the price. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Gu Yong's mind buzzed. What kind of young man is this? His courage is so terrifying. How long have you been following Feng Yuan? Qin Feiyang asked. Gu Yong thought for a moment and said, It should be more than 3,000 years. Qin Feiyang said, Then you should know a lot of secrets about Nine Heavens Palace, right? Secrets? Gu Yong was suspicious. Qin Badian. Qin Feiyang said word by word. What? Qin Badian? Gu Yong's gaze trembled, and there was deep fear in his eyes. You know? Qin Feiyang hurriedly asked. Of course I know. Not only me, everyone in the North region has heard of his name. It's just that too much time has passed, and people have gradually forgotten him. Gu Yong said. Qin Feiyang asked, Then where is he now? I don't know. Gu Yong shook his head. How can you not know? Haven't you heard Feng Yuan mention it? Qin Feiyang frowned. The name Qin Batian is a taboo in Nine Heavens Palace. No one dares to mention him, including Feng Yuan and the other big shots. Gu Yong said. Taboo, Qin Feiyang murmured. What did my ancestor do in Nine Heavens Palace? Why is everyone so afraid of him? Zhao Lai comforted, Young master, don't worry, we'll find out sooner or later. Qin Feiyang nodded. You're investigating Qin Batian? Why do you want to investigate him? Is it his enemy? Gu Yong heard Zhao Tailai's words and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Zhao Tailai shouted, Don't you know what you should ask and what you shouldn't ask? Gu Yong's pupils shrank, and he didn't speak again. Enough. While there's still time, go and settle down your wife. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yes, I have to settle down properly. Gu Yong sighed. He knew Feng Yuan too well. When he knew that he had betrayed them, he would definitely not let his family off. By the way, do you have any children? Qin Feiyang asked. But my old mother and father are still alive. They should be in a small tea house nearby, drinking tea and chatting with friends. Gu Yong said. Then go and settle them down quickly. In addition, you have to go in exchange for an image crystal. Qin Feiyang said. I know this. Gu Yong nodded. After saying that, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Gu Yong out. Chapter 2021. Zhao Lai frowned and said, Young master, are we really going to let him go? He's being controlled by the slave seal. He can't do anything. It's okay. Has the treasure pavilion auctioned any 9 yellow dragon pills these days? Qin Feiyang asked. Not only the treasure pavilion in Sky Dragon City, but the other pavilions in other cities are also crazily auctioning, causing quite a stir. Zhao Tailai said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, Are they soul stones or divine crystals? Divine crystals. However, I don't know how Mu Tianyang and Shengguan Qiu made the deal. Zhao Tailai said. My head hurts. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. If it weren't for Mu Tianyang and Shengguan Qiu, it would be a large sum of soul stones. Young master, what is Mu Tianyang trying to do? Sometimes he's against us, sometimes he's nice to us? Zhao Tailai was suspicious. That's easy. He doesn't have the confidence to get rid of me. Otherwise, he would have killed me. Qin Feiyang said. Zhao Tailai nodded and took out 2 iron boxes and an alchemy furnace from his Qiankuan bag. The alchemy furnace was the size of a wash basin. The lower half was green and the upper half was red. It was shining brightly and exuded a strong divine power. This furnace is called the Green Phoenix Furnace. It's a low-grade divine alchemy furnace. Don't blame us. After all, the divine crystals you gave us can only buy alchemy furnaces of this grade. As for the 2 iron boxes, they contain alchemy fire. Zhao Tailai said with a smile. Why would I blame you? I'm already very happy to get this alchemy furnace. Qin Feiyang smiled. He glanced at the azure luan cauldron and opened the 2 metal boxes. Waves of heat immediately surged out violently. The aura emitted was undoubtedly a 9th-grade alchemy fire. Zhao Tailai said with a smile, "We bought the alchemy fire and furnace from the Star River City branch." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was curious. "Didn't you ask us to investigate the background of Star River City's city lord? Tang Hai and I have discussed it. Since Shangguan Qiu doesn't want to sell, we'll go to Xinghe City." After arriving at the treasure pavilion in Celestial River City, Old Tang and I disguised ourselves a little and easily bought these alchemic flames and alchemical furnaces. Zhao Dai smiled. Qin Feiyang gave him a thumbs up and asked with a smile, "Then, did these branches ban us?" "We didn't go to the other branches, so we don't know. But it seems that the treasure pavilion of Star River City has also banned us," Zhao Tailai said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. "This Shangguan Qiu is really ruthless. I have to admit that this woman does have some skills. However, I'm very unhappy with her way of doing things. After all, there's a saying that goes, even if the transaction fails, the benevolence remains. Is it necessary to ban us?" Zhao Tailai snorted through his nose. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while. Then, his eyes flashed and he said, "We can't just sit and wait for death." "Young master, what do you mean?" Zhao Tailai was surprised. "You don't have to worry about this. I'll handle it. Let's go to the castle. We'll fuse the alchemic flames and start refining." Qin Feiyang smiled. "What about Feng Wenhai?" Zhao Tailai was stunned and asked. "We've got the evidence. There's no hurry. Let them continue to make trouble," Qin Feiyang said. Zhao Tailai smiled and said, "I understand. The higher you jump, the harder you fall." Qin Feiyang laughed and led Zhao Tailai into the castle. "Did you hear? There's a man called Jiang Haoyan who is wanted by the 9th Heaven Palace. I've known about this for a long time. I heard that before entering the 9th Heaven Palace, this Jiang Haoyan had been slandering the 9th Heaven Palace behind their backs and was found out. Then why didn't they punish him severely? This is the mercy of the 9th Heaven Palace. Not only did they not kill him, they even allowed him to enter the 9th Heaven Palace. But I didn't expect that after becoming a disciple of the 9th Heaven Palace, he still didn't change and continued to slander the 9th Heaven Palace behind their backs. Don't you think this kind of person is despicable? Despicable? He deserves to be killed. Yeah. The big shots of the 9th Heaven Palace are not bad. It's fine if he doesn't repent, but he actually went from bad to worse? I've never seen such a shameless person before." Outside, not only in Sky Dragon City, the news had already spread in other cities and there were curses everywhere. Treasure chamber. Shangguan Qiu sat in the study room with an account book in his hand and looked at it carefully. Swoosh. Suddenly, a purple-robed youth appeared in the room out of thin air. Shangguan Qiu frowned slightly and looked up. When she saw the purple-robed youth's face, her brows relaxed and a smile appeared on her face. The purple-robed youth cupped his hands and smiled. "Steward Shangguan, it's been a few days. How have you been?" Shangguan Qiu smiled and said, "Thanks to you, I've been in a good mood these days." The purple-robed youth said, "So, the batch of Juku yellow dragon pills that I gave you made a lot of money?" No. Brother Mu, you're wrong. It's not me who made money, it's the treasure chamber." Shangguan Qiu stood up and pointed to the tea table beside him and said, "Brother Mu, please take a seat." "No need." The purple-robed youth took out a Qiankuan bag and threw it on the table, saying, "There's a total of 10,000 pills here. It should be enough for the auction for a long time." Shangguan Qiu grabbed the Qiankuan bag and checked it carefully. The smile on his face grew wider. "Don't just smile. The last batch of pills has been sold. Isn't it time to split the profits?" The purple-robed youth said. Yes. Shangguan Qiu came back to his senses and took out a Qiankuan bag, saying, "I've already prepared it." The purple-robed youth took the Qiankuan bag and checked it for a while before putting it away. He looked at Shangguan Qiu and smiled, saying, "Happy cooperation." "Happy cooperation." Shangguan Qiu smiled and asked curiously, "By the way, What's your relationship with Jiang Haoyan? The purple-robed youth was stunned. He frowned and said, "Why do you ask?" This person was none other than Mu Qing. At first, when you came forward to stop me from cooperating with Jiang Haoyan, I thought you were old enemies. But 2 days ago, I received news that you seem to have an ambiguous relationship with Jiang Haoyan's elder sister and younger sister. Sheng Wanqiu said. Nonsense. Mu Qing could not help but get angry when he heard this. Is this nonsense? At that time, after the assessment, many people saw it with their own eyes. Sheng Wanqiu said. Mu Qing did not bother to explain. He frowned and said, "Does this have anything to do with our cooperation?" No, I'm just curious. If I offended you in any way, please forgive me. Sheng Wanqiu quickly smiled apologetically. Mu Qing said, "Actually, you should thank me." What do you mean? Sheng Wanqiu was suspicious. If I didn't come forward, you would have cooperated with Jiang Haoyan. Now that Jiang Haoyan is wanted, your treasure school will definitely be affected. Mu Qing said. Sheng Wanqiu was stunned. He smiled and said, "That makes sense. Last question, do you know where Jiang Haoyan is now, Brother Mu?" Mu Qing was surprised and asked suspiciously, "Why are you asking about him?" "No other reason. I'm just curious." Sheng Wanqiu smiled unnaturally. You can't always use the word curious as an excuse. Mu Qing's eyes became playful. Really? I don't think so. Sheng Wanqiu smiled embarrassedly. Miss, let me give you a piece of advice. If you're not from Ninth Heaven Palace, don't worry about them. More importantly, don't affect our cooperation. Mu Qing said meaningfully. Then he opened an altar and left without looking back. Sheng Wanqiu stood alone in the study for a long time. Suddenly, a sigh was heard. A woman in purple walked out of the void. It was Shengguan Fenglan. Sister. Sheng Wanqiu was not surprised at Shengguan Fenglan's appearance. He had known about Shengguan Fenglan for a long time. I wanted to use you to get some useful information from Mu Qing. I didn't expect him to see through me. Shengguan Fenglan sighed. Sister, I'm useless. Sheng Wanqiu blamed himself. Shengguan Fenglan smiled and said, Don't blame yourself. It's not that you're useless. These people are too smart. You don't have to worry about this. Otherwise, if you annoy him, it will really affect your cooperation. Sheng Wanqiu nodded. I'm puzzled. What kind of people are Jiang Haoyan, Mu Tianyang, and Mu Qing? Each one is more clever than the other. Shengguan Fenglan was quite angry. After thinking for a while, she snorted and said, No, I have to meet Mu Tianyang in person. I don't believe that I, the leader of the law enforcement hall, can't defeat a mere disciple. Mu Tianyang may not know where Jiang Haoyan is, right? Sheng Wanqiu said. I have a feeling that he knows. Shengguan Fenglan shook her head, opened an altar, and left. It's a mess. Sheng Wanqiu shook his head and sighed. He had stirred up a storm in Sky Dragon City. He was really a star of misfortune. Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang had merged with his elixir fire. The Nether Devil Flame had also been promoted to the level of the inferior Divine Elixir Fire. Divine Elixir Fires and Divine Elixir Furnaces were also divided into inferior, medium, superior, supreme, peak, and legendary. It was the same level as a divine weapon. However, after merging with his elixir fire, Qin Feiyang did not immediately refine the spirit-breaking pill. This was because he had to familiarize himself with the new elixir furnace and elixir fire. After all, he only had one set of ingredients for the spirit-breaking pill. He could not afford to fail. And now, the elixir he was refining already had 9 elixir veins. He was only one step away from becoming a divine elixir. After an hour of familiarizing himself with the elixir, he could finally control the fire. After calming himself down for a while, Qin Feiyang took out the 9 Suns Thunder Fire, Death Fruit, Ghost Wood, and Ghost Flower and placed them beside the elixir furnace. After that, he opened the elixir scripture and carefully read the steps of refining the spirit-breaking pill, as well as the fire required for each ingredient. After a while, after memorizing everything, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and activated the Nether Devil Flame again, starting to refine the spirit-breaking pill. Everyone was cultivating in peace, including Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai. After knowing that Qin Feiyang had obtained a large number of soul stones, they no longer had any worries. They recklessly refined the soul stones and tried their best to break through to the God of War. Chapter 2022. The first ingredient was the departed spirit flower. 30% completion. Remove the impurities and extract the spirit liquid. During the extraction process, not only did he need to focus, but he also needed precise control. If the temperature inside the cauldron was a little higher or lower, the cauldron would be destroyed. The cauldron might even explode. Qin Feiyang didn't dare to be careless. And at this time, he couldn't make any noise. Otherwise, it would disturb his concentration. For ingredients like the departed spirit flower, extracting the spirit liquid would take a long time. Gradually, Qin Feiyang's forehead was covered in sweat. Seeing this, Fire Lotus took out a handkerchief and wanted to help Qin Feiyang wipe it off. But suddenly, the blood Kirin silently appeared beside her. It stopped Fire Lotus and said, "Don't touch him." What? Fire Lotus thought. Don't you know how to make pills? At this time, the worst thing is to be disturbed. The blood Kirin thought. Fire Lotus heard this and cold sweat appeared on her back. You can just stand aside and watch. The blood Kirin said and then retreated. Fire Lotus quickly and quietly retreated to the blood Kirin's side. She asked, "Why are you awake?" "I was on the verge of a breakthrough, but I saw the young master making pills. I was afraid of disturbing him, so I didn't break through." The blood Kirin thought. Huolian nodded in realization. The blood Kirin asked suspiciously, "Don't you know anything about alchemy?" "I don't know." Fire Lotus shook her head. "You don't know? What do you mean?" The blood Kirin looked at her, confused. "My mind is blank. I don't even remember the god skills I used to have." Fire Lotus sighed. "Don't worry. When the young master makes the departed spirit breakthrough pill, you will definitely regain your memory." The blood Kirin smiled and comforted her. "I hope so." Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang again, her eyes full of anticipation. A moment later, wisps of faint medicinal fragrance floated out from within the azure phoenix cauldron. Rays of gray divine light also shot out from within the azure luan cauldron. Fire Lotus stood on her tiptoes and looked into the cauldron. She immediately saw a drop of gray spirit liquid floating within the cauldron. In addition to the medicinal fragrance, there was also a very strong evil aura. The departed spirit flower had already disappeared. "I didn't expect the first medicinal herb to take so long to refine." The blood Qilin mumbled. Could Qin Feiyang's spiritual power last until the end? Although Qin Feiyang's mind power had already reached a shocking level, this was still his first time refining a pill of this level. Therefore, he couldn't help but worry. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang. His expression remained calm. After refining the spiritual medicine of the ghost flower, he did not rush to refine the next one. Instead, he slowly increased the heat. When the flame had stabilized at 55%, he gently waved his hand. A strand of mental energy appeared and swept the Yin spirit wood into the azure phoenix cauldron. This was because the Yin spirit wood required 55% of the flame. Qin Dage is really amazing. Although this is his first time refining the departed spirit barrier-breaking pill, he did it without any hesitation or sluggishness. Fire Lotus's eyes were full of stars as she transmitted her voice. Of course. Otherwise, why would he be called a monster of alchemy? I think even the alchemy geniuses of Empyrean Palace might not be as good as him. The blood Qilin said proudly. Fire Lotus said in surprise, "You know him quite well." "Although I haven't been with him for long, I know all about his past deeds." The blood Qilin laughed inwardly. About half an hour passed. The Yin spirit wood and reaper fruit's spirit liquid had been refined one after another. Actually, refining the spirit liquid was nothing for Qin Feiyang. The most important step was the next step. The departed spirit flower, Yin spirit wood, and reaper fruit were all items of extreme Yin and evil. Therefore, The spirit liquid that was refined also contained an evil aura that was difficult to erase. If he wanted to refine the departed spirit barrier-breaking pill, he had to completely dispel the evil aura. This required the 9 Suns Lightning Fire. The 9 Suns Lightning Fire was an item of extreme yang and could be considered the nemesis of items of extreme yin. The next step was to fuse the 9 Suns Lightning Fire with the 3 drops of spirit liquid to dispel the evil aura. Qin Feiyang had never experienced this method of refining pills before. Although items of extreme yang were the nemesis of items of extreme yin, they were also incompatible with each other. The fusion of these 2 auras would inevitably cause a collision. If there was a collision, there was a possibility of failure. Therefore, his energy had entered a state that he had never been in before. He was highly focused and forgot everything. In other words, at this moment, there was nothing in his mind other than alchemy. A wave of mind power emerged from the top of his head and wrapped around the 9 Suns Lightning Fire, sealing all of its aura. Then he used his mind power to control the 9 Suns Lightning Fire and slowly entered the Azure Phoenix Cauldron. At the same time, the 3 drops of spirit liquid in the pill furnace were also enveloped by mind power, completely sealing off the evil aura. This was done to prevent the 2 auras from colliding. Because, if he did not seal these 2 auras, the moment the 9 Suns Lightning Fire entered the pill furnace, it would probably riot. On the contrary, if he sealed these 2 auras, they would not be able to collide. Finally, the 9 Suns Lightning Fire entered the pill furnace. Qin Feiyang had to control the temperature of the fire, control the 9 Suns Lightning Fire and the 3 drops of spirit liquid, and seal their auras. It could be said that he was doing 3 things at once. In less than an instant, beads of sweat flowed down his forehead like rain. The blood Qilin said to himself, "Let's retreat a little more to prevent the furnace from exploding." If the divine-level pill furnace exploded, even a divine beast that was about to step into the realm of War God would be seriously injured. The Fire Lotus nodded. As the blood Qilin retreated, he also secretly woke up the white-eyed wolf, the mermaid princess, and the others. Everyone opened their eyes at the first moment and quietly retreated to the back corner, looking nervously at Qin Feiyang. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's mind stirred, and the mind power that wrapped around the 3 drops of spirit liquid and the 9 Suns Lightning Fire slightly loosened. Immediately, a wisp of extreme yang qi and a wisp of extreme yin qi appeared and filled the pill furnace. However, whether it was the extreme yang qi or the extreme yin qi, they were both very weak and could not even be felt. Qin Feiyang did not dare to completely remove the seal. Otherwise, the 2 auras would rush out at the same time and collide with each other, causing the furnace to explode. On the contrary, just like now, by unlocking the seal bit by bit, allowing the 2 auras to slowly meet and gradually devour the evil aura, it would greatly reduce the risk. Taking a step back, even if the 2 auras collided, it would be under control and the furnace would not explode. Time passed quietly. The entire castle was dead silent at this moment. The 2 auras occupied one side of the pill furnace and did not pounce on each other for a long time. It was as if they minded their own business. This gave Qin Feiyang a headache. One was extreme yin, the other was extreme yang, and they were playing peacefully? What kind of joke was this? However, Qin Feiyang was not in a hurry and waited quietly. About a few hundred breaths passed. Finally, the extreme yang qi emitted by the heavenly thunder flame began to slowly surge towards the extreme yin qi. The extreme yin qi seemed to have also sensed the provocation and threat, and was unwilling to be outdone as it surged towards the extreme yang qi. The 2 auras finally met. Qin Feiyang could clearly sense that the aura in the pill furnace had become chaotic. As soon as the 2 auras met, a scene of you chasing after me appeared, both wanting to devour the other. But in the end, it was still the extreme yang qi that steadily gained the upper hand and obliterated the evil yin qi. The chaotic aura also stabilized. It works. Fire Lotus's spirit was lifted. There was definitely no problem. Qin Feiyang also heaved a sigh of relief. After the previous fusion, he had already grasped the propriety and began to gradually increase the release of the seal on the 9 Suns Thunder Fire and the 3 drops of spiritual liquid. The 2 auras met again. The aura in the pill furnace became chaotic again, as if it would explode at any time. This process was even longer than refining the spiritual liquid. It wasn't until an hour later that the evil yin qi was completely expelled. Qin Feiyang made a prompt decision and began to fuse the 9 suns thunder fire and the 3 drops of spiritual liquid. The next step was simple for him. After the fusion, it solidified into a pill. About a moment later, under everyone's expectant gaze, a purple pill took shape and flew out of the pill furnace. At the same time, a strong medicinal fragrance, like a tide, instantly flooded the entire ancient castle. Qin Feiyang finally heaved a sigh of relief, and following that, a sense of dizziness welled up in his heart. Seeing that he was about to fall, the mermaid princess hurriedly stepped forward and supported Qin Feiyang, calling out, "What's wrong?" Fire Lotus's expression also changed, and she anxiously ran to Qin Feiyang's side, her eyes full of concern. "It's okay. It's just that my nerves were too tense, and my energy was too focused for too long. Now that I've relaxed, I can't recover." Qin Feiyang shook his head hard and waved his hand with a smile. Hearing this, everyone's anxious hearts finally relaxed. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the undead barrier-breaking pill floating above the pill furnace. The pill was perfectly round, and the purple light was dazzling. The aura it emitted was also very pure yang qi, and not a single trace of evil yin qi could be felt. On the surface of the pill, there were even traces of electric arcs. The blood Kirin turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked with concern, "Young master, how much power do you have left?" Qin Feiyang froze and asked suspiciously, "Are you worried that my power will run out?" The blood Kirin nodded. "How is that possible? During the last test, my power was over level 50. It must be higher now." Qin Feiyang smiled. "That's good." The blood Kirin nodded. Qin Feiyang turned and looked at Fire Lotus. He smiled and said, "Girl, are you ready?" "Yes, this is not a child's play." When the inner demons went through the test, it was, Zhao Tailai said. "Ahem." Before Zhao Lai could finish, Tang Hai coughed and interrupted him. Then he pointed at Qin Feiyang. Zhao Tailai's face changed and he quickly said, "I'm sorry, young master. I didn't mean to mention the inner demons." "Why are you so nervous? The inner demons are our friends. When you mention them, it's normal to think of them. I was worried that you would forget about them." Qin Feiyang smiled. "No matter who we forget, we won't forget him. We were just worried that we would bring up the past and make you sad," Zhao Tailai said. Chapter 2023. Am I really that weak? It's all in the past, it's fine. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Fire Lotus again. "I'm ready." Huolian took a deep breath and looked at Qin Feiyang. Her eyes shone with a resolute light. "Good. You guys continue to cultivate. I'll take Fire Lotus to the Black Tortoise world to undergo the tribulation." Qin Feiyang instructed everyone before grabbing the undead barrier-breaking pill and bringing Fire Lotus to the depths of the desert. After all, there were many living beings in the Black Tortoise world. If they underwent the tribulation elsewhere, they would definitely hurt the innocent. Most importantly, it would cause a commotion. And there was nothing in the desert except for storms. As for ferocious beasts, there were only a few in the depths of the desert. "Take it." Qin Feiyang handed the undead barrier-breaking pill to Fire Lotus. Fire Lotus took the pill, looked at the sky, gritted her teeth, and threw it into her mouth. Wait. But at this moment, a slightly childish voice sounded. Qin Feiyang and Qin Feiyang were stunned. They raised their heads and looked over. They saw a little boy wearing a small dudu standing in the air above them. His little face was filled with seriousness. "It's you?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. The little boy ignored him and looked at Fire Lotus. "You can't undergo the tribulation." "Why?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Do you know how terrifying the undead tribulation is? The undead are dead. To be reborn is to go against the heavens and change their fate. And this kind of heaven-defying action will be obliterated," the little boy said. Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, "How does it compare to the inner demon's tribulation?" The little boy said, "It's even more terrifying than the inner demon's tribulation." It's even more terrifying. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The little boy said in a low voice, I can guarantee that she won't succeed. In the end, her soul will be destroyed, and she won't even have the chance to reincarnate. Fire Lotus lowered her head and looked at the undead barrier-breaking pill in her hand, her eyes flickering. Trust me. Living an ordinary life like this is better than having one's soul destroyed. The little boy looked at the Fire Lotus and said. Fire Lotus took a deep breath and raised her head to look at the little boy. Thank you. However, instead of living like this without knowing what my surname is, I might as well fight to the death. Are you sure? The little boy raised his eyebrows. Fire Lotus nodded and put the undead barrier-breaking pill into her mouth without hesitation. As soon as the undead barrier-breaking pill melted, Fire Lotus couldn't help but hug her head and cry out in pain. Because she was an undead, she was also full of yin energy, so she was also very afraid of this kind of yang energy. Usually, as long as there was no direct contact, it would be fine. But now, the 9 Suns Thunder Fire had been refined into a pill. After Fire Lotus consumed the pill, it meant that the 9 Suns Thunder Fire's yang qi was now in her body. She felt as if there was a raging fire in her body that wanted to incinerate her body. Sigh. The little boy shook his head and sighed, I really have to hand it to you people. It's not good to live, but you insist on courting death. Finished. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, Brat, let me tell you, you can't use the origin energy of the Black Tortoise realm to help her block the heavenly tribulation. But Qin Feiyang frowned. The Black Tortoise realm is just a small world that has just been born. It is still very weak and does not have much origin energy. It cannot withstand such torment. After the little boy finished speaking, he did not give Qin Feiyang a chance to ask any questions and instantly disappeared without a trace. Qin Feiyang looked around, his face full of suspicion. All along, the Black Tortoise realm had always been very strong. How could it be weak? Boom! Suddenly, an ear-deafening rumble sounded in the sky. The sky above the desert was suddenly shrouded by clouds of fire, and a terrifying heavenly might descended. Qin Feiyang hurriedly came back to his senses and retreated, then paid attention to Fire Lotus. Although Fire Lotus's expression was pained after consuming the undead barrier-breaking pill, her determined gaze remained the same. The heavenly tribulation brewed for a moment before finally descending from the sky. It was a fiery red thunderbolt that exuded a terrifying yang qi. Compared to it, the yang qi of the 9 Suns lightning fire was like a firefly compared to the sun, not worth mentioning at all. Naturally, the yang qi emitted by the lightning power was even more threatening to Fire Lotus. However, she did not dodge and stood in the void, waiting for the heavenly tribulation to descend. There was a loud bang. The lightning power descended and landed on Fire Lotus's body. The expression on Fire Lotus's face instantly shattered, and her entire body smashed into the desert below like a meteorite. But the lightning power did not dissipate, and chased after Fire Lotus and drowned her on the spot. Fire Lotus wailed in pain. The lightning power turned into flames that not only enveloped her, but also stuck to her skin. No matter what she did, she could not extinguish the flames, as if they were maggots attached to her bones. Her clothes also melted. Even her skin was melting. It is indeed more terrifying than the inner demon's heavenly tribulation. Qin Feiyang muttered. Back then, when the inner demons underwent their heavenly tribulation, although it was also very terrifying, he managed to withstand it. But now, it was only the first lightning tribulation, and Fire Lotus's situation was very bad. Before the first lightning power dissipated, the second, third, and fourth lightning struck one after another, not giving Fire Lotus any chance to breathe. Under the heavenly might, Fire Lotus could not resist at all, and could only be struck. When the 10th lightning power descended, Fire Lotus's body could no longer withstand it and was torn apart. However, she was not killed, and returned to her previous undead form, turning into a gray fog. In other words, she was beaten back to her original form. But even if she was beaten back to her original form, the sea of fire formed by the lightning power was burning Fire Lotus crazily. Qin Feiyang could no longer see Fire Lotus's painful expression and could only hear the endless screams. This made him very anxious. In fact, he knew that the most terrifying thing was not the heavenly tribulation, but the extreme yang energy in the heavenly tribulation. This thing was extremely harmful to Fire Lotus. Extreme yang qi was the nemesis of yin and evil things. What would happen if it was a living person? A living person should not be afraid of this extreme yang energy, right? At this thought, he looked up at the tribulation clouds in the sky, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. The last time he used the inner demon's heavenly tribulation, the strength of his body had been greatly improved. And now the opportunity had come again. How could he miss it? Boom! Another thunderbolt struck down. Qin Feiyang didn't hesitate any longer. With a leap, he rushed to the top of the Fire Lotus. Qin Dage, what are you doing? Fire Lotus's anxious voice immediately sounded. I can help you pass the tribulation, and at the same time, I can temper my body. Why not? Qin Feiyang laughed heartily as he faced the thunderbolt. The lightning power suddenly blasted on his body. With a loud bang, Qin Feiyang's body was immediately covered in blood, and he was smashed into the desert below. Qin Dage, Fire Lotus exclaimed. Qin Feiyang rushed out of the yellow sand, wrapped in flames. The flames formed by the lightning power were no threat to his body at all. But looking at the sky, the corners of his mouth pursed into a bitter smile. When he faced it personally, he realized that he had underestimated the heavenly tribulation. Although the yang qi was useless to him, the destructive power of the heavenly tribulation was not something he could withstand. Another thunderbolt struck down. Fire Lotus shouted, Qin Dage, don't take the risk for me, I'll do it myself. You call me big brother, how can I not help you? Qin Feiyang smiled and activated the battle formula. He rushed into the sky and faced the lightning power. Boom! This time, he withstood it. After all, the blood-red armor could block 90% of the attacks, and under the bombardment of the lightning power, only a few cracks appeared on the armor. Taking this opportunity, Qin Feiyang hurriedly absorbed the lightning power and tempered his body. The heavenly tribulation fell one after another, bombarding Qin Feiyang's body. The blood-red armor was indeed terrifying, and it withstood more than 10 lightning bolts. But after the blood-red armor was broken, Qin Feiyang was blasted into the desert again. His skin and flesh were torn open, and blood splattered everywhere. Enough! It's really enough. Fire Lotus was so anxious that she was about to cry. Qin Feiyang flew into the sky and stood in front of Fire Lotus, looking like a man covered in blood. He smiled and said, I'm fine. After saying that, he faced the next lightning bolt. Qin Dage, looking at the figure that rushed into the sky without hesitation and risked his life to protect her, Fire Lotus cried. They were not related, but just because she called him big brother, he loved her so much, took care of her, and even risked his life for her. Although she was an undead, she also had feelings. How could she not be moved? And this back view would forever be branded in her soul. Boom! Qin Feiyang relied on his strong willpower and finally made it to the 50th lightning bolt. Is it the same as the inner demon's tribulation with 99 lightning bolts? After getting up from the desert, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel despair. Fire Lotus's tribulation was not only more powerful than the inner demon's tribulation, but it was also much faster. He didn't even have a chance to breathe. What should he do? If this continued, not only would he not be able to help Fire Lotus, but he would also die here. Wait! Isn't there still a legendary divine artifact? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's spirit was lifted, and he rushed toward the lightning bolts while saying to himself, Great-grandmother, give me the divine pagoda. Inside the ancient castle, Tan Tai Li heard this and immediately took out the divine pagoda. Qin Feiyang's mind moved, and the divine pagoda appeared, and 3 types of divine power poured into the divine pagoda. Clang! The divine pagoda immediately woke up and faced the tribulation. Boom! The divine pagoda was blasted away, and more than a dozen cracks appeared on it. But even so, Qin Feiyang was still very happy. Because at least he had time to rest. While controlling the divine pagoda to resist the heavenly tribulation, he took out a large number of healing pills and stuffed them into his mouth. These healing pills were all concocted just before he concocted the undead barrier-breaking pill. Therefore, each healing pill had 9 veins, and the energy it contained was extremely huge. Moreover, his bloodline power also had an extremely strong healing ability, and he had even fused with the fire of life back then. His injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, he also took out a few thousand divine crystals, crushed them all with a wave of his hand, and then swallowed them into his stomach to replenish the divine power he had consumed. In the ancient world, divine crystals were not only a currency, but they could also replenish divine power. Chapter 2024. After withstanding 6 heavenly tribulations, the divine tower was on the verge of shattering. Qin Feiyang decisively put away the divine tower and took out the Sun Destroyer bow. If it was really shattered, even a legendary divine artifact would not be able to repair it. The Sun Destroyer bow was a pinnacle divine artifact and naturally could not compare to the divine tower. After 3 heavenly tribulations, it was in danger of shattering. Qin Feiyang put away the Sun Destroyer bow and took out the battle axe from Shirtai's hand. He originally thought this battle axe was a perfect divine artifact and could withstand 1 or 2 heavenly tribulations. But in the end, with only 1 heavenly tribulation, the battle axe was shattered with no possibility of repair. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel a little distressed to lose a perfect divine artifact just like that. He originally wanted to ask the mermaid princess to use the golden bead to block the heavenly tribulation, but now he decisively gave up this idea. It could be seen that the heavenly tribulation of the fire lotus was at least 1 or 2 times more terrifying than that of the inner demons. And now, only 60 heavenly tribulations had passed. If the heavenly tribulation of the fire lotus really had 99 heavenly tribulations, that was to say, there were still 39 heavenly tribulations. How could he survive that? Boom. However, the heavenly tribulation did not give him time to think. The power of thunder rolled over and annihilated in all directions. The 3 divine artifacts bought him some time, and his injuries and divine power recovered a lot. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and endured it, because there was no other choice. Suddenly, an ethereal voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind, with the power of thunder, shatter the seal. The Shadowless? Qin Feiyang's spirit was lifted and he secretly exclaimed, "You're still here? I've been here the whole time." The Shadowless smiled. The whole time? Qin Feiyang was taken aback and asked suspiciously, "Then why didn't I feel it?" The Shadowless said, "This question is a bit stupid." Qin Feiyang was stunned and then shook his head with a wry smile. This was indeed a very stupid question. This Shadowless man was clearly an extremely terrifying existence. If they didn't want him to know, then he definitely wouldn't be able to sense it. After calming himself down, Qin Feiyang asked, "You said earlier that you wanted to use the power of lightning to shatter the seal? Could it be the seal of the ancient castle?" "That's right." The Shadowless replied. "Are you kidding me?" Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky. He frowned and said, "Although the power of the lightning is very strong, the seal was set up by the small beast. I can feel that the power of the lightning is far weaker than the small beast. If we only rely on the power of thunder, we won't be able to break the seal laid down by the small beast. But last time, when I fought with snow, I forcefully tore open a crack in the castle. With this crack, the ancient castle will be able to absorb the power of lightning and turn it into its own power to completely break the seal." Shadowless said. "I see." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. Last time when he fought with the demon ancestor, snow did forcefully tear open a crack in the ancient castle. But he had never thought of absorbing the power of lightning. "You know how helpful it will be to you after the seal is broken. Hurry up and act," the Shadowless man said. Qin Feiyang nodded and said telepathically, "Ancient castle, can you hear me? I want to use the power of lightning to break the seal placed on you by the small beast, so I need your help." But the ancient castle didn't respond. But Qin Feiyang didn't ask again. because he believed that the ancient castle must have hurt him. Boom! The power of lightning fell from the sky, bringing with it a world-destroying aura. Qin Feiyang raised his head and stared at the power of lightning. His eyes flickered. Boom! The power of lightning fell, but Qin Feiyang was indifferent, as if he had given up resisting. Looking at this scene, Fire Lotus was extremely anxious. With a loud sound, the power of lightning blasted between Qin Feiyang's eyebrows. Qin Dage, Fire Lotus cried out in despair. One had to know. Between the eyebrows was directly connected to the sea of consciousness and divine soul. And the heavenly tribulation was so terrifying. If it hit between the eyebrows, wouldn't it instantly shatter the sea of consciousness and divine soul? She had already seen Qin Feiyang's head shatter and blood splatter on the lake. But suddenly, streaks of black light gushed out from between Qin Feiyang's eyebrows. Immediately, all the power of lightning was absorbed into between his eyebrows like a tide. And looking at Qin Feiyang again, there was no wound between his eyebrows. Fire Lotus was dumbfounded. What was going on? Crack! Boom! The next heavenly tribulation was absorbed into between his eyebrows by the black light just like before. And after the black light appeared, no new wounds appeared on Qin Feiyang's body. His old injuries were almost completely healed. Fire Lotus was dumbfounded. What kind of method was this? How could it swallow the heavenly tribulation? You can transcend the heavenly tribulation like this? The little boy didn't really leave. He had been hiding in the void. At this moment, seeing this scene, he was extremely shocked. He was originally prepared to collect Qin Feiyang's corpse, but he didn't expect the situation to turn around so quickly. The heavenly tribulation continued to fall. It was already the 98th heavenly tribulation. However, the ancient castle still didn't break the seal. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel uneasy. Was the ancient castle not confident? Boom! The 99th heavenly tribulation finally fell. Even Qin Feiyang couldn't help but tremble as his face turned deathly pale from the destructive power it emitted. The power of this heavenly tribulation was actually the same as the inner demon's heavenly tribulation. It was the sum of the previous 98 heavenly tribulations. This made Qin Feiyang panic. Fire Lotus heavenly tribulation was originally stronger than the inner demon's heavenly tribulation. And the sum of the 98 heavenly tribulations was naturally far more than the last heavenly tribulation of the inner demons. At this moment, even Qin Feiyang was a little scared and didn't dare to take this heavenly tribulation head-on. But when he thought of the ancient castle, he suddenly gritted his teeth, jumped up, raised his head, and faced the power of thunder between his eyebrows. Qin Dage, don't! Fire Lotus shouted anxiously. She naturally also felt the power of the last heavenly tribulation. Shrouded in the aura of this heavenly tribulation, she felt nothing but fear. But Qin Feiyang took the initiative to meet it. Wasn't he courting death? How could she not be anxious when she saw the man who took care of her, loved her, and treated her as his sister die? But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. Boom! In a flash, the power of thunder hit Qin Feiyang between his eyebrows. At that time, Qin Feiyang fell down and smashed into the desert on his back. Buzz! At the same time, the black light between his eyebrows was unprecedentedly bright. Then, the black light swept up the power of thunder and disappeared between his eyebrows. Fire Lotus was shocked. It could even swallow such a heavenly tribulation? She looked at Qin Feiyang between his eyebrows again. At this moment, the black light had dissipated, and there was only a small wound between his eyebrows. Amazing! Fire Lotus came back to her senses and her face was full of admiration. At this moment, above the sky, a golden light tore through the tribulation clouds and fell like lightning, enveloping Fire Lotus. In the golden light, Fire Lotus felt as if she was bathing in the warm sunlight, and her body and mind were unprecedentedly comfortable. Moreover, she could clearly see that her undead chi was dissipating bit by bit, and her body was also being rebuilt bit by bit. This also meant that she had succeeded in transcending the tribulation. Qin Feiyang crawled out of the yellow sand. He raised his head and looked at the Fire Lotus. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. Fire Lotus's heavenly tribulation was finally over. He touched his eyebrows and his eyes were full of suspicion. Why didn't the ancient castle have any reaction after absorbing the power of thunder? Don't you want to break the seal? Qin Feiyang asked in his mind. Boom. After a moment of silence, Qin Feiyang's eyebrows suddenly exploded with a loud sound. This loud sound came suddenly and was extremely loud. Qin Feiyang's body shook violently, and his mind was also rumbling. Immediately after, another crisp sound was heard. Hearing this sound, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Was the seal broken? However, when he couldn't wait to summon the ancient castle, he was surprised to find that it was still the same as before. He couldn't control the ancient castle. What was going on? Could it be that the seal wasn't broken? Sigh. Suddenly, a sigh sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Shadowless man, what the hell is going on? Qin Feiyang asked hurriedly. I somewhat underestimated the strength of the small beast. With the help of the power of thunder, I can't break the seal it set up. The shadowless man sighed. What? This still can't be broken? Qin Feiyang's face was dull. The power of thunder, especially the last one, could be said to be an existence that could destroy heaven and earth. But it still couldn't break the seal of the small beast. How strong was this small beast? However, although the seal was not broken, the original crack on it has become a little bigger. It will naturally be easier to break it next time. In other words, this time, your efforts and the ancient castle's efforts were not in vain, and it is also meaningful. The shadowless man said. Just a little bigger? Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. It wasn't until now that he understood that it was not that the ancient castle didn't want to break the seal, but because it knew that it couldn't break the seal, it wanted to save the power of thunder and use it together when it got stronger next time. Previously, the ancient castle used the power of thunder to forcibly break the seal, firstly to answer the doubts in his heart, and secondly to indirectly tell him that the seal was not so easy to break. Although it hasn't been completely broken, it's good to make the crack a little bigger. Qin Feiyang could only comfort himself in this way. And the voice of the shadowless man didn't appear again. Obviously, it had disappeared. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sensed his physical body. This time, the strength of his physical body had also improved a lot. Now, even if it was a high-grade divine weapon, he was confident that he could crush it with his bare hands. And before, he could only crush middle-grade divine weapons with his bare hands. As for high-grade divine weapons, he could only resist them with his bare hands. In other words, his physical strength had improved by a level. And if he could crush a high-grade divine weapon with his bare hands, then in the future, when facing a supreme-grade divine weapon, he could naturally resist it with his bare hands. If the dozens of power of thunder were not absorbed by the ancient castle and used to temper his physical body, then at least it could be improved by 1 or 2 levels. Although it didn't achieve the expected effect, it was still okay. Chapter 2025. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and looked up at Fire Lotus. The tribulation clouds had dissipated and the sky was clear again. Fire Lotus was shrouded in golden light. Her body had been reconstructed. Her skin was like congealed fat and glowed with a hazy light. There was also a faint smile on her sparkling cheeks. Her eyes were slightly closed and she looked like she was in a deep sleep. At this moment, there was no longer any evil aura on her body. Instead, it was replaced by a sacred aura that could not be blasphemed. She stood in the void, her fine black hair fluttering in the wind like a fairy. She was stunning beyond compare. The Fire Lotus mark between her eyebrows was still there. Qin Feiyang only glanced at her for a moment before he withdrew his gaze and turned to look elsewhere. Because Fire Lotus was not wearing anything at this moment. Her impressive figure and tender skin were all visible at a glance. Gradually, the golden light around Fire Lotus dissipated. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at herself. Her face was full of joy. She noticed Qin Feiyang below and lowered her head to look at him. Her expression was filled with gratitude. But just as she was about to call out to Qin Feiyang, she fell silent again. The look in her eyes also changed. There was an extremely complicated emotion in them. Sigh. After a long time, She sighed softly. The emotion in her eyes dissipated and she returned to normal. Qin Dage. She called out softly. Qin Feiyang immediately raised his head to look, but he saw that Huo Lian's body was still completely naked. His face suddenly twitched, and he hurriedly turned his head and said helplessly, "Girl, I'm still a man." Fire Lotus was stunned. Only then did she notice that she was not wearing any clothes. She blushed and hurriedly activated her divine power to transform it into a light yellow long dress to cover her body. She looked at Qin Feiyang again and murmured, "Girl." This name made her feel inexplicably close. "Are you done?" Qin Feiyang asked. Fire Lotus regained her senses and said, "It's done." Only then did Qin Feiyang turn around and land in front of Fire Lotus. He reached out to tidy up her messy hair and stared at her with a smile. "It's not easy to be reborn as a human. You must cherish this opportunity." "All right." Fire Lotus enjoyed this adoration. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "What about your memories?" When Fire Lotus heard this, she lowered her head and said dejectedly, "I haven't remembered yet." Qin Feiyang frowned. He had already gotten rid of his undead body, so why hadn't he regained his memories? Fire Lotus said, "Although my memories haven't been restored, I seem to have gained some fragments." "For example?" Qin Feiyang asked. Fire Lotus thought for a moment and said, "That rusty axe seems to be my previous divine weapon." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "That's simple. I'll have Zhao Tailai return it to you later. Apart from this, do you have any impression of your name, identity, family, and so on?" That axe had always been with Zhao Tailai. "I do, but it's very blurry. I can't see it clearly." Fire Lotus shook her head. Qin Feiyang frowned. Could it be that the undead bottleneck-breaking pill couldn't restore Fire Lotus's memories? Fire Lotus smiled and said, "Actually, it doesn't matter. It's pretty good like this now. I have you as my brother and the mermaid sisters. I'm very satisfied." "I'm worried about you, and you're comforting me instead?" Qin Feiyang angrily knocked Fire Lotus's forehead. Fire Lotus giggled. "All right, we won't force this matter. Let nature take its course. And now, since you've gotten rid of your undead body, you can naturally cultivate. Work hard in the future. Don't drag us down." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I promise I won't." Fire Lotus raised her small hand and giggled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Then, he appeared in the castle with Fire Lotus. "Fire Lotus, congratulations." Everyone immediately gathered around. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, "Why aren't you cultivating? With such a big commotion, how can we still be in the mood to cultivate?" Mermaid Princess rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang. She grabbed Fire Lotus's hand and said with a smile, "Sister, whether it's in the past or in the future, we're all family. If you have any needs, don't be polite." "Thank you, Mermaid Sister." Looking at these familiar faces in front of her, Fire Lotus couldn't help but feel a sense of belonging in her heart. "Sister Fire Lotus, I heard the conversation between you and the young master just now. Here you are." Zhao Talai took out the rusty axe and handed it to Fire Lotus. "Thank you, Brother Zhao." Fire Lotus looked at the axe and said gratefully. Then she reached out and grabbed the axe. At the moment when the axe entered Huo Yan's hand, strands of divine light burst forth from the axe. There was even a piece of rust that fell off. Everyone looked at the axe in surprise. This was the first time they saw rust fall off. But just as everyone was looking forward to seeing the true face of the axe, the divine light gradually dissipated. Only a piece of rust fell off. "Fire Lotus, what's going on?" Zhao Talai raised his head and looked at Fire Lotus in astonishment. "I don't know either." Fire Lotus shook her head. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Fire Lotus has only recovered some scattered memories. Don't force her." "All right." Zhao Tailai nodded and put away his curiosity. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "When are we going back to Nine Heavens Palace?" "No hurry." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled, "Let's cultivate." Everyone shook their heads speechlessly. If it was someone else with evidence in their hands, they would have already rushed back to Nine Heavens Palace. Unlike this guy, who didn't care at all. However, even Qin Feiyang himself wasn't in a hurry, so there was no need for them to make a fuss. Thus, they all went into seclusion again. Qin Feiyang also took out some soul stones and prepared to refine them. But at this time, Fire Lotus hesitated, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Qin Dage, I want to go out." "Go out?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Fire Lotus nodded. "Go out for what?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Fire Lotus pondered for a while and said, "In my memory, there seems to be a place that has a deep relationship with me. I want to go and take a look." "So it's like that?" Qin Feiyang nodded his head in realization. After thinking for a while, he got up and smiled. "Then I'll accompany you. Right now, I'm wanted everywhere outside. I'm worried if you go alone." "It's fine. I'll be careful. Don't delay your cultivation." Fire Lotus hurriedly waved her hand. "No," Qin Feiyang shook his head. "There's really no need. Although I'm weak, I can still hide my identity." Fire Lotus said. "Really?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "You just need to give me a few teleportation altars. I'll be back soon." Fire Lotus laughed. "All right then." Qin Feiyang took out 5 to 6 altars and gave them to Fire Lotus. He reminded her, "Be careful." Fire Lotus nodded and kept the altars. The axe was also kept in her chi-si. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Fire Lotus out. The place she appeared at was Guyang's house. But now, this place was empty. Fire Lotus stood in the courtyard and looked around. She then looked in the direction of 9th Heaven Palace. Her eyes were a little confused. But gradually, the confusion disappeared with the wind and was replaced by a smile. "This feeling I've never felt before. I want to cherish," Huolian muttered. Then, she condensed another mask to cover her face. After that, she opened a teleportation altar and walked onto it. P.S. The 3rd chapter will be a little late. Friends who can't wait, read it tomorrow morning. Chapter 2026. Tens of thousands of miles away from Sky Dragon City, there was a majestic mountain range that was vast and boundless. The mountain stream was filled with lush vegetation and fierce beasts. Many giant peaks towered into the sky. But the most eye-catching thing was the river. Within the mountain range, there were countless rivers. Looking down from above, the crisscrossing rivers that extended in all directions looked like a spider web. And at the center of it all, there was a huge city that stood tall and majestic. Above the city gate, there were 3 bold and vigorous words. Star River City. Star River City was named after these rivers. On the streets of the city, there was an endless stream of people and carriages. The shops on both sides were filled with a dazzling array of treasures. The sound of people's laughter, discussions, and bargaining intertwined together to create a peaceful atmosphere. And at the center of the city was the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion occupied a large area, almost 1/5 of the entire Star River City. There were many experts and the security was extremely tight. Shwa. Suddenly, a woman with a graceful figure actually ignored the powerhouses of the City Lord's mansion and directly descended in the air above a grand and magnificent hall. This was the Star River City Lord's palace. "Who is it?" The guards around the palace immediately sensed the woman's aura and immediately looked up at her and shouted, "Star River City Lord, come out." The woman was wearing a mask and her eyes were as cold as ice. She shouted with a ruthless tone, "Mask? She seems to be Jiang Haoyan's younger brother, Jiang Fire Lotus?" The guards were bewildered. Shwa. A muscular man rushed out of the palace and looked up at the woman. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. This person was the City Lord of Star River City. He was 8 feet tall and had bulging muscles all over his body. He was like a small giant and was filled with an explosive aura. "Did Jiang Haoyan ask you to come and apologize?" The City Lord of Star River City said gloomily. "My brother doesn't know, so I came to find you." The woman said. "That's right. She was Fire Lotus." The City Lord of Star River City said, "So, you want to help Jiang Haoyan apologize?" "Apologize?" Fire Lotus muttered. "Let me tell you, a debt of blood must be paid in blood. This matter will not end so easily. Since you've delivered yourself to me, I'll kill you first and collect some interest." The Star River City's city lord bellowed as a terrifying aura surged out of him, pouncing towards the Fire Lotus. Perfect Divine Lord. Fire Lotus's expression remained unchanged as she looked at the Star River City Lord. "What? You can actually see through my cultivation?" The Star River City Lord was shocked. "Your little bit of cultivation isn't even worthy of my attention. Furthermore, I have not come here with the intention of apologizing to you. Rather, I wish to obtain an answer from you." Fire Lotus said calmly. Celestial River City's eyebrows furrowed. How could he be so calm? Fire Lotus said, "Nye Yun's death ends here. You're not allowed to cause trouble for my brother. If you agree, then nod your head. If not..." Hearing this, the Star River City's city lord did not wait for Fire Lotus to finish her words before he roared, "What if I don't agree?" "If you don't agree," Fire Lotus muttered as killing intent flashed across her eyes, "then you can reunite with Nye Yun in the underworld." "How dare you? A mere war god dares to speak such arrogant words. Let me tell you, a life for a life is a right and proper thing to do. Jiang Haotian killed my son, so he must pay for it with his life. Little girl, you've got guts. You dared to barge into my city lord's mansion alone. Fine, I won't kill you. However, don't even think about leaving the city lord's mansion. Be my woman from now on, bear my children and forgive Jiang Haotian for his wrongdoings." The city governor of Milky Way City licked his lips as he looked at the fiery lotus with a lewd look on his face. The surrounding guards could not help but burst into laughter when they heard this. Fire Lotus did not get angry. Instead, there was a hint of a smile in her eyes. "What's going on? She's not afraid at all?" The guards were suspicious. "What a bunch of ignorant idiots. In the North region, no one has ever dared to be disrespectful to me, let alone say such words." "Very good." Fire Lotus nodded. "Stop being so pretentious." The Star River City's city lord sneered. "What could a mere low-level martial immortal possibly do? My brother is very busy and has no time to deal with small fries like you. Let me do it for him. None of you will live." As soon as Huolian finished speaking, the rusty axe appeared. Boom! A destructive aura immediately gushed out from the axe. The Star River City's city lord looked at the axe in shock, and a chill that could not be dispersed emerged in his heart. What was going on? One must know. He was a perfect monarch god. Even if the axe was a legendary artifact, with this woman's cultivation, it was impossible for her to pose a threat to him. But why was there a sense of fear in his heart now? "Whither?" Fire Lotus said calmly. Clang! The rust on the axe fell off piece by piece, emitting a multicolored divine light. At this moment, the rust was like flower petals, pleasing to the eye. At the same time, it carried an unparalleled sharpness. Whoosh! With a wave of Fire Lotus's hand, the rust instantly turned into streams of light and pierced through the sky. The Star River City's city lord roared and attacked without hesitation. His divine power covered the sky and pounced on the rust. However, the rust easily penetrated the divine power. One of the pieces of rust, which was only the size of a fingernail, disappeared between the Star River City's city lord's eyebrows with a whoosh. Fresh blood blossomed like a beautiful rose. How is this possible? The Star River City's city lord's eyes widened in anger. Then he fell to the ground. "City Lord!" The group of guards' expressions changed. They hurriedly ran over and gasped. The city lord had actually died. "Oh my God! What kind of artifact is that axe of hers?" "It's just a piece of rust, but it killed a perfected divine lord in an instant." The guards fell to the ground in despair. They didn't even have the strength to move. Whoosh! Ah! Countless pieces of rust cut through the void. The guards fell one after another. Their foreheads were all pierced. Their divine souls were annihilated, and their blood dyed the ground red. In less than 3 breaths, there was no longer a living person here. However, Fire Lotus seemed to have done something very normal. She glanced at the corpses indifferently and opened an altar. As for the rust, it quickly flew back and landed on the axe. Where do you think you're going? Suddenly, an old, angry roar resounded. An old man with white hair rushed over murderously. The aura he emitted was even stronger than the Star River City's city lord. Fire Lotus turned to look. She didn't speak and her expression was still cold. What did my son do? Why did you kill him? The white-haired old man landed in front of Fire Lotus. He looked at the Star River City Lord's corpse and said angrily, "Nye Mingshan, perfected divine lord." Fire Lotus said indifferently, "You know me?" The white-haired old man was surprised. "In the North region, I know anyone with a bit of strength and status. And you were once a deacon elder of Nine Heaven Palace. However, because of favoritism, you were expelled from Nine Heaven Palace. At that time, you were only a great success divine lord." Fire Lotus said. "This?" The white-haired old man looked at Fire Lotus with a dazed expression. Nine Heaven Palace had always cared about their reputation. Therefore, this kind of thing wouldn't be announced to the public. In other words, the truth of him leaving Nine Heaven Palace was only known to the upper echelons of Nine Heaven Palace. The disciples of Nine Heaven Palace, including the City Lord Manor, had always thought that he went into seclusion. But this woman in front of him not only knew about this, she even knew his cultivation when he was expelled from Nine Heaven Palace. Who exactly was she? Fire Lotus said, "You are quite famous in the North region. But why are your descendants so weak?" "What do you mean?" Nye Mingshan frowned. "Your grandson, Nye Yun, for a few soul stones, colluded with others to kill the innocent during the test. And your son is also unreasonable. Nye Yun asked for it, but you still want to avenge him. So this is the descendant you taught?" Fire Lotus said indifferently. Nye Mingshan's face turned green and red. "Actually, I know that you are trying to curry favor with Feng Yuan. But you used the wrong method and chose the wrong target. My brother, Jiang Haotian, is not someone you can mess with." After saying that, Fire Lotus stepped onto the altar. "Did I give you permission to leave?" Nye Mingshan was enraged. His godly power roared as he attacked. Clang. Fire Lotus raised her eyebrows. The rust on the axe fell off and formed a colorful barrier that protected her in the center. With a loud bang, divine power surged and the altar shattered. But Fire Lotus was protected by the rust and wasn't hurt at all. "You're courting death." The rust scattered, revealing Fire Lotus's cold eyes. As Fire Lotus waved her hand, the rust rushed toward Nye Mingshan like butterflies. Boom! Nye Mingshan's body shook and a set of armor appeared. It was a peak-level divine armor. However, before the rust, the armor was like tofu, unable to withstand a single blow. In merely an instant, countless bloody holes appeared on Nye Mingshan's body. His body was like a sieve that was penetrated from the front to the back, and blood was flowing out non-stop. "So strong. Are you?" Nye Mingshan stared at Fire Lotus in disbelief and muttered to himself before falling down. "Who am I?" Fire Lotus stared at Nye Mingshan's body and suddenly smiled. "Of course I'm Jiang Fire Lotus, Jiang Haotian's sister." After saying that, she scanned the entire City Lord's mansion. "When cutting weeds, you have to dig up the roots." Following his words, the countless pieces of rust scattered in all directions like a swarm of locusts. Palaces collapsed one after another, and lives were plundered one after another. Rumbles and screams were endless and resounded through the sky. In less than 10 breaths, the entire City Lord's mansion was razed to the ground. No one was left alive. When the rust returned, Fire Lotus put away the axe, opened the altar, and left without looking back. Chapter 2027. What's going on? Who did it? The commotion in the city governor's mansion had alarmed everyone in Galaxy City. When everyone rushed to the city governor's mansion and saw the scene in front of them, they were all shocked. The huge city governor's mansion had been massacred without a single survivor. Especially when they saw the bodies of the city governor and Nye Mingshan, they couldn't help but be shocked. A perfect Sir God and a perfect Sir God had been killed. The most important thing was that the battle didn't last long. It could even be said that it was very short. In other words, these two were killed in an instant. To kill experts of this level in an instant, how strong was the culprit? 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. This matter quickly spread to other cities, including Sky Dragon City and Ninth Heaven Palace. What? Galaxy City Governor's Mansion was massacred? Did you see who did it? I've been to Galaxy City. Not only was Nie Mingshan in the city governor's mansion, but there were also countless experts. I didn't expect them all to be killed. This is too crazy. What's going on in the North region recently? Big things are happening one after another. Everyone was discussing. Ninth Heaven Palace. Conference Hall. All the big shots gathered here again. The Great Elder said in a deep voice, "Everyone has heard about what happened in Galaxy City, right?" Everyone nodded. "I wonder what everyone thinks about this matter?" The Great Elder asked. To be able to kill Nie Mingshan and the entire city governor's mansion, this person's cultivation must have surpassed a Sir God. An expert of this level would be a famous figure in the North region. And at that time, no one saw the culprit. It's probably very difficult to investigate. Someone said. It's indeed very difficult. But Great Elder, I don't think we need to care about this matter, right? After all, the major cities in the North region are managed by the city governors themselves. It has nothing to do with Ninth Heaven Palace. Furthermore, Nie Mingshan is not a good person. Back in the Nine Heavens Palace, he used his authority to commit all sorts of crimes. If it wasn't for the fact that he had served the Nine Heavens Palace for so many years, he would have already died. Someone said, "How is it unrelated? What is the duty of Ninth Heaven Palace?" It's to maintain order and peace in the North region. Now that someone has massacred the city governor's mansion and caused a bloodbath, if we don't step forward, how will the world see us? The most important thing is that if we ignore it, this person will definitely become more and more. Feng Yuan Feng said in a deep voice. Shengguan Fenglan glanced at Feng Yuan and sighed. Recently, our northern region seems to be a little chaotic. Jiang Haoyan? Moreover, I heard that the last time Jiang Haoyan and Madman sparred in the Sea of Heavenly Dragons, they also encountered the subordinates of Star River City's City Lord. So I'm thinking, could it be that this Jiang Haoyan knew that the Star River City Lord wouldn't let him go, so he made the first move? Impossible! Jiang Haoyan's methods are indeed not simple, but to kill Nie Mingshan, this seems a little exaggerated. No matter how they looked at it, this was not possible. Before investigating clearly, it's better not to make wild guesses. Before this old man has already sent people to Star River City. I estimate that it won't be long before news comes back. Let's talk about this Jiang Haoyan first. Fenglan, there's still no news of his whereabouts? First Elder looked at Shengguan Fenglan and asked. Shengguan Fenglan shook her head. First Elder frowned and said, "Then, did you get any valuable information from Mu Tianyang?" Shengguan Fenglan said. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he looked at First Elder and said, "This Mu Tianyang and Jiang Haoyan are definitely related. First Elder, I think we should use extraordinary means in extraordinary times." What do you mean by extraordinary means? First Elder was curious. Feng Yuan said, "Force a confession." The one who made the mistake is Jiang Haoyan. If we were to torture an unrelated person, wouldn't we become a laughingstock if word of this were to spread? Moreover, Mu Tianyang may not really know the whereabouts of Jiang Haoyan and the others. Someone immediately objected. Feng Yuan was furious and shouted, "Then, are we just going to let them get away with it?" Get away with it? Do you think we, the people of the Law Enforcement Hall, are useless? You don't have to worry about this. Just manage your resource hall well. Shengguan Fenglan said lightly. Then I'll wait and see how you're going to find these people. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. Suddenly, a man in black landed in the center of the hall. Everyone looked at him in unison. First Elder asked, "How's the investigation?" Indeed, no one survived. And it's also confirmed that whether it's Nie Mingshan and his son, or the others in the City Lord's mansion, they were all killed in seconds. Judging from the residual aura at the scene, it should be caused by a divine weapon. But I didn't catch the aura of the perpetrator, so I can't tell who it is. The man in black said respectfully. Divine weapon. Everyone looked at each other. First Elder sighed and said, it seems that this is another unsolved case, but no matter what, we have to give the world an explanation and continue to investigate. The man in black bowed and disappeared without a trace. Time passed in a flash. 5 days passed. In the ancient castle, everyone was cultivating in seclusion without paying attention to the outside world. For example, Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, White-Eyed Wolf, and the others had all stepped into the advanced war god stage. And Qin Feiyang, these days, his heart was in turmoil and he couldn't cultivate in peace. He was naturally worried about Fire Lotus. It was also this morning that Fire Lotus returned. Seeing Fire Lotus return safely, Qin Feiyang finally breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he was a little angry. They had clearly said that she would be back soon. But in the end, it was a full 5 days. I'm sorry, Qin Dage, I've made you worry. Fire Lotus lowered her head and said, You still know that I'll be worried? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at her. Isn't there a reason for this? I was going to come back that day, but I suddenly heard that the city lord's mansion of Star River City was massacred, so I went to take a look out of curiosity. Fire Lotus said. What? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, Are you talking about Nie Yun's father? The entire city lord's mansion was killed, and Nie Yun's father and grandfather were not spared. Fire Lotus nodded. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He was thinking of finding time to go to Star River City to solve this problem. But he didn't expect that someone would beat him to it. Speaking of which, it was a great help to him. Who did it? After coming back to his senses, Qin Feiyang asked. I don't know. It's said that the people of Ninth Heaven Palace are investigating, but there's no news. However, some people are guessing that it might be related to you. Fire Lotus said. I'm getting shot even when I'm lying down. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. There were so many people in the North region, how could it be related to him? It's because you're so famous now. Fire Lotus covered her mouth and laughed. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Humans are afraid of fame, pigs are afraid of being fat. This saying is indeed true. Fire Lotus asked, You haven't broken through to Perfect War God yet? It's still early. To break through to Perfect War God, one needs to refine 1 million soul stones. Although after breaking through to Perfect War God, the speed of refining soul stones has increased a bit, and I can refine about 70 soul stones a day, it will still take a total of 39 years, close to 40 years. Even in the ancient castle it will take more than a month. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Close to 40 years? Fire Lotus was shocked. She shook her head and smiled bitterly. I've never calculated it before, so I didn't know it would take so long just to refine soul stones. That's right. 1 million soul stones will take a few decades to refine. Then to break through to Perfect War God, half-step Divine Lord. Speaking up to here, Qin Feiyang couldn't continue. To break through to Perfect War God, one needs to refine 10 million soul stones. To break through to half-step Divine Lord, one needs to refine 100 million. All of this was multiplied exponentially. Time, there's never enough. Fire Lotus asked, Then when do you plan to return to Jiutian Palace? Jiutian Palace? Qin Feiyang pondered for a bit, then said, It should be about time, we'll go back tomorrow morning. After saying that, he took out an image crystal and sent a message to Hui. The next day, early in the morning, a man and a woman appeared in front of the stairway to heaven. It was Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus. The white-haired old man opened his eyes and looked at the two with a surprised expression. Greetings, senior. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. The white-haired old man didn't reply. An undetectable light flashed across his eyes, then he closed them again. What's going on? We're wanted criminals right now. Why isn't there any reaction? Fire Lotus was a bit surprised. Who knows? Qin Feiyang shrugged, looked around and smiled. Hui isn't here yet, let's wait a bit longer. Jiang Haoyan? Jiang Fire Lotus? A few disciples came out of Jiutian Palace. When they saw Qin Feiyang and Jiang Haoyan, they looked at each other. How could it be these two? Were their eyes playing tricks on them? The few of them rubbed their eyes hard and looked at the two of them again. It's really them? Quick, 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 notify the disciplinary hall, Jiang Haoyan and his sister are back. They immediately turned around and returned to Jiutian Palace as if they were injected with chicken blood. What? They're back. What's going on? Don't they know they're wanted? They still dare to go back, aren't they walking right into a trap? After a while, Jiutian Palace was in an uproar. A large number of disciples rushed to the stairway to heaven, accompanied by a group of aggressive enforcers, including the outer elder, Cheng Li. His expression was even more terrifying, as if he was going to eat someone. Because Qin Feiyang and the others sneaked away, not only did he lose face, but he was also punished, so he had a stomach full of anger. Chapter 2028. Jiang Haoyan. With an angry roar, Cheng Li rushed down from the heaven stairway with a fierce aura. Qin Dage, be careful. Fire Lotus quickly stood in front of Qin Feiyang. From Cheng Li's posture, he would definitely attack as soon as he came down. Although Cheng Li was only an outer sect elder, his strength was not bad. Once he attacked, Qin Feiyang's purple gold dragon blood would definitely be exposed. But Fire Lotus's action made Qin Feiyang a little stunned. She actually stood in front of him to protect him without hesitation? Good girl, she has a conscience. Girl, get out of the way. You are not his opponent. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand and gently pushed Fire Lotus to the side, then took a step forward and protected Fire Lotus behind him. Fire Lotus was taken aback, then looked at Qin Feiyang's back with a happy smile in her eyes. It was so good to have such a big brother. At this time, Cheng Li had already rushed down, raised his arm and slapped towards Qin Feiyang. There was no mercy. The wind from the palm was as deafening as thunder. Disciple greets elder. Qin Feiyang bowed. On the surface, it was a salute, but in fact, it was to avoid the slap. Cheng Li's slap missed, and he was a little angry. Qin Feiyang secretly said, Elder, don't go too far. You and Feng Wenhai's tricks can be hidden from others, but not from me. Cheng Li was surprised. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Cheng Li with a smile. Elder, if you really want to fight, then I will tell Madman the truth. I don't understand what you are talking about. Cheng Li snorted. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. You just need to know that if Madman knows, you will use his hand to get rid of me. I think with Madman's temper, he will not let this go. Qin Feiyang secretly said. Cheng Li's pupils contracted. Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. So, before we meet, we should be more amiable. After all, it's just a small matter. There's no need to be so stiff, right? Small matter. Cheng Li secretly sneered and said, I'll let you be proud for now. In any case, you'll be crying later. That's not necessarily true. Perhaps you will be able to enjoy a good show today. Qin Feiyang said. What do you mean? Cheng Li frowned. Qin Feiyang shrugged and transmitted his voice. I don't know what it means. I'm just talking nonsense. You? Cheng Li was instantly enraged. He felt as if he had been played like a monkey. Whoosh! At this moment, the law enforcers and disciples had finally arrived. There were more than 10 law enforcement officers. Every single one of them exuded an aura that surpassed that of the battle god as they surrounded Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus. As for the disciples, they were all crowded at the top of the heaven stairway, looking down at Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus as they gesticulated and discussed. Get lost! Suddenly, a cold shout rang out like thunder, causing the disciples' faces to turn pale and the blood in their bodies to surge. They quickly turned their heads and saw a woman in purple walking over step by step, exuding a bone-piercing cold aura. It was Shangguan Fenglan. Seeing this, the pupils of the disciples shrank as they hurriedly retreated to the side. Shangguan Fenglan passed through the crowd and walked down the stairway to heaven step by step. She swept her gaze over Qin Feiyang and Qin Feiyang. Even Qin Feiyang didn't dare to look straight at her gaze that was as sharp as a knife. Fire Lotus stood behind Qin Feiyang and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Why are there only the two of you? Where are Hui Yi and Jiang Ruxuang? Shangguan Fenglan stopped in the middle of the heaven stairway and looked at Qin Feiyang. Sorry I'm late. Speak of the devil. Hui Yi appeared at the top of the mountain, but he was holding a wine jar in his hand and his whole body reeked of alcohol. He's still drinking at this time? What does this guy mean? Is he looking down on us? The law enforcement officers stared at Hui Yi angrily. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus also looked at each other. Drinking early in the morning, what was this bastard doing? The corners of Shangguan Fenglan's mouth kept twitching. In order to find them, she had been running around for the past few days and was almost exhausted. But what about these people? Not only were they all flushed, but there was even one who ran over drunk. Could it be that these few days, they had been looking for pleasure and romance? What a comfortable life. She felt very unbalanced in her heart now. Hui Yi held the wine jar and staggered to Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus. He stuffed the wine jar directly into Qin Feiyang's hands and said while shaking his head, Jiang, Jiang, Jiang? Brother Jiang, come, this is for you. Even his words were a little stuttering. Qin Feiyang looked at the wine jar and asked puzzledly, what do you mean? Look at today, we are not afraid of death, not afraid of power, and returned to the Nine Heavens Palace. What an amazing feat this is. So this wine must be drunk. Hui Yi waved his hand and roared righteously. Not afraid of death? Not afraid of power? The disciples above burst into an uproar. It was obvious that he had made a mistake, but now he was speaking righteously and saying that he was not afraid of power? Just how shameless was he? Qin Feiyang looked at Hui Yi meaningfully, then glanced at the ashen-faced Shangguan Fenglan and the others, and laughed. This wine must be drunk. After saying that, he held the wine jar, raised his head, and crazily poured it into his mouth. Not long after, a large jar of wine was drunk by him without a drop left. Following that, he smashed the wine jar and shouted, Let's go, we're going to die. What an honor it is to be able to die with Brother Jiang. Hui Yi roared and followed Qin Feiyang up the sky stairway. Fire Lotus looked at the two and couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. Then she followed the two and walked up the sky stairway. These two are really crazy. Understand, after all, they are going to die soon. It's a pity that they have soul stones. Last time when they fought with Shi Tai, they won a lot. Everyone's face was full of schadenfreude. When Qin Feiyang and the other two walked to Shangguan Fenglan's side, Shangguan Fenglan suddenly raised her eyebrows and secretly said, What are you doing? Going to die. Hui Yi grinned, shook his head and sighed, and said disappointedly, It's a pity that in the end I didn't get the heart of the beauty, otherwise I can die without regrets. Shangguan Fenglan's face darkened. Others may not understand this sentence, but she clearly knew what it meant. Let's go. Back to the conference hall. Shangguan Fenglan looked at the law enforcers and shouted. It's clearly in front of me, within reach, but it's so far away. Why is the heavens so cruel to me? I just want to get pure love. Is it so difficult? Just as Shangguan Fenglan turned around, Hui Yi stretched out his hand again, looked at the sky, and cried out sadly. Shangguan Fenglan was expressionless, but her slender fingers could not help but clench tightly. Fire Lotus glanced at Shangguan Fenglan and said with a smile, Big brother Hui Yi, are you officially confessing? I am confessing. But the distance between me and her is like this sky stairway. I'm at the bottom, and she's at the top. It's unreachable. Hui Yi sighed. He did not transmit his voice, but it fell clearly into Shangguan Fenglan's ears. Shangguan Fenglan's veins twitched violently. She could not help but turn around and kick Hui Yi. Hui Yi immediately rolled down like a rubber ball. He fell until his nose was bruised and his eyes were swollen, and he wailed again and again. What's going on? This sudden scene made everyone dumbfounded. However, after Hui got up, he looked at the angry Shangguan Fenglan with a silly smile on his face. Something's wrong. This guy seemed to be confessing to our law enforcement hall master before? Fuck. An outer disciple confessed to the law enforcement hall master? This is simply unheard of. Awesome. Not to mention anything else, just this, he is worthy of being the idol of us men. The disciples above all secretly gave Hui a thumbs up. This courage was worthy of praise. Shangguan Fenglan was about to go berserk. She raised her head and glared at those disciples. When the group of disciples saw this, they immediately dispersed. Big news, big news. That outer disciple Hui actually confessed to the law enforcement hall master. No way. How is this possible? It's true. You didn't see how crazy he was just now. Amazing, admirable. Our hall master is a publicly recognized goddess. As the saying goes, good news does not go out, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. So, this matter caused an uproar in the Nine Heavens Palace, and everyone knew about it. This made Shangguan Fenglan almost explode with anger. Although her status was high, she could not shut the mouths of the disciples below. Along the way, Shangguan Fenglan's face was gloomy. On the other hand, although Hui had a black nose and purple eyes, his face was beaming with joy. Qin Feiyang helplessly shook his head and said, "Brother Hua, I finally understand why you drank so early in the morning. You are using the alcohol to burn your boats. A man must dare to do and fight, otherwise, he will only be a bachelor for the rest of his life." Hui straightened his back and laughed proudly. "You are not daring to do and fight, you are courting death." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. "What about you? How confident are you this time?" Hui transmitted his voice. 100% confident. Qin Feiyang said confidently. "Ha, then I will wait and watch the show." Hui laughed secretly. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth, looked at Shangguan Fenglan in front of him, and said, "Lord Hall Master, we are not going to the conference hall. Do you have the right to choose where you want to go?" Shangguan Fenglan shouted without turning her head. "We have made such a big mistake, so naturally we have to be interrogated and judged in public. If you go to the conference hall, what if someone says that you are practicing favoritism? Wouldn't that ruin your reputation?" Qin Feiyang said. Shangguan Fenglan frowned and transmitted her voice. "What are you doing?" I can't say. Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously. Shangguan Fenglan looked deeply at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "Then where do you think you should be judged?" "I think it should be the battlefield. The square there is quite big, and it is between the outer and inner door. Disciples from both sides can be present." Qin Feiyang smiled. Chapter 2029. Okay, as you wish. After Shangguan Fenglan finished speaking, she looked at the law enforcers and ordered, "One of you go and inform the Great Elder to publicly judge Jiang Haoyan and the others on the battlefield." One of them immediately sped up and flew away like lightning. Qin Feiyang looked at the man's back and said loudly, "Remember, let them all be present." "Shut up." Shangguan Fenglan snorted and said angrily, "You're getting more and more presumptuous. You're just an outer disciple. What qualifications do you have to let everyone be present?" Hui also looked at Qin Feiyang with dissatisfaction and said, "Lord Temple Master is right. Brother Jiang, you're taking yourself too seriously. This is not good." The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He started to help Shangguan Fenglan? Sure enough, he was beastly and inhumane. Soon, a group of people arrived at the square. At this moment, the square was already full of people. Even outside the square, there was a sea of people. Because when Shangguan Fenglan asked the law enforcer to inform the Great Elder, the inner and outer disciples had already rushed here in advance. Seeing the arrival of Qin Feiyang's group, the disciples on the square also tactfully retreated and made an open space in the center of the square. Cheng Li waved his hand, and a few mahogany chairs appeared on the ground. Then he looked at Shangguan Fenglan and smiled, "Lord Temple Master, please sit." Shangguan Fenglan nodded and sat on one of the chairs. Hui also ran over and sat next to Shangguan Fenglan. The whole place fell into a dead silence. Was there something wrong with this kid's head? What was the situation now? And he even ran to sit with the law enforcement hall master? The corner of Cheng Li's mouth twitched and he shouted, "What are you doing? Is this a place where you can sit?" Hui directly ignored him and looked at Shangguan Fenglan with a flattering smile. "Lord Temple Master, since those big shots haven't arrived yet, let me sit and sober up." "Get lost." Shengguan Fenglan slapped the armrest and shouted angrily. Don't be angry. It's not good for your body. Hua Yi quickly got up, his face full of concern and his words full of ambiguity. When the surrounding disciples heard this, they immediately whispered to each other. The relationship between this person and the law enforcement hallmaster was really thought-provoking. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus stood aside obediently. Seeing Hua Yi walking over, Fire Lotus transmitted a message to him. Big brother Hua Yi, aren't you afraid that Shengguan Fenglan will hate you more and more? Sister, you don't understand. Deep hatred, deep love. In other words, the more she hates me, the more she will pay attention to me. Because I've already left my shadow in her heart. As time passes, this hatred will slowly turn into love. In short, this step is to make her remember me. Hua Yi snickered. Fire Lotus was stunned. So there was a plan? Swish! At this moment, two figures descended above the square. One of them was the guardian who was ordered to inform the great elder. The other person was too familiar to Qin Feiyang and the others. It was Feng Wenhai. Fire Lotus frowned and said, Only Feng Wenhai came? It seems that it's not easy to invite the big shots above to appear. But it's okay for the protagonist to appear. Qin Feiyang secretly said. Protagonist? Fire Lotus was slightly stunned and secretly laughed. It seems that you're the protagonist today. I don't dare to compete with Feng Wenhai for this glory. Qin Feiyang smiled. Feng Wenhai sneered at Qin Feiyang and the other two, then cupped his hands to Shengguan Fenglan and said, Greetings, Hallmaster. Sit. Shengguan Fenglan nodded. This? Feng Wenhai looked at the empty seats next to him, looking a little timid. Sit when I tell you to. Shengguan Fenglan said impatiently. Now she was very uncomfortable in her heart. And all of this was caused by Hui. Okay. Feng Wenhai quickly responded and sat next to Shengguan Fenglan. Shengguan Fenglan said, Cheng Li, put away the other chairs. But just as Cheng Li stepped forward and was about to put away the chairs, a young man in black suddenly rushed over like lightning and sat directly on the chair to Shengguan Fenglan's left. Cheng Li was originally going to reprimand him, but when he saw the black-clothed young man's appearance, he suddenly felt awkward. Feng Wenhai, who was sitting on Shengguan Fenglan's right, raised his eyebrows and said angrily, Lunatic, what are you doing? What does it matter? It's empty anyway. Lunatic picked his ear and said with an indifferent smile. You have no respect for the law and have no respect for your elders. Feng Wenhai was furious and shouted, then looked at Shengguan Fenglan and said, Hallmaster. Shengguan Fenglan glanced at Lunatic and waved at Feng Wenhai. It's fine. Feng Wenhai's face suddenly turned pale. Even Feng Wenhai was defeated, so Cheng Li naturally did not dare to say anything. He put away the other chairs and then retreated to the side. Madman glanced at Qin Feiyang, then turned to look at Feng Wenhai. He grinned and said, Elder Feng, don't just stand there. Begin the interrogation. Could it be that you want the hallmaster to personally interrogate him? What kind of disciples are these? Each one is more outrageous than the last. When I become the hallmaster of the law enforcement hall in the future, the first thing I'll do will be these people. Feng Wenhai snorted inwardly. If Qin Feiyang and the other two knew about this, they would definitely burst out laughing on the spot. He was about to die and still wanted to be the hallmaster of the law enforcement hall? He was too naive. Feng Wenhai took a deep breath and looked at Shengguan Fenglan. Hallmaster, this is already a matter of conclusive evidence. Do we still need to interrogate them? Then what do you think? Shengguan Fenglan asked. Just kill them and punish them. Feng Wenhai said without any hesitation. A cold light flashed in Fire Lotus's eyes as she thought, he really can't wait. If it were me, I would do the same to avoid any changes. Qin Feiyang said. Shengguan Fenglan heard this and looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two. Killing intent flashed in her eyes and she was about to give the order. But at this moment, Madman picked his nose and said, Elder Feng, since there's conclusive evidence, there's no need to be so anxious. Feng Wenhai was annoyed. He suddenly stood up and stared at Lunatic. Pay attention to your identity. You are just a disciple. You have no right to interfere in these matters. Lunatic said unhappily, a disciple is also a human. Can't he express his opinion? More and more presumptuous. Feng Wenhai was so angry that his nose was crooked. Lunatic contradicted him time and time again. With so many disciples watching, wasn't it obvious that he was embarrassing him? Don't be angry. What I mean is, since they will die sooner or later, let them say their last words before they die. This will also show the kindness and magnanimity of our Nine Heavens Palace. Lunatic said. Lunatic, you also know what kindness and magnanimity are? Feng Wenhai seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. Lunatic said unhappily, I'm not happy with you saying this. I'm saying this for the good of Nine Heavens Palace. So what if you're not happy? Feng Wenhai said angrily. So what? If I'm not happy, you as an elder of the law enforcement hall won't have a good time either. Madman chuckled. Presumptuous. Hallmaster, are you going to let him continue to be so rampant? Feng Wenhai was so angry that his face and neck turned red. Don't be angry, don't be angry. It's bad for your body. Lunatic quickly comforted him. Scram. Feng Wenhai pushed Lunatic away and said, Hallmaster, please immediately give the order to execute the three of them. Lunatic returned to his chair and said with a smile, Elder Feng is so anxious, could it be that you've done something wrong? You? Feng Wenhai exploded. At the same time, an angry shout sounded, Lunatic, don't be so presumptuous in front of my father. Feng Zihan walked out of the crowd and glared at Lunatic with a cold expression. Lunatic frowned, Stinking woman, this has nothing to do with you. Move aside. The one who should move aside is you. The hallmaster and the elders are sentencing Jiang Haoyan and the others. Why are you joining in the fun? Feng Zihan said gloomily. I'm happy, what can you do? Lunatic curled his lips. Feng Zihan stared at Lunatic, clenching his fists, his eyes spitting fire. What's going on? Aren't they going to publicly sentence Jiang Haoyan and the others? Why are they quarreling first? The surrounding disciples looked at each other. Looking at the situation, it seemed like there was going to be a big fight. Lunatic, if you don't feel comfortable sitting there, then go stand at the back for this hall. Seeing Lunatic pestering here, Shangguan Fenglan was about to go crazy. Lunatic smiled embarrassedly and then became obedient. It seemed that this lawless person was also a little afraid of Shangguan Fenglan. In the past, when you slandered Nine Heavens Palace, this hall was already lenient. Why are you still doing this after becoming a disciple of Nine Heavens Palace? Has my Nine Heavens Palace wronged you? Shangguan Fenglan looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and said angrily. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Shangguan Fenglan shouted. Qin Feiyang said, we admit that slandering Nine Heavens Palace did happen. Now you admit it yourself. This is too much. Lord Hallmaster, this kind of scum, don't tolerate it, quickly kill them. The surrounding disciples roared angrily. Feng Wenhai also sneered. You may have misunderstood. What I said was that slandering Nine Heavens Palace did happen. After all, this matter has already been made known to the entire northern region. But I didn't say that we were the ones slandering Nine Heavens Palace. Qin Feiyang smiled. Still quibbling? Really stubborn. Hallmaster, this kind of stubborn person, there's no need to talk nonsense anymore. Feng Wenhai said. Feng Wenhai, don't be so anxious. If this show doesn't end, it won't be interesting. Qin Feiyang laughed. Feng Wenhai was surprised. Shangguan Fenglan also raised her eyebrows. There was a hidden meaning in his words. Wait a minute. These people had already escaped, but now they took the initiative to come back? Such an abnormal action. Could it be? Thinking of this, a light flashed in the depths of Shangguan Fenglan's eyes. Chapter 2030. There's a show to watch? Frenzy looked at Qin Feiyang impatiently and laughed. I love watching shows the most. Jiang Haoyan, hurry up and let me see how exciting it is. I promise I won't let senior brother down. Qin Feiyang smiled. When the madman heard this, he calmly sat on the chair with a face full of anticipation. Qin Feiyang looked at Shangguan Fenglan and Feng Wenhai, then looked at the crowd and smiled. There are actually many flaws in the matter of slandering Nine Heavens Palace. Flaws? Everyone was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, I believe everyone here knows that before I entered Nine Heavens Palace, there were already slandering Nine Heavens Palace. We know about this. And you also took the initiative to admit your mistake on the mountain peak. Someone said. At that time, it was all thanks to the law enforcement hall master's mercy. Not only did he spare my life, but he also let me enter Nine Heavens Palace and become a member. I want to ask everyone, if it was you, would you continue to slander Nine Heavens Palace? Qin Feiyang asked. We can't even thank him enough. How could we slander Nine Heavens Palace? Someone casually said. I, Jiang Haoyan, am not stupid. Why would I slander Nine Heavens Palace? Isn't that just looking for trouble for myself? Qin Feiyang smiled. Someone else said, but the evidence of you slandering Nine Heavens Palace is conclusive. Evidence? Qin Feiyang laughed and asked, then I want to ask, where is the evidence you're talking about? The disciples were speechless for a moment, because they had only heard about this matter and didn't see any evidence. Jiang Haoyan, what do you mean? This matter was personally investigated by the Great Elder. How could it be false? Feng Wenhai saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly shouted. The Great Elder is a person of virtue and prestige. If he personally sent someone to investigate, then it must be true. It's impossible that the Great Elder would deliberately frame an outer disciple like you. You don't have the qualifications. Everyone followed suit. I'm not qualified. This matter was indeed investigated by the Great Elder. But where is the witness? Although I have just entered the Nine Heavens Palace and haven't met the Great Elder yet, I can imagine that his strength must be heaven-defying. May I ask everyone with his methods, could it be that he couldn't catch my accomplice? Qin Feiyang said lightly. That's true. People murmured. Jiang Haoyan, things have already come to this point, yet you're still quibbling. What's the point? What you should do now is to take the initiative to admit your mistakes and turn over a new leaf. Perhaps we will give you another chance. And if you continue to deny it in every possible way, only death awaits you. Feng Wenhai shouted. Don't get too worked up. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, then looked at the crowd and said, do you want to know the reason? Everyone nodded. That's because even the Great Elder was unable to capture my so-called accomplices. Because these people have already been silenced. Qin Feiyang said. Yes, you're the one who silenced them. You're really vicious, not even letting your accomplice go. For someone like you, is there anything you can't do? Feng Wenhai sneered. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. What a good trick. But that's how it should be. The more this person made a scene, the more miserable his end would be later. Shangguan Fenglan, who had been silent all this time, glanced at Feng Wenhai, then looked at Qin Feiyang expressionlessly and said, from what you're saying, you seem to have been framed? Temple Lord is wise. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. Nonsense. Temple Lord, don't be fooled by him. Feng Wenhai suddenly shouted. I have my own ideas. Shangguan Fenglan waved her hand at Feng Wenhai and said, then tell me, who framed you, and what evidence do you have to prove it? Before I present the evidence. At this point, Qin Feiyang looked at the sky and said fearlessly, this disciple boldly makes a request to the Great Elder. He knew. The Great Elder and a group of big shots must be watching at the conference hall now. Impudent, impudent. How dare you make a request to the Great Elder? You're simply arrogant to the extreme. Feng Wenhai roared angrily and charged toward Qin Feiyang. In fact, he was a little guilty, because he was really afraid that Qin Feiyang had unfavorable evidence in his hands. How dare you? And just as Feng Wenhai charged toward Qin Feiyang, Fire Lotus once again blocked in front of Qin Feiyang, her eyes flashing with a piercing cold light. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This was already the second time. After successfully transcending the tribulation, this girl had become bolder. But in the face of Fire Lotus's scolding, Feng Wenhai turned a deaf ear. Qin Feiyang hurriedly pushed Fire Lotus away and said angrily, Girl, what are you doing? Fire Lotus wanted to say something. Feng Wenhai, stop. But suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded in the sky. The voice was very calm, and even had a trace of kindness. But upon hearing this voice, Feng Wenhai's face instantly changed, and he immediately stopped. The others also looked at the sky. There was no one in the sky. Only that hoarse voice echoed. Whose voice is that? Someone asked in a low voice. Nonsense. Of course it's the great elder of our Nine Heavens Palace. Hall masters like Feng Yuan rarely showed themselves in public, let alone the first elder, one of the strongest figures in the Nine Heavens Palace. So many disciples only knew of his existence, but had never seen him in person. For many people, this was the first time they had heard the great elder's voice. Qin Feiyang was one of them. This terrifying existence's voice was actually so calm, without even the pressure of a superior. This was somewhat beyond his expectations. Great Elder, what are you doing? Feng Wenhai looked at the sky and asked suspiciously. Our Nine Heavens Palace has always been impartial. Yes, we kill good people, but we also don't let bad people go. Since Jiang Haoyan claims to be wronged, then we naturally have to give him a chance to clear his name. Jiang Haoyan, what is your request? The Great Elder's voice reverberated in the sky. Great Elder, this child is treacherous and cunning, don't you know? He definitely wants to play some tricks. Moreover, he's just an outer disciple. How can he make such a request in public? Feng Wenhai said angrily. The Great Elder said, outer disciples are also human, and humans should be respected, don't you think so? Yes. Whatever you say is right. Feng Wenhai nodded helplessly. The Great Elder said, Jiang Haoyan speak? Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, after the truth comes to light, this disciple hopes that the Great Elder can deal with it impartially and kill the person who framed this disciple on the spot. Jiang Haoyan, don't talk nonsense. The First Elder has always been fair and impartial. You're doubting his character by saying that. Shangguan Fenglan scolded. This disciple knows his mistake. Qin Feiyang quickly apologized. It's fine. Don't worry, this old man will deal with it impartially. The Great Elder said. Thank you, Great Elder. Qin Feiyang bowed gratefully, then looked at the crowd and said, actually, from the beginning, we were wronged. Wronged? Then why did you admit it at the sky stairway? Everyone was suspicious. I had to admit it. Because if I didn't admit it, then I wouldn't be able to enter the Nine Heavens Palace, and I wouldn't even be able to keep my life. Qin Feiyang sighed. No way. Who has the ability to stop you from entering the Nine Heavens Palace? Everyone was surprised. Of course, it's also someone from the Nine Heavens Palace, and this person's status in the Nine Heavens Palace isn't low. Qin Feiyang said, then looked at Feng Wenhai and smiled. Elder Feng, don't you think so? Why is he looking at Elder Feng? Could it be? Everyone's heart trembled. Feng Wenhai's eyelids twitched, and he said angrily, is there something wrong with your head? Why are you asking me about this kind of thing? I'm just asking, don't be nervous. Qin Feiyang laughed. How am I nervous? Don't be so sarcastic with me. Feng Wenhai shouted angrily. If Shangguan Fenglan wasn't present, he would have killed him immediately. Let's not talk about it anymore. I believe that everyone is already impatient to see what's going on. Now, I'll take out the evidence to prove my innocence. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he took out an image crystal. Everyone looked at the image crystal suspiciously. As for Feng Wenhai, he became even more nervous. His hands retracted into his sleeves and tightly clenched together. Everyone, please take a look. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the image crystal shone brightly. Following that, an image quickly unfolded in the sky above the square. In the image, there were two middle-aged men sitting in a small tavern, drinking while wantonly slandering Nine Heavens Palace. What? Why would he have such an impression? Feng Wenhai was shocked. His hands were clenched so tightly that they turned white. At the same time, conference hall. Feng Yuan also stared at the image, his eyes filled with disbelief. Soon, the image ended. Jiang Haoyan, this image doesn't seem to be able to prove anything, right? Yeah. They don't have the symbol of our Nine Heavens Palace on them, and they didn't reveal their identity. They didn't even mention the person behind them. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with our Nine Heavens Palace. Maybe this was deliberately arranged by you. Deliberately creating such an image to confuse us. However, the disciples in the square frowned. I deliberately arranged it? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and asked doubtfully, there are so many of you, but no one knows the two of them? One had to know. Although the two of them weren't wearing the uniform of Nine Heavens Palace, they were still from the law enforcement hall. There should be people who knew them. Hearing this, many people shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know them. Brother Jiang, there are many people in the law enforcement hall. Usually, if there's nothing important, they won't easily show themselves. So it's normal that the disciples below don't know them. Hui transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang nodded, then looked at Feng Wenhai and Shangguan Fenglan, and said with a smile, the disciples don't know, but the two of you, as the hall master and elder of the law enforcement hall, should be familiar with these two. 2 chapters today. The second chapter will be released at around 10 o'clock. Chapter 2031. I have no impression. Shangguan Fenglan shook her head. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The dignified hall master of the law enforcement hall actually had no impression of the law enforcers below? What a joke. Hui secretly said, it's not her fault. What do you know? Qin Feiyang glanced at Hui. I may not know about other people, but I know almost everything about her. Hui secretly laughed. You're really obsessed. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. He didn't need to think to know that this guy must have already investigated Shangguan Fenglan thoroughly. How can this be called being obsessed? I'm doing this for my lifelong happiness in the future. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. I won't talk nonsense with you. Actually, you really can't blame Shangguan Fenglan for this matter because she rarely interferes with the law enforcement hall's affairs. It's usually Feng Wenhai who handles it. For example, when the law enforcement hall recruits, Feng Wenhai at most just reports to Shangguan Fenglan. So she, as the hall master, is not familiar with the people below. Hui transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang was speechless. To put it nicely, she's careless. To put it bluntly, she's neglecting her duties and not doing her job. I understand. After all, she's a woman. She definitely doesn't like to show her face outside. Hui said, you're starting to speak for her? Sure enough, she's a person who values her lover over her friends. Qin Feiyang's face was full of disdain. Hui smiled embarrassedly. At this time, Feng Wenhai finally calmed down. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said indifferently, I also have no impression, and the hall master also has no impression. This means that there are no such two people in the law enforcement hall. Ha! Qin Feiyang laughed. When he heard Shangguan Fenglan say that she had no impression, he expected Feng Wenhai to say this. If this video is your so-called evidence, then you're treating all of us as fools. Jiang Haotian, do you know what kind of crime it is to deceive us and the great elder? Feng Wenhai shouted. Don't worry. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Feng Wenhai raised his eyebrows. What the hell is Brother Jiang doing? Gongzi Feng and Gao Xiaolong stood in the crowd, keeping a low profile. Both of them looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. This person never fights a battle that he is not confident in. He must be hiding something. Mu Tianyang, Mu Qing, and Guisueki were also in the crowd. Shangguan Fenglan raised her eyebrows and said, Jiang Haotian, let me give you a warning. The first elder is still watching in the Great Council Hall. Don't laugh around here. Understood. Qin Feiyang nodded. He looked at everyone and said, that was just the first video. Now, I will announce the second video. What? There's a second video? Before Feng Wenhai could breathe a sigh of relief, he became nervous again. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and an image appeared above the square again. It was the scene of the two burly men meeting Guiyong and being silenced. Guiyong. When he saw Guiyong in the image, Feng Wenhai's eyes trembled. Inside the Great Council Hall, Feng Yuan also jumped to his feet. His eyes widened in anger, unable to believe what he was seeing. Feng Yuan, isn't that Gu Yong? I remember, he's one of your people. Why would he meet with Jiang Haoyan's 2 accomplices? The other big shots retracted their gazes and looked at Feng Yuan suspiciously. I don't know. Feng Yuan panicked and quickly shook his head. In the second video, Gu Yong and the 2 burly men mentioned Feng Wenhai. When he saw this, the first elder frowned and turned to look at Feng Yuan. His calm gaze carried a hint of sharpness. Feeling the first elder's gaze, Feng Yuan's face tightened. He hurriedly said, First elder, there's something fishy about this matter. Wenhai would never do such a thing. First elder, please investigate. The first elder fell silent and looked at the image again. Soon, the second video also ended. At this moment, whether it was the Great Council Hall or the image above the square, they were all fixed on the scene where Gu Yong silenced the 2 men. How could this be? Feng Wenhai muttered. Even the private meeting between Gu Yong and the 2 men was recorded? The square was dead silent at this moment. The one who framed Jiang Haoyan and the others was actually Feng Wenhai. This was too crazy. No wonder Jiang Haoyan said that if he didn't admit it, he wouldn't be able to enter the 9 Heavens Palace and wouldn't be able to keep his life. Elder Feng, what do you say now? Don't tell me you don't know this Gu Yong. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the image in the air disappeared. He then looked at Feng Wenhai with a mocking gaze. Feng Wenhai's expression was incomparably flustered. Among the crowd, Gong Zifeng was also dumbfounded. He never thought that Qin Feiyang would have such irrefutable evidence in his hands. Amazing! Gao Xiaolong was also full of admiration. To have this kind of evidence, especially when the opponent was the enforcement hall's elder Feng Wenhai, was harder than ascending to the heavens. Feng Wenhai, what explanation do you have? Suddenly, a cold voice exploded. Shangguan Fenglan slammed her palm on the armrest. With a crack, the armrest shattered on the spot. This action gave everyone a fright. Feng Wenhai was so scared that he almost collapsed. Hallmaster, I'm innocent, I don't know about this. This must be Gu Yong impersonating my name and doing this in private. No, you let Gu Yong come out and confront him? Feng Wenhai cried out. But he was sneering in his heart. Gu Yong, oh Gu Yong, don't blame me. It was your own carelessness that allowed this little beast to catch you red-handed. Now, I can only let you be the scapegoat. Shangguan Fenglan said in a deep voice, Where is Gu Yong now? I don't know. Feng Wenhai shook his head. You don't know? Shangguan Fenglan was so angry that she laughed and shouted, He was also silenced by you. Plop. Feng Wenhai knelt on the ground and cried, Hallmaster, this matter really has nothing to do with me, please investigate clearly. Nothing to do with it? The evidence you want, Jiang Haoyan has already taken out, and now you're still quibbling? You really disappoint me. I gave you full authority to manage the law enforcement hall because I trusted you. And how did you repay me? Abuse of power, deceiving your superiors and concealing your subordinates. Do you know what kind of crime this is? Shangguan Fenglan shouted angrily. I'm innocent. Hallmaster, I'll go find Gu Yong immediately, I must confront him face to face. Feng Wenhai shouted. Lord Hallmaster, this matter may be as Elder Feng said, Gu Yong did this behind his back. Why don't we find Gu Yong first and confront him on the spot? Cheng Li, who was at the side, glanced at Feng Wenhai and carefully looked at Shangguan Fenglan. Yes, Hallmaster, this disciple knows Father's character best, it's impossible for him to do such a thing. At this time, a woman in a light purple dress walked out of the crowd and looked at Shangguan Fenglan. That's right. This person was Feng Zihan. She had been in the crowd the whole time, so she had personally witnessed the situation turning around bit by bit. Seeing Qin Feiyang take out this evidence, she knew that today's matter would not be settled. She also knew that her father wanted Gu Yong to be the scapegoat. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Cheng Li and Feng Zihan, and said in a deep voice, Can you still find Gu Yong now? Lord Hallmaster, there's no need to think about it, we definitely can't find him. Qin Feiyang smiled. Shut up. Feng Zihan turned to look at Qin Feiyang with a hint of threat in her eyes. Qin Feiyang completely turned a blind eye. Feng Zihan retracted her gaze and looked at Shangguan Fenglun. Lord Hallmaster, since we can't find Guyong, we can't conclude that this is my father's doing. Shangguan Fenglun frowned. Qin Feiyang smiled playfully and asked, Fire Lotus, what did I say 2 days ago? Fire Lotus smiled and said, you said that just these 2 videos can't be used as ironclad evidence. Everyone looked at the 2 of them in unison. From what she said, could it be that there was still evidence? Feng Wenhai and Feng Zihan also hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang. Seeing the smile in their eyes, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. Feng Zihan's eyes flashed, and she transmitted her voice. Jiang Haotian, where it's possible to let people off, one should forgive them. There was a hint of pleading in her tone. There was no other way. In this kind of situation, she could only put down her attitude. Otherwise, when Qin Feiyang took out evidence again, there would really be no end to today's matter. Where it's possible to let people off, one should forgive them, Qin Feiyang muttered and laughed secretly. Then I want to ask, why were you unwilling to let me off in the past? Feng Zihan was silent. Back then, I had a grudge with your brother Feng Zijuan. You should know very well that this was not my fault. He took the initiative to provoke me. I was just returning an eye for an eye. But what about you? Instead of educating him properly, you schemed to deal with me? Tell me, what is this? Qin Feiyang sneered. They are my family. I can't judge them, but I can give you compensation. Feng Zihan sighed and secretly said, Compensation? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Now you have proven your innocence. I believe that after this, the Great Elder will also let you enter the inner sect. Your future is limitless. So this matter should end here. It's good for you and for us. Feng Zihan transmitted her voice. So, you have already steeled your heart to let Guyong take the blame for this? Qin Feiyang secretly said. Everyone has their own value in existence. Of course, we will also take good care of his family. Feng Zihan said. You are really ruthless. Qin Feiyang sneered. I also don't want to do this, but things have already come to this, so I can only do this. As for your compensation, you eat Jiang Rushuang and Jiang Fire Lotus, 1 billion soul stones each. At the same time, 1 peak-level divine artifact and peak-level divine art each. Feng Zihan said. Damn. Even with Qin Feiyang's temperament, he was shocked. 1 billion soul stones each, that was a total of 4 billion. And there were also peak-level divine artifacts and divine arts. What a big deal! Who would be able to resist such temptation? Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion and secretly said, Qin Dage, what's wrong? Don't disturb me first, I have to think about it. Qin Feiyang secretly said, then lowered his head and pondered. Chapter 2032. What are you thinking about? Fire Lotus didn't understand, but she didn't ask. Seeing Qin Feiyang remain silent, the others were also suspicious. 4 billion divine crystals. This amount of soul stones was enough for everyone around him to step into the half-step divine lord realm. It could even create a few beginner divine lords. As for the pinnacle grade deity arts and deity weapons, they could instantly increase their strength by several times. But after spending so much effort to get this evidence, he was unwilling to let Feng Wenhai go just like that. Moreover, leaving Feng Wenhai alive was also a disaster. On one side was a disaster, and on the other side was wealth. This made it difficult for Qin Feiyang to choose, because what he lacked now was soul stones. And Feng Zihan was also smart, he just happened to grasp this need of his. You have to think carefully. Even if you kill my father today, it will be difficult for you to survive in the Nine Heavens Palace. After all, my grandfather is the Hall Master of the Resource Palace, and I am also the #1 on the Heaven list. My mother is also a law enforcement elder. You are a smart person. If you really want to fight to the death with us, the one who will suffer in the end will definitely be you. So using Guyong's death to end this matter is undoubtedly the best ending. And I promise that we will never find trouble with you again, and we can even be your backing. Feng Zihan transmitted. Fight to the death? Suffer? Backing? Qin Feiyang was stunned, and secretly asked, Are you threatening me? This is not a threat, I am helping you make a choice. Feng Zihan replied. You've already said it like this, isn't it a threat? Actually, if you didn't say this, I might have considered letting your father go. But you are very insensible. What I hate the most is being threatened. Fight to the death, right? Okay, let's have some fun from now on. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he looked at Shengguan Fenglan and said, Lord Hallmaster, you definitely won't be able to find Gu Yong, but this disciple has a piece of evidence that can prove that Feng Wenhai is behind this. A faint smile flashed across Shengguan Fenglan's eyes as she asked, Really? Qin Feiyang nodded. Shengguan Fenglan said, Then take it out and let us see. Qin Feiyang activated the image crystal again. Feng Zihan's gaze trembled, and he secretly shouted, Jiang Haoyan, don't be unable to tell good from bad. Don't scare me. I'm a coward. Qin Feiyang sneered inwardly. With a wave of his hand, an image immediately unfolded above the square. This video was the conversation between Gu Yong and Feng Wenhai. How could this be? Feng Wenhai's eyes trembled. Feng Zihan's face was also deathly pale. Gu Yong betrayed them? It really is Feng Wenhai. Oh my God! A dignified elder of the law enforcement hall actually dares to frame a disciple of the law enforcement hall. Where is the justice in this? Too much, too much. How could he do such a wicked thing? The square was silent for a moment, and then suddenly exploded. Everyone glared at Feng Wenhai, their faces filled with disgust. Not only did a dignified law enforcement elder of Nine Heavens Palace do such a despicable thing, he even pretended to uphold justice on behalf of the heavens. How disgusting! How pitiful! I haven't even entered Nine Heavens Palace, but I've already been framed by others and have to bear the infamy of slandering Nine Heavens Palace. What's even more infuriating is that the person who framed him is a law enforcement elder of our Nine Heavens Palace. He's clearly breaking the law. Lord Hallmaster, justice is in everyone's heart. Please uphold justice for Jiang Haotian. That's right. He knew that he was framed, but he had no choice but to admit it. You can imagine how he felt at that time. Can someone with status do whatever they want? Don't tell me that people with no status and no family background can only be bullied. This isn't fair. The surrounding disciples roared. If it was just one person, they wouldn't dare to say anything because they were afraid of the Feng clan's revenge. But now, there were hundreds of thousands of people gathered here. What was there to be afraid of? Would the Feng clan dare to kill them all? Pluck. Hearing everyone's roars, Feng Wenhai slowly collapsed to the ground. His face was filled with despair. Feng Zihan's heart was burning with anxiety as he watched this scene. His hatred towards Qin Feiyang also soared crazily. He killed Feng Wenhai in one move. Big Brother Zhang's methods are terrifying. Even if it's not enough, it's still very satisfying. Senior Brother Gongzi Feng, don't you think so? Gao Xiaolong laughed inwardly. However, Gongzi Feng didn't reply to him. Gao Xiaolong turned to look at Gongzi Feng suspiciously. He discovered that Gongzi Feng seemed to have changed into a different person. A gloomy aura was emitted from his body. His expression was terrifyingly gloomy. His hands were tightly clenched together. Gao Xiaolong was bewildered. Didn't this person hate Feng Wenhai? But why wasn't there any trace of happiness now? In the great meeting hall, Feng Yuan was also slumped in his chair. His mind was blank. The other leaders were also silent. No one would have thought that Qin Feiyang would actually take out such strong evidence. This time, Feng Wenhai had no way to defend himself. The first elder glanced at Feng Yuan and asked the crowd, Everyone, let's talk. How should we deal with this matter? The leaders hesitated. Their gazes shifted to Feng Yuan from time to time. What's wrong? You don't know what to say? That's not good. All of you are the leaders of my Nine Heavens Palace. If you don't even know your own opinion, what's the point of my Nine Heavens Palace raising you? The great elder looked at them with a smile. Hearing this and looking at the great elder's smile, the leaders couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Great elder, according to reason, this matter should be handled impartially. But Feng Yuan only has one son, Feng Wenhai. Wouldn't it be too cruel to kill him? That's right. Great Elder, Feng Yuan has been conscientious in the resource hall all these years. Even if he didn't make any contributions, he still worked hard. Do you have the heart to see him send off his son? Great Elder, in my opinion, this matter should be carefully considered. Several leaders spoke up. Clearly, they were pleading for Feng Wenhai. The Great Elder was stunned. From what you're saying that this matter is over. Of course not. After all, this matter has already caused public outrage. If we don't give an explanation, the disciples won't be convinced. The leaders hurriedly shook their heads. The Great Elder said with a smile, "So you know that this matter has already caused public outrage. This old man thought that you didn't know." Great Elder, please calm down. The leaders immediately stood up in fear. Am I angry? I don't think so. A dignified law enforcement elder putting down his status and pride to frame an outer disciple. How glorious is this? This old man's face is shining. This is also a joyous matter for our 9 Heavens Palace. Don't you think so? The Great Elder looked around and asked with a smile. Everyone lowered their heads. No one dared to say a word. Public outrage. The exposure of this matter will not only incur the wrath of the disciples but also the wrath of the entire northern region. Very promising, very good. Looks like our 9 Heavens Palace is going to make a name for ourselves. This old man suggests that we hold a big banquet in the next 3 days to celebrate with the heavens. What do you think? The Great Elder asked. Great Elder, please calm down. How about we remove Feng Wenhai from his position and expel him from 9 Heavens Palace? The group of giants was already panicking to the extreme. This was because they knew the old man in front of them too well. At this moment, he was at his most dangerous. Expel him from 9 Heavens Palace. The Great Elder chuckled and turned to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan, what do you think? Feng Yuan shivered and hurriedly got to his knees, begging, Great Elder, please show mercy to Feng Wenhai on account of all the things I've done for 9 Heavens Palace over the years. The Great Elder said, so you don't agree with removing him from his position and expelling him from 9 Heavens Palace? I agree. This is what he deserves. I only ask that the Great Elder doesn't kill him and let him live. Feng Yuan nodded repeatedly. He knew that although the Great Elder asked this on the surface, the Great Elder already had the intention to kill him. If this old man gives him a way out, who will give our 9 Heavens Palace a way out? How will the world talk about our 9 Heavens Palace in the future? Come, tell this old man. As the hall master of the resource hall, you must have thought of this. The Great Elder chuckled. I didn't teach my son well and caused 9 Heavens Palace's reputation to fall to the ground. I'm guilty. Feng Yuan howled bitterly. The Great Elder asked, if you didn't teach him well, why did you give birth to him? I'm sorry. Feng Yuan kowtowed repeatedly, his face filled with pain. His forehead hit the ground, causing his skin to split open. The Great Elder chuckled. Oh right, Feng Yuan, this matter shouldn't have anything to do with you, right? Absolutely not. Feng Yuan almost jumped up and hurriedly waved his hands at the Great Elder. It's been hard on you. Although the one who made a mistake this time is Feng Wenhai, as his father, you'll definitely be cursed by others. My illustrious reputation has been destroyed just like that. The Great Elder shook his head, his face filled with regret. After this matter, I'll definitely punish him severely. Feng Yuan said. After this matter, I'm afraid it's all over. The Great Elder sighed. Feng Yuan's body stiffened, and he kowtowed even harder. Great Elder, please spare him. I promise to discipline him well in the future. Great Elder, look at Feng Yuan, please show mercy. Back then, when Nie Mingshan was practicing favoritism, you didn't kill him. You only expelled him. A few people said with a smile. The Great Elder glanced at them and said, slap your own mouth. Those people were stunned. Don't you understand? Or do you want this old man to do it personally? The Great Elder said. No, we'll do it ourselves. Those people hurriedly shook their heads, raised their arms, and slapped their own faces one after another. Not hard enough. The great elder said, slap. Their eyes trembled, and they hurriedly used all their strength to slap themselves. One after another, loud slapping sounds reverberated in the hall. They regretted it in their hearts. Why did they have to meddle in other people's business? Weren't they just asking for trouble? Chapter 2033. In the square. The surrounding disciples were in high spirits, and their roars resounded through the sky. You must give us an explanation today. We disciples are not animals. Why should we be harmed like this? And Feng Zihan, how did you confidently say that your father isn't such a person? But what happened in the end? You were slapped in the face. Now we are all wondering if you have a part in this. Feng Wenhai, who was at the center of the storm, was undoubtedly the target of public criticism. Even Feng Zihan was not spared and was reviled by everyone. Feng Zihan lowered his head, and his eyes were wet. This was the first time he had been treated like this. He felt like a rat crossing the street. Feng Wenhai was paralyzed on the ground, and his eyes were dull as if he had lost his soul. The reputation and status that he had fought so hard for were gone in an instant. He was in pain, but more than that, he was filled with hatred. He hated Qin Feyang. He hated Hui. He hated Fire Lotus and Qin Rushuang. Feng Wenhai, how long are you going to sit on the ground? Shengguan Fenglan looked over, and her face was frosty. Cheng Li did not dare to help now and stood aside obediently. He was even a little afraid. He was afraid that Qin Feiyang would settle the score with him. Feng Wenhai shuddered and quickly got up, kneeling in front of Shengguan Fenglan. I'm sorry, Hallmaster. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please, help me plead for mercy. I don't want to die. He was no longer as arrogant as before. Now, he was like a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Now you know you were wrong? What were you doing earlier? It's not enough to frame them once, and you want them to frame you a second time. Do you really hate them that much? Shengguan Fenglan said angrily. I was blinded by greed. I'll change, I'll definitely change. I beg you, please help me plead for mercy in front of the first elder, please. Feng Wenhai looked at Shengguan Fenglan pitifully with tears and snot running down his face. Sighed. I'm afraid it's useless even if I plead for mercy. Because this matter is too big, almost everyone in the North region knows about it. And once the world finds out that Jiang Haoyin was framed by you, do you know what sort of commotion it will cause? Shengguan Fenglan sighed. Jiang Haoyin, I'm sorry, I apologize to you. Please, I beg you, help me. Feng Wenhai then scrambled to Qin Feiyang's side. Jiang Haoyin, you can't forgive him so easily for harming you. He must receive the punishment he deserves. The surrounding disciples roared. Suddenly, Feng Zihan strode towards Qin Feiyang. Fire Lotus and Hui glanced at each other and quickly stood in front of Qin Feiyang. What are you doing? Qin Feiyang frowned. With so many disciples around and Shengguan Fenglan, the hall master of the law enforcement hall, Feng Zihan definitely wouldn't dare to make a move now. Even if Feng Zihan made a move, he wasn't afraid at all. This was because he could enter the Black Tortoise realm at any time. Feng Zihan stopped beside Feng Wenhai and looked at Fire Lotus and Hui. Move aside. But the two of them were indifferent. Don't interfere. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and pulled the two of them back. Feng Zihan stared at Qin Feiyang, her jade-like hands tightly clenched together. You really didn't disappoint me. What a wonderful show. Frenzy leaned on the chair and crossed his legs with a cynical look. But looking at Feng Zihan's back, a cold light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Suddenly, Feng Zihan also knelt on the ground, causing a huge uproar. Senior sister, she actually knelt down to Jiang Haoyin? Oh my God! Is this a dream? She who has always been high and mighty, looking down on everyone, actually knelt down in public? Everyone's eyeballs popped out. This was such a shocking and unbelievable scene. I apologize to you on behalf of my father. I'm sorry, my Feng family is willing to make up for your loss and publicly apologize. I only ask for your forgiveness. Feng Zihan lowered her head and said, kneeling was a lifetime humiliation for her, a stain that couldn't be washed away. But in order to save her father, she chose to bear this humiliation. Because only this man in front of her could save her father's life. Brother Jiang, I'll also kneel down and beg you. In the crowd, Gong Zifeng ran out and knelt in front of Qin Feiyang, looking at Qin Feiyang pleadingly. You? Feng Zihan looked at Gong Zifeng in surprise. In the eyes of others, it was natural for Gong Zifeng to plead for Feng Wenhai. Because Gong Zifeng was Feng Wenhai's son. But for Feng Zihan, it was too surprising. Qin Feiyang was also a little surprised. Gong Zifeng ignored Feng Zihan and looked up at Qin Feiyang with tears in his eyes. Brother Jiang, I can't live without my father. Please, let him go this time, okay? Fire Lotus looked at Gong Zifeng and raised her eyebrows in dissatisfaction. She transmitted her voice. Qin Dage. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, looked at Gong Zifeng, and then at Feng Zihan, and said indifferently, I often say to the people around me, no matter who the other party is, no matter how strong the other party is, they have to pay the price for doing wrong. Gong Zifeng and Feng Zihan's eyes trembled. They have to pay the price for doing wrong. This old man likes this sentence. Before Qin Feiyang finished speaking, a hoarse voice sounded in the sky. First Elder, I beg you, please give him a way out. Feng Zihan immediately looked up and shouted. First Elder, if you must kill my father, I'm willing to die for him. Gong Zifeng roared. Feng Wenhai's body shook, and he turned to look at Gong Zifeng in disbelief. He transmitted his voice. Shouldn't you hate me for what I did to you? I hate you very much. There are even times when I wish I could kill you. But you are still my father, my family. I can't just watch you die. Gong Zifeng secretly said. When Feng Wenhai heard these words, it was like a bolt from the blue, and his head rumbled. This was the son he had always hated? How sensible and filial. He was even willing to die for him. Compared to the other Feng Zijun, he was much stronger. He couldn't help but feel guilty in his heart. He had let this child down. If you don't beg this old man's words don't count. Because of this matter, Jiang Haoyan is the victim. Jiang Haoyan, the choice is yours. If you want him to die, he will die. If you want to let him go, this old man will let him go. The first elder's voice slowly spread in the sky. Swish. In an instant, everyone's gaze was once again directed at Qin Feiyang, including Gong Zifeng, Feng Zihan, Feng Wenhai, and Shangguan Fenglan. Brother Jiang, what is this first elder doing? Why did he let you choose? Could it be that he doesn't want to kill Feng Wenhai? Hua Yi frowned and asked through voice transmission. Whether he wants to kill Feng Wenhai or not, I don't know, but there is one thing I am very clear about. He doesn't want to be the executioner. Qin Feiyang secretly said. What do you mean? Hua Yi was suspicious. Think about it, if he gives the order to kill Feng Wenhai, then Feng Yuan and Feng Zihan will definitely have resentment towards him. On the contrary, he gave me the choice, which is equivalent to me killing Feng Wenhai. At that time, the people of the Feng family will hate me, and it will have nothing to do with him. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Hua Yi was stunned, and the corner of his mouth twitched fiercely. He secretly said, Why do I feel that there is a hint of cunning? This first elder, although I have never met him, it is not difficult to see that he should be a cunning old fox. I even feel that this old fox is behind Shangguan Fenglan. Qin Feiyang said. What? Hua Yi was stunned and said in surprise, You mean, the one who wants to kill Feng Yuan is the first elder? Don't jump to conclusions, this is just my feeling. Qin Feiyang secretly said. If it is really the first elder, then this will be interesting. Hua Yi secretly laughed, as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Then what do you plan to do now? Hua Yi secretly asked. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and glanced at Shangguan Fenglan, but saw that Shangguan Fenglan was sitting there as if this matter had nothing to do with her. Is this interesting? This made Qin Feiyang very angry. To tell the truth, if the Feng family really did not come to trouble him in the future, it did not matter whether he got rid of them or not. After all, His purpose in entering Nine Heaven Palace was to investigate the ancestor and get some soul stones. He wasn't interested in this kind of power struggle. Qin Feiyang patiently asked via sound transmission, "Lord Hallmaster, could it be that you don't have any suggestions? The first elder has already said that you will decide Feng Wenhai's life and death. How can I, as the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, interfere?" Shengguan Fenglan said lightly. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows without leaving a trace. He thought to himself, "Why do I feel that you and the Great Elder are the same? Both of you want me to face these troubles alone? Do I?" Shengguan Fenglan smiled faintly and fell silent. Qin Feiyang was inexplicably irritated. He felt that Shengguan Fenglan and the First Elder were not good people. They were purely using him as a scapegoat. This was too passive. He had to take the initiative, otherwise he would not even know how he died in the future. "Brother Jiang, big brother Jiang, please do me a favor. I promise you, Lord Father will not trouble you in the future. If Lord Father does not do it, you can take my life at any time." Seeing that Qin Feiyang did not say anything, Gong Zifeng could not wait any longer and begged again. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He suddenly looked at Feng Zihan and said, "I can let your father go, but you have to agree to the conditions we discussed before." "You are too shameless." Feng Zihan was furious. He did not agree before, but now that the evidence was out, he said this. Wasn't this clearly taking advantage of him and blackmailing him? How could there be such a shameless person? "Thank you for the compliment. Then do you agree or not?" Qin Feiyang laughed inwardly. "Do I have a choice?" Feng Zihan glared at Qin Feiyang. Now that his father's life was in this person's hands, how could he not agree? "When will you give it to me?" Qin Feiyang asked inwardly. Chapter 2034. Feng Zihan sent a sound transmission. "For billion spirit stones is not a small number, give me some time." "That's not appropriate. What if I let your father go now, and after this matter is over, you go back on your word? Who can I reason with?" Qin Feiyang thought. Because once he nodded, there would be no chance for regret. It was impossible to say that he would go back on his word and kill Feng Wenhai after not getting the spirit stones, divine arts, and divine weapons. Who would care about such a ridiculous thing? The most important thing was, letting Feng Wenhai go now was equivalent to offending Shengguan Fenglan. In other words, this was a risky decision. If he let him go in the end and didn't get the spirit stones, divine weapons, and divine arts, then wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? Therefore, he had to eliminate all possibilities in advance. Hearing this, Feng Zihan was very dissatisfied, and secretly said angrily, "In my, Feng Zihan's, there is no such thing as going back on one's word." Who knows? Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. Feng Zihan said in a deep voice, "Then what do you want?" Qin Feiyang thought for a moment, and sent a sound transmission. "I have a secret technique to control the soul. As long as you are willing to let me control you, I will believe you." This, Feng Zihan's expression froze. Controlling the soul, wasn't it the same as handing over his life to this person? "Don't worry. When you bring the spirit stones, divine arts, and divine weapons, I will naturally remove my control over you." Qin Feiyang thought. Then how do I know that when you get the spirit stones, divine arts, and divine weapons, you won't go back on your word? Feng Zihan said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang sent a sound transmission. "Now, you can only save your father's life if you believe me." Feng Zihan pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, "All right, I will let you control me. I like people like you who are straightforward." Qin Feiyang chuckled inwardly. He didn't avoid everyone's gaze as he directly transformed the slavery seal into Feng Zihan's head. Because other than Fire Lotus, Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing didn't know about the slave seal, so even if they saw it, they wouldn't know what it was. However, although they didn't know what it was, everyone's face was filled with suspicion when they saw his sudden actions. Slave seal, this fellow's methods are still as terrifying as ever. Mu Tunyang shook his head and sighed. Ancestor, now is not the time to praise him. Feng Zihan is the #1 on the heaven ranking. Now that he's being controlled by this bastard, Won't he be able to do whatever he wants in the Nine Heavens Palace? Mu Qing snorted. Wrong. Mu Tianyang shook his head. Mu Qing was slightly stunned and turned to look at Mu Tianyang suspiciously. How can a heaven's pride like Feng Zihan be willing to be controlled by others? If you provoke her, it's entirely possible that she and Qin Feiyang will perish together. And Qin Feiyang is a smart person. He must know this, so I think the two of them must have reached a deal in secret. Mu Tianyang transmitted his voice. Deal? Mu Qing frowned. Mu Tianyang said inwardly, do you believe that he will let Feng Wenhai go later? Impossible. With Qin Feiyang's character, how can he let Feng Wenhai go? Mu Qing transmitted her voice. Then let's wait and see. Mu Tianyang laughed inwardly. Mu Qing frowned and looked up at Qin Feiyang, not saying a word for a long time. Could it be that he was really negotiating with Feng Zihan in secret? Feng Zihan also had extraordinary perseverance. As everyone knew, the process of controlling the enslavement seal was very painful. But she only frowned at first, and then looked extremely calm as if nothing had happened. After the enslavement seal was successful, Feng Zihan said inwardly, as you wish, can you open your mouth now? No hurry. Let's wait a little longer, lest others find out that I have a private deal with you. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he lowered his head and continued to ponder. Time passed breath by breath. Shangguan Fenglan finally lost her patience and said angrily, Jiang Haoyan, don't waste everyone's time. Qin Feiyang glanced at Shangguan Fenglan, slowly raised his head, glanced at the crowd, then looked up at the sky, and said respectfully, First Elder, I've thought about it very seriously. Speak. The voice of the First Elder sounded in the sky. There's a saying that it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Now, Elder Feng has admitted his mistake and said that he will definitely change in the future. And senior brother Feng and senior sister Feng Zihan, in order to save their father, also put down their pride and pleaded with me. They even knelt down. Senior brother and senior sister have already done so much. If I still don't let it go, wouldn't it seem that I don't understand the ways of the world? So, I think that this matter should be let go. Qin Feiyang said. As soon as these words came out, Shangguan Fenglan immediately clenched her hands, and a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. The surrounding disciples had a look of disbelief. Feng Wenhai did this to him, but he still let Feng Wenhai go? Was there something wrong with his head? Fire Lotus and Hui also had a look of astonishment. They also thought that Qin Feiyang would kill Feng Wenhai. But they didn't expect that he would say such righteous words. Not only them, but Feng Wenhai, who was kneeling on the ground, Feng Yuan in the Great Council Hall, the other big shots, and even the First Elder were also dumbfounded. They seriously wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. I know that many people will find this result unbelievable. But the human heart is made of flesh. I really can't bear to watch Hall Master Feng Yuan die before his own. Qin Feiyang sighed, looking as if he was bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. So that's how it is. He's not stupid, he's kind. He's really a good person. Elder Feng, you should be more careful in the future. Such a good person, don't harm him anymore. When the surrounding disciples heard this, they all looked at Qin Feiyang with admiration. Only Feng Zihan's eyes were full of disdain. What a pleasant way to put it. It would be a waste of his talent if he didn't go into acting. The most infuriating thing was that even though she knew that this person was pretending, she still had to treat him with a smile. Thank you, junior brother Jiang. She looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled gratefully. If looks could kill, Qin Feiyang would have died countless times. Thank you, brother Jiang. Gongzi Feng didn't know the truth and thanked him very sincerely. Feng Wenhai also smiled gratefully at Qin Feiyang. Although he was a little surprised, although he still hated Jiang Chen, as long as he could keep his life, it was better than anything. As for the rest, he would talk about it later. Jiang Haoyan, are you sure? The First Elder's voice sounded again. His tone was still very calm, but Qin Feiyang was keenly aware of a trace of dissatisfaction towards him. Could it be that the person behind Shangguan Fenglan was really this old fox? It seemed that this matter had to be investigated properly. This disciple is sure. Qin Feiyang nodded. Alright. This old man will respect your choice. However, you can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. From today onwards, Feng Wenhai will be stripped of his position as the enforcement elder and expelled from Nine Heavens Palace. He will never be able to step into Nine Heavens Palace again. The first elder said. Thank you, first elder, for not killing me. Feng Wenhai knelt on the ground and said gratefully. He was already very satisfied to be able to keep his life. And he had already expected this result, because the first elder wouldn't allow a tainted person to continue staying in Nine Heavens Palace. Of course. Now he didn't have the face to continue staying here. Since the truth has been revealed, Jiang Haoyan's innocence will naturally be cleared. Shengguan Fenglan, I'll leave this matter to you. The first elder said. Shengguan Fenglan stood up and respectfully replied. Then this matter will end here. The first elder's voice quickly faded away. Shengguan Fenglan retracted her gaze and shouted, Cheng Li, immediately send Feng Wenhai out of Nine Heavens Palace. Understood. Cheng Li nodded and looked at Feng Wenhai, saying, Let's go. Feng Wenhai reluctantly glanced at Nine Heavens Palace, then let out a low sigh and flew into the air, leaving with Cheng Li dejectedly. Jiang Haoyan, come see me tonight. Shengguan Fenglan glanced at Qin Feiyang and said secretly before quickly disappearing. As expected, I've angered her. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead, feeling a little irritated. But when he thought of the 4 billion soul stones, he became spirited again. He looked at Feng Zihan and said with a smile, Senior sister, don't make me wait too long. Feng Zihan coldly snorted and turned to leave. Qin Feiyang rubbed his nose and looked at Feng Zihan's back with a smile in his eyes. Let's go, let's go. Madman also stood up and shouted. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback, then quickly looked at Madman and said with a smile, Senior brother Madman, are you satisfied with this show? The first half was pretty good. But the second half was a little boring. Madman shook his head and left. I think it's okay. Qin Feiyang muttered. Although the final result was a little different from his original plan, it still ruined Feng Wenhai's reputation and drove him out. At the same time, he also obtained 4 billion soul stones, 4 pinnacle-level divine artifacts, and 4 pinnacle-level divine arts. And it was also an indirect demonstration to Shengguan Fenglan. This was a huge profit. Jiang Haoyan, I really admire your character. Yeah, you even let Feng Wenhai go, you're really benevolent. If there's a chance in the future, please give me face and have a few drinks. I really want to make friends with you. After Feng Zihan, Cheng Li, Feng Wenhai, and Shengguan Fenglan left, the surrounding disciples also became active and surrounded Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at the surrounding disciples with a stunned expression. It seemed that he had earned a good reputation along the way. Not bad, not bad. He couldn't be more satisfied with this result and said with a smile, All right, if there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely treat everyone to a drink. Then it's settled. You're probably tired, go rest. Everyone, let's disperse. At that moment, everyone left in groups of 2s and 3s. Mu Tianyang also left with Mu Qing and Guisueki without saying a word. Gong Zifeng didn't leave. When most of the others had left, he turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said gratefully, Brother Jiang, thank you so much. Equal exchange, no need to thank me. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Equal exchange? Gong Zifeng was stunned and didn't understand. Chapter 2035. Go ask your big sister. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. My big sister? Gong Zifeng was even more confused. Go, I still have things to do. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. All right, let's meet again. Gong Zifeng nodded and turned around to nod at Gao Xiaolong as a form of greeting before leaving without looking back. Gao Xiaolong looked at Gong Zifeng's back, and his eyes flickered. Suddenly, a light flashed in his eyes as he walked towards Qin Feiyang's group, cupping his fists and smiling. The 3 of you have finally been vindicated, congratulations. Hua Yi chuckled. Then shouldn't you invite us to the Jade Zither Pavilion to celebrate? Gao Xiaolong was taken aback and smiled bitterly. With my little financial strength, how can I afford to spend money at the Jade Zither Pavilion? You're still a disciple of the Nine Heavens Palace. Is there a need to cry poverty in front of us? Hui pouted. Gao Xiaolong's dragon god was embarrassed. He wasn't crying poverty, he was really poor. Because he didn't have the courage of the three people in front of him, nor did he have outstanding means and strength, he could only go to the bulletin board to accept missions and earn soul stones. Don't make fun of others. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at Hui and looked at Gao Xiaolong. Everyone left, only you stayed here. Is there something wrong? Gao Xiaolong nodded, and his expression became serious. Qin Feiyang's group looked at each other before looking at Gao Xiaolong again. Gao Xiaolong said inwardly, "Just now, I noticed that Gong Zifeng's expression was a little strange." Strange? Qin Feiyang was stunned, and he asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" "When you took out the third video, I noticed that his expression suddenly became very scary. It felt like he hated you guys." Gao Xiaolong transmitted. "Hated us?" Fire Lotus frowned. Gao Xiaolong said, "This is just my personal guess, don't take it seriously." Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and smiled inwardly. "Actually, this matter is not beyond my expectations." "What do you mean?" Gao Xiaolong was a little dazed. "A few days ago, when I left Nine Heaven Palace, I sent him a message and asked him these questions. At that time, he was very hesitant." "What does this mean?" "This means that he still has some feelings for Feng Wenhai in his heart." Qin Feiyang thought. Gao Xiaolong was bewildered. "Then why are you helping him? Aren't you afraid that raising a tiger will only invite calamity?" "I'm not even afraid of Feng Wenhai, so why should I be afraid of him? Furthermore, I've already given him advice. I think he should know his limits." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Hearing this, Gao Xiaolong nodded. "That's true. Even Feng Wenhai was forced to this extent, so a mere Gongzi Feng was naturally nothing in his eyes." Qin Feiyang sized up Gao Xiaolong, then suddenly transmitted his voice to Huang Xiaolong. "I have a question for you." "What is it?" Gao Xiaolong was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, "If one day you find out that I have a deep hatred for you, will you harm me behind my back?" "Me and you? What kind of deep hatred can we have?" Gao Xiaolong shook his head and smiled. "I said what if?" Qin Feiyang said inwardly. "If?" Gao Xiaolong frowned, saying seriously, "If it weren't for Big Brother Jiang, Xiao Hui and I would have lost our lives. Therefore, even if there is a deep hatred between us, I won't harm you. At most, it will be a debt of gratitude." Fire Lotus snickered inwardly. "Qin Dage, this person is not bad." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, saying inwardly, "Old Zhao, help me count out 10 million soul stones." Zhao Tailai answered from inside the castle. Qin Feiyang looked at Gao Xiaolong, smiling. "Remember what you said today." Gao Xiaolong nodded. Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of Guyong, transmitting his voice to Gao Xiaolong. "Did anyone go looking for Gongzi Feng recently?" Gao Xiaolong thought for a moment, then shook his head. "I don't think so." Qin Feiyang frowned. "What is this Guyong doing?" Gao Xiaolong looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang. "Why are you suddenly asking this?" "Nothing." Qin Feiyang shook his head, pondering for a moment, then said inwardly, "How about this? Help me keep an eye on Gongzi Feng. If there is any situation, immediately report to me." "No problem." Gao Xiaolong nodded without hesitation. "Young lord, it's done." At this time, Zhao Tailai's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang's mind moved slightly, and a universe bag appeared out of thin air. He looked at Gao Xiaolong and smiled. "This is for you." "What is it?" Gao Xiaolong suspiciously received the universe bag, and when he checked it, he was dumbfounded. Inside, it was actually full of soul stones. "Brother, what's inside?" Fire Lotus looked curiously at the universe bag. 10 million soul stones. Qin Feiyang smiled. "What?" Fire Lotus's body stiffened. Fire Lotus was also dumbfounded. He actually gave Gao Xiaolong 10 million soul stones. This was too generous, he was really willing to part with it. Big Brother Jiang, this. Gao Xiaolong regained his senses. Looking at Qin Feiyang, he felt like he was dreaming. Keep it. Take it as a little compensation for you and Gao, shall we? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, then disappeared without a trace with Fire Lotus and Fire Lotus. Compensation? Gao Xiaolong stood dumbfounded in the square. What did this mean? Why was this person acting so weird today? What did you say? Jiang Haoyin and the others slandering the Nine Heavens Palace was framed by Feng Wenhai? Yes. Are you joking? Feng Wenhai is an elder of the enforcement hall. How could he do such a thing? It's absolutely true. The nephew of a distant cousin of mine is a disciple of the Nine Heavens Palace. He saw it not long ago. He also said that Feng Wenhai has been expelled from the Nine Heavens Palace. This is too much. A dignified enforcement hall elder actually did such a despicable thing. Is it too easy for him to be expelled from the Nine Heavens Palace? It's said that Jiang Haoyin forgave him, that's why he kept his little life. Is this Jiang Haoyin stupid? He actually forgave him after doing such a thing to him? Toppling Feng Wenhai so easily, is he stupid? I can only say that he's a good person. Outside, the news of Feng Wenhai framing Qin Feiyang and the others spread like wildfire. Feng Wenhai instantly became a rat on the street. Everyone wanted to beat him up. Back to Qin Feiyang. At this moment, he controlled the Black Tortoise world, silently flying towards the depths of the Nine Heavens Palace. Brother Jiang, where are we going? Hua Yi asked suspiciously. Fire Lotus also looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Looking for Shangguan Fenglan, are you suspecting that the Great Elder is the real mastermind? So we have to investigate, Qin Feiyang said. I see. The two of them nodded in realization. Hua Yi sighed. If it's really the Great Elder, then this matter won't end so easily. Half an hour passed. The Black Tortoise world finally descended above the Lotus Lake. However, after searching the entire Lotus Lake, the three of them still couldn't find any trace of Shangguan Fenglan. Could it be that she has already gone to see the Great Elder? Fire Lotus was suspicious. Qin Feiyang asked, Brother Hua, do you know where the Great Elder lives? I don't know about that. After all, I didn't pay attention to him before and didn't inquire about his situation. Hua Yi shook his head. Swish. But before his voice faded, an old figure descended in the sky above Lotus Lake. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked over and discovered that it was a black-haired old man with an unfathomable aura. Who is he? Fire Lotus was bewildered. I don't know. Hua Yi shook his head. The old man glanced around and went straight into the attic. Qin Feiyang controlled the Black Tortoise world and followed behind. After seeing the old man enter the attic, he sat silently beside the tea table, his face a little ugly. Could it be that he's the Great Elder? Hua Yi muttered. Another moment passed. Swish. Suddenly, a purple-clothed woman appeared above the lake. It was Shangguan Fenglan. Her face was also a little ugly. When she entered the attic and saw the black-haired old man sitting beside the tea table, she was slightly stunned at first, then hurriedly bowed and said, Greetings to the Great Elder. It's really him. Hua Yi frowned. Qin Feiyang said, Feng Wenhai's matter has just ended, and he personally came to find Shangguan Fenglan. This matter may be as you think. Outside, the Great Elder looked up at Shangguan Fenglan and said, Sit. Shangguan Fenglan sat at the side. The Great Elder asked, How are the arrangements for the aftermath? The notice has been issued. Now everyone should know that Jiang Haoyin was framed. Shangguan Fenglan said. The Great Elder nodded and frowned. How did you and Jiang Haoyin talk? Such a good opportunity, why did you let Feng Wenhai go? I've been wondering about this matter. I've already asked him to come to see me tonight, and I'll ask him properly. Shangguan Fenglan said. You must ask clearly. What we need is an obedient person, not a person who agrees in public but disobeys in private. Do you understand? The Great Elder said. Understood. Shangguan Fenglan nodded. Well then it's up to you. This old man came to you for another matter. The Great Elder said. What is it? Shangguan Fenglan asked. The Great Elder said with a faint smile, Find a trustworthy person to go to the resource hall. Shangguan Fenglan was shocked. She looked at the great elder and said in surprise, Although Feng Yuan has been managing the resource hall well these years, he's already old and his energy is limited. It's time to find someone to help him. The great elder said with a smile. Shangguan Fenglan's pupils shrank slightly, and she asked, Then I wonder if you have someone in mind? What do you think of Jiang Haoyin? The great elder pondered for a while and looked at Shangguan Fenglan. What? Jiang Haoyin? Shangguan Fenglan was stunned. Inside the Black Tortoise realm, Qin Feiyang and the other two also looked at each other. Shangguan Fenglan came back to her senses and hurriedly looked at the great elder, saying, This Jiang Haoyin is not suitable. Let's not talk about trust. His qualifications are not enough. His qualifications are indeed not enough. This old man can't train him as the next hall master of the resource hall. But at present, he is the most suitable candidate. The great elder said. Is it because of Feng Yuan? Shangguan Fenglan said. Chapter 2036. Feng Yuan isn't someone who only knows how to take a beating. Although Jiang Haoyin let Feng Wenhai go this time, the one who made Feng Wenhai fall to this point is still Jiang Haoyin. I don't think he'll let it go. The first elder smiled faintly. Shangguan Fenglan said, So you let Jiang Haoyin enter the resource hall and let them slowly fight? I didn't know Jiang Haoyin before. Although I don't know him now, at least I can be sure that he has the ability. The first elder said. Even if he has the ability, the other disciples won't be convinced if he suddenly enters the resource hall. After all, the treatment in the resource hall is better than other places. Shangguan Fenglan frowned. This is a problem you should think about. All right, I've said what I need to say. Think about it yourself. After the first elder finished speaking, he did not linger for a moment. With a flicker, he disappeared without a trace. He's really the one behind the scenes. Fire Lotus shook her head. Hui sighed. Fire Lotus, whether he's the one behind the scenes or not is not the main point now. Then what is the main point? Fire Lotus was puzzled. Didn't you hear what he said? What they want is someone who's obedient. Obviously, Brother Jiang letting Feng Wenhai go this time has caused him to be dissatisfied. If Brother Jiang disobeys his wishes in the future, it will definitely bring about a fatal disaster. Hui said. Fire Lotus was shocked and looked at Qin Feiyang. Don't be nervous. Qin Feiyang smiled at Fire Lotus and looked at Shangguan Fenglan on the screen. His eyes flickered. A moment later, Qin Feiyang looked at Hui and asked, Do you know the treatment in the resource hall? You really want to go to the resource hall? Hui was stunned and frowned. Qin Feiyang smiled. If the treatment is really good, why not? The treatment in the resource hall is indeed better than the outer and inner disciples. It's said that you can receive 1,000 soul stones every month. Hui said. The treatment is really good. Fire Lotus nodded. One had to know that outer sect disciples only receive 10 soul stones every month. As for the inner disciples, they only had 50. Hui shot a glance at Qin Feiyang, then looked at Fire Lotus and said, In the eyes of other disciples, 1,000 soul stones is indeed very tempting. But for your big brother, he can even give away 10 million soul stones without blinking an eye. What are these soul stones worth? Fire Lotus smiled bitterly. Giving Gao Xiaolong 10 million soul stones was a little painful. Hui looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Brother Jiang, why don't we withdraw? Don't meddle in other people's business, lest we invite trouble upon ourselves. You only want to retreat now? Can we make it in time? Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He smiled and said, However, I am interested in this resource hall. What? Hui was stunned. After talking for so long, he didn't even listen to a single word? Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Her eyes suddenly lit up as she asked, Brother, you can't be, sure. Qin Feiyang quickly made a shushing gesture. Fire Lotus was stunned. She glanced at Hui at the side, covering her mouth as she laughed. Understood, understood. What do you mean? After being together for so long, can't you trust each other a little more? Hui was annoyed. Qin Feiyang smiled. It's not a matter of trust. Then tell me, what is the problem? Hui Yi was furious. I don't want to implicate you, Qin Feiyang said. Less nonsense. You want to enter the resource hall so badly, there must be some unspeakable secret. Hui Yi harumphed coldly. Qin Feiyang laughed heartily. Controlling the Black Tortoise world, he left Lotus Lake and flew toward the outer sect. Back in his cultivation dwelling, Qin Feiyang sent Hui away, then closed his eyes and used the slave seal to sense Guyong's location. A moment later, his brows suddenly furrowed. What's wrong? Fire Lotus looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang frowned. This Guyong seems to be hiding. Fire Lotus was taken aback. He shouldn't dare. His current location is very far from the Nine Heavens Palace. Wait. Let me peek into his inner thoughts again. Qin Feiyang muttered, then closed his eyes again. North region, west. In a very remote mountain, there was a small courtyard that had just been built. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man was lying on an armchair, drinking tea while basking in the sun, looking extremely comfortable. This person was Guyong. So, a woman walked out, looked at Guyong and asked, "Is this really okay? What's wrong with this?" Guyong laughed. The woman frowned. "Why aren't you worried at all?" "There's no need to worry. I don't believe that he can find me after hiding so far away." Guyong sneered. "What about the slave seal?" The woman asked worriedly. "It's okay. After staying in the Nine Heavens Palace for so many years, how can I not know about this kind of control secret technique? As long as I'm far enough away, he can't erase my soul at all." Guyong said. The woman said, "But you can't always be controlled by him like this, right? Don't worry. Feng Yuan won't let him go. Once he dies, the enslavement imprint will naturally be removed. Let's not talk about this." Guyong waved his hand, glanced at the wooden building beside him, and asked in a low voice, "Are the two elders used to it?" The woman sighed. "How can they get used to it when they suddenly came to such a place? Then you should accompany them more." Guyong said. "I will." The woman nodded. Inside the cave abode, Qin Feiyang slowly opened his eyes, which were full of ridicule. "What's wrong?" Fire Lotus looked at him curiously. "This Guyong thinks that as long as he stays away, I can't do anything to him. How naive." Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. "Then what do you plan to do with him?" Fire Lotus asked. Qin Feiyang said, "I wanted him to help Gong Zifeng, but it seems that there's no need for that now." "He's angry," Fire Lotus said. No. It's understandable that Gong Zifeng would have such a reaction. But that's that. I can't be close to this person anymore. Naturally, there's no need to help him. As for this Guyong, Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and smiled. Anyway, he's just a small character. As long as he's honest, let him be. Fire Lotus nodded and asked, "You really entered the resource hall for the Vein of Souls? Otherwise, why would I go to the resource hall?" Qin Feiyang smiled. The Vein of Souls was controlled by the resource hall. If one wanted to obtain the Vein of Souls, they naturally had to enter the resource hall to understand the details. "You're really bold." Fire Lotus shook her head helplessly. Qin Feiyang said, "I'm just thinking about it. Whether or not I should do it, I still have to consider it carefully." Fire Lotus asked suspiciously, "Then why did you let Feng Wenhai go?" "Didn't I tell Gong Zifeng? This is an equal deal." Qin Feiyang explained the situation briefly. After listening, Fire Lotus was dumbstruck. No wonder he suddenly changed his mind. It turned out that he had a private deal with Feng Zihan. Qin Feiyang warned, "You have to keep this matter a secret. You can't let Shangguan Fenglan and Hui Yi know about it." Fire Lotus was startled, then covered her mouth and laughed. "You want to swallow Hui Yi's share as well?" "I'm not going to swallow his share. You know how Hui Yi feels about Shangguan Fenglan. If one day he's obsessed and tells Shangguan Fenglan about this, wouldn't we be finished?" Qin Feiyang said. Letting Feng Wenhai go had already made Shangguan Fenglan unhappy. If he let her know that he had a private deal with Feng Zihan, his future in Nine Heavens Palace would be even more difficult. Fire Lotus heard this and nodded. "That makes sense, but aren't you afraid that Feng Wenhai will take revenge on you?" Feng Wenhai has been expelled from Nine Heavens Palace. Even if he wants to harm us, he won't be able to find a chance, so there's nothing to worry about. Our biggest enemies now are Feng Yuan, Feng Zihan, and Feng Wenhai's wife, Yin Hui. Of course, there's also Shangguan Fenglan and the Great Elder. These people have both status and strength. We have to be extra careful. Qin Feiyang said. Huo Yan smiled and said, "You forgot about someone, Feng Zijuan." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, saying lightly, "It's not that I look down on him, but with his little ability, even if he was given a chance, he wouldn't be able to make any waves." If Feng Zijun heard what you said now, he would probably go crazy with anger. Fire Lotus couldn't help but laugh. Sky Dragon City. In the outskirts near the southern city gate, there were many individual courtyards scattered about. In one of the courtyards, a middle-aged man sat weakly on a chair, his entire body emitting a dispirited aura. Beside him, a man and a woman stood together, looking at the middle-aged man, their faces full of worry. These three people were Feng Wenhai, Feng Zihan, and Gong Zifeng. Suddenly, an old man walked in with large strides. "Grandfather." Feng Zihan and Gong Zifeng hurriedly bowed. Feng Yuan glanced at Gong Zifeng, then looked at Feng Wenhai, his eyebrows slightly raised. Feng Zihan hurriedly said, "Grandfather, you really can't blame father for this matter." "I know." Feng Yuan sat opposite Feng Wenhai and said in a deep voice, "Did you find Gu Yong?" Feng Zihan said, "I went to his house before, but it was already empty." "That means he's not dead yet?" "This bastard, we were so good to him, but he actually betrayed us. We must not let him off." Feng Yuan was furious. Feng Zihan said respectfully, "I will find his whereabouts as soon as possible." Feng Yuan waved his hand, "Don't worry about this matter." But Feng Zihan did not understand. After such a big thing happened, the great clan elder will definitely pay special attention to us. He might even monitor us. So from now on, don't worry about anything, just stabilize your position as number 1 on the heaven board. As long as you stabilize your position as number 1 on the heaven board, you will have the chance to become the palace master or the successor of the vice palace master in the future. Feng Yuan said in a deep voice. Feng Zihan nodded. Feng Yuan asked again, "Where are Feng Zijun and your mother?" Feng Zijun is still facing the wall to reflect on his mistakes. As for mother, she is at a critical juncture of her closed-door cultivation, so I didn't dare to tell her about this. Feng Zihan said. Chapter 2037. Well done. At this time, don't disturb your mother. As for Feng Zijun, go and tell him that if he dares to cause trouble for me in the future, I will treat it as if I don't have a grandson like him. Feng Yuan said gloomily. If not for Feng Zijun provoking Qin Feiyang back then, how could this have happened? I know. Feng Zihan replied. Feng Yuan took a deep breath, his gaze turned, and landed on Gong Zifeng. Gong Zifeng lowered his head and bent his waist, completely not daring to meet Feng Yuan's gaze. After a long time, a trace of a smile actually appeared on Feng Yuan's face as he nodded and said, "Your performance this time has made this old man very pleased." Gong Zifeng was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "This is what grandson should do." "What I should do," Feng Yuan muttered with a trace of regret in his eyes. How good would it be if this child in front of him wasn't an illegitimate child? He secretly sighed and said, "In the future, if you need anything, just tell this old man." "Thank you, grandfather. Grandson doesn't need anything." At this point, Gong Zifeng's expression became hesitant, with a trace of apprehension, and finally mustered up his courage and said, "Grandson only wants to give mother a status." Upon hearing this, the smile on Feng Yuan's face immediately disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy expression. Feng Zihan's expression also changed slightly as he glared at Gong Zifeng and shouted, "What should be said, what shouldn't be said, don't you have any sense of propriety? Hurry up and apologize to grandfather." Gong Zifeng looked at Feng Zihan, his eyes filled with unwillingness. "It seems that this old man has misunderstood. What you did in the square wasn't because you wanted to save your father, but because you wanted to win our sympathy for your mother. Feng Yuan said with a cold smile. Gong Zifeng's expression suddenly changed and hurriedly said, "Grandfather, it's not like that, I really want to say father." But before he could finish, Feng Yuan pointed to the door and said, "Get out." Grandfather, Gong Zifeng was extremely anxious, and his face could not help but turn pale. Scram! Feng Yuan suddenly stood up and roared. Gong Zifeng's gaze trembled, and he could not help but look at Feng Wenhai and helplessly called out, "Father." However, Feng Wenhai only raised his head and glanced at him indifferently, then lowered his head again, and did not say anything. Gong Zifeng's hands clenched. Why did she have to do this to him? He just wanted to give his mother a status. Was that wrong? Father has been expelled from Nine Heavens Palace, and the Feng clan's reputation has been ruined. Grandfather is already angry, yet you say such words. Aren't you just adding fuel to the fire? He really has no sense of propriety at all. Hurry up and get out. Don't make Grandpa angry again. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you. Feng Zihan transmitted. When Gong Zifeng heard this, he looked at Feng Wenhai and Feng Yuan. He suppressed the anger in his heart and walked out with his head lowered. You want a status? That will never happen. Our Feng clan can't afford to lose face like this. Feng Yuan shouted angrily. He was so angry that his beard was blowing and his eyes were glaring. Gong Zifeng's body trembled, and he couldn't help but shed tears. At the same time, an unresolvable resentment rose in his heart. Feng Zihan looked at Gong Zifeng's back and sighed inwardly. He walked to Feng Yuan's side and comforted, "Grandfather, he didn't do it on purpose. Don't be angry. Wouldn't it be great if they could be as sensible and promising as you?" Feng Yuan shook his head and sighed. Then he frowned and said, "Speaking of which, what did Jiang Haotian mean this time? He actually let your father go?" This, Feng Zihan's expression stiffened. Feng Yuan looked at Feng Zihan suspiciously and asked, "It has something to do with you?" Feng Zihan nodded. He honestly told Feng Yuan about the private deal. That damned little bastard. Feng Yuan was furious. Feng Zihan carefully asked, "Grandfather, you won't blame me, right?" Feng Yuan was stunned. He shook his head and sighed, "You did this to save your father. Why would I blame you?" Feng Zihan sighed in relief. But 4 billion divine crystals, for peak-grade divine artifacts, and 4 peak-grade divine arts, you can't take it out. Feng Yuan said. Although I can receive a lot of soul stones every month, I've already refined them. I really can't take it out. Feng Zihan said. It's really hard on you. Feng Yuan patted Feng Zihan's hand and said, "Let grandfather think of a way." "Thank you, grandfather." Feng Zihan said gratefully. In the room, the grandfather and grandson were happy and harmonious. However, outside the room, Gong Zifeng was squatting in a corner, crying bitterly. The resentment in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. Late at night, Jingxin Lake. The calm surface of the lake reflected the full moon. The surroundings were quiet. It was particularly peaceful and peaceful. Shangguan Fenglan stood alone on the balcony, looking at the lake without moving. Her expression was calm. No one knew what she was thinking at the moment. Swish. Suddenly, a figure descended above the lake. It was Qin Feiyang. This time, he did not bring Hui and Fire Lotus. He came alone. Qin Feiyang glanced at Shangguan Fenglan, then flew over and bowed. Disciple Jiang Haoyin greets Lord Hallmaster. Shangguan Fenglan did not look at him, nor did she respond to him. She kept looking at the lake, as if she did not know that Qin Feiyang had arrived. "What are you looking at? So engrossed?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. He followed Shangguan Fenglan's gaze and found that there was nothing but a few lotus flowers. After a while, Shangguan Fenglan suddenly said, "Are those lotus flowers beautiful?" Qin Feiyang was somewhat baffled and casually replied, "Beautiful. Very beautiful. Especially when they are in full bloom, they are breathtaking. However, their blooming time is too short. It will not be long before they wither. And after they wither, they will no longer be able to attract people's attention." Shangguan Fenglan said faintly. Qin Feiyang frowned. She called him here just to let him listen to this nonsense? Wait. These words, something was wrong. There seemed to be a hidden meaning in her words. He pondered carefully and suddenly came to a realization. This Shangguan Fenglan, on the surface, was talking about the lotus flowers, but in fact she was talking about him. In other words, Shangguan Fenglan compared him to a lotus flower. If he was obedient, he would always bloom in Jiutian Palace. But if he was not obedient, then he would slowly wither and wither like these lotus flowers. In other words, this was a warning. Warning him not to mess around in the future. Shangguan Fenglan finally got to the point and said, "Answer me, why did you let Feng Wenhai go?" Actually, I was also very helpless about this matter. At that time, you also saw that even Feng Zihan knelt down and begged for mercy. If I didn't let him go, wouldn't she take revenge on me in the future? I'm just an ordinary disciple. I have no background and no one to help me. How would I dare to offend her? Qin Feiyang said aggrievedly. Shangguan Fenglan said angrily, "Am I not helping you?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, shook his head and sighed. Lord Palace Master is high and mighty. How would I dare to have extravagant hopes? As long as Lord Palace Master does not cheat me behind my back, I am already very satisfied. What do you mean? Shangguan Fenglan suddenly raised her head and stared at Qin Feiyang, two cold rays of light shooting out from her eyes. Qin Feiyang looked straight into Shangguan Fenglan's eyes and said, "What do I mean, Lord Palace Master is not very clear in your heart?" Shangguan Fenglan's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous signal. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Previously, Lord Palace Master compared this disciple to a lotus flower and warned this disciple. Now, this disciple dares to come and nag." Shangguan Fenglan said, "You actually understood it. Your comprehension is quite good. It's just as so." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said with a smile, "When I was young, this disciple heard a story. The story went like this. Once upon a time, there was an elephant. When it was passing by a road, it encountered an ant blocking its way. The elephant was very disdainful of this ant. Because it was big, it could casually trample the ant to death, so it shouted at the ant to get out of the way. This ant also had a temper and refused to give way. The elephant suddenly felt that its self-esteem was being challenged, so it wanted to trample the ant to death. In the face of death, the ant could only obediently give way, and then the elephant swaggered away. After that, this elephant was injured and fell to the ground, and did not even have the strength to move. It was also at this time that the little ant appeared, and it also brought a large group of ants. They ran onto the elephant and wantonly gnawed on the elephant's flesh and blood, ending the elephant's life bit by bit. After they finished gnawing on the elephant's flesh and blood, they gnawed on the elephant's bones. Finally, one day, the elephant's bones were all gnawed, and not a single bone was left. Then, the little ant swaggered away proudly. And that elephant, never in its wildest dreams, would have thought that in the end, it would actually die in the hands of the ants and become their food. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Hearing this story, Shangguan Fenglan's hands could not help but gradually clench. This was obviously also a warning to her. Lord Palace Master, don't misunderstand. This disciple has no other meaning. I just want to express a concept. Being strong and having a hard fist does not necessarily mean that you can control the life and death of others. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze, turned around, looked at Shangguan Fenglan, and said with a faint smile. Shangguan Fenglan loosened her hands and looked away from Qin Feiyang. She said lightly, "You are right. No one has the right to control the life and death of others. However, an elephant is an elephant, and an ant is an ant. No matter how strong the ant is, it can only wait for the elephant to fall before it dares to take revenge." It seems to make sense. But many things are unpredictable, don't you think so? Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Very right. After a while, the resource hall will recruit people. This Highness wants to see just how strong this ant is. Shangguan Fenglan said expressionlessly. Then, Lord Palace Master, please wait and see. Qin Feiyang smiled. Shangguan Fenglan waved her hand and said, "You can go." This disciple will take his leave. Qin Feiyang bowed, and with a flicker he disappeared without a trace. Elephant, ant, what a ridiculous story. Shengguan Fenglan looked at the silent night sky, and a trace of murderous intent appeared in her eyes. Elephants were also divided into smart and stupid, and a smart elephant would strangle an uncontrollable hidden danger in the cradle. Chapter 2038. When Qin Feiyang returned to his cave abode, Fire Lotus immediately went up to him and asked in concern, "How did it go?" "Not much. She wanted to intimidate me the moment she went. However, I'm not a pushover either," Qin Feiyang said. Fire Lotus frowned. "In that case, do we really have to guard against them in the future?" "Of course." Qin Feiyang sighed. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The two of them turned to look at the stone door. Who would come looking for them in the middle of the night? It shouldn't be Huai because Huai never knocks. Fire Lotus mumbled. Could it be? The same person appeared in their minds at the same time. Qin Feiyang smiled. "Lass, go open the door and invite her in." Fire Lotus nodded with a smile, turned and ran over to open the stone door. A graceful figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Feng Zihan. "Senior sister, please come in." Fire Lotus retreated to the side and said with a smile. Feng Zihan glanced at Fire Lotus and Qin Feiyang, who was sitting inside, before entering the cave abode slowly. Fire Lotus waved her hand again and the door of the cave abode closed tightly. Qin Feiyang pointed to a stone stool at the side and smiled. "Senior sister, please take a seat. Lass, prepare tea." "No need." Feng Zihan waved her hand and scanned the cave abode, frowning. "Your cave abode is way too shabby." Qin Feiyang smiled. "It's not your own home. Why do you have to make it so luxurious?" Feng Zihan did not waste time and took out a cosmos ring from her bosom, tossing it to Qin Feiyang. "This is what you want." "Wow! It's a cosmos ring. Senior sister, you're so generous." Fire Lotus walked to Qin Feiyang's side as though she had never seen the world and exclaimed in surprise at the cosmos ring. Feng Zihan said, "There are too many soul stones, the Qingquan bag can't hold them all." Fire Lotus asked, "Do I have to return the interspatial ring to you later?" Feng Zihan raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, "Do you think I care about an interspatial ring?" Fire Lotus was dumbfounded. She smiled embarrassedly and said, "Sorry, I forgot about your identity. It's just a cosmos ring. You won't care about it." Qin Feiyang threw the cosmos ring to Fire Lotus and said with a smile, "Go and check it." After he finished speaking, he sent the Fire Lotus back to the castle. Then he looked at Feng Zihan and said, "Senior sister, please wait for a moment." Feng Zihan nodded and stood there silently, giving off a cold feeling that kept people 1,000 miles away. "Qindage, the numbers are all correct. Soon." Fire Lotus's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Feng Zihan and said, "Giving it all to me so easily, aren't you afraid I'll go back on my word?" Feng Zihan raised his eyebrows. "I'm just joking, don't get excited," Qin Feiyang said and directly removed Feng Zihan's enslavement seal. Frankly speaking, he was really afraid that Feng Zihan would fight him to the death. After all, this woman was too strong, and her status in Nine Heavens Palace was unparalleled. If the big shots of Nine Heavens Palace were to choose, they would definitely choose Feng Zihan without hesitation. After the enslavement seal was removed, Feng Zihan was relieved. But she didn't leave. She took out another interspatial ring from her bosom and threw it in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He caught the interspatial ring and looked at it carefully. He was a little dazed. There were about 1 billion soul stones in this interspatial ring. What did this mean? Feng Zihan said, "Exactly 1 billion soul stones, not one more, not one less." "What are you trying to do?" Qin Feiyang frowned. 1 billion soul stones was not a small number. It was impossible to give it to him for no reason. Feng Zihan said, "I want to use this 1 billion soul stones to buy Guyong's whereabouts." Guyong? Qin Feiyang was stunned. A mere Guyong was worth 1 billion soul stones? Feng Zihan said, I believe that Guyong is no longer of any value to you. To me, he is indeed no longer of any value. Qin Feiyang said. Feng Zihan said, then give him to me. A traitor should be punished accordingly. Qin Feiyang was a little hesitant. Feng Zihan frowned. 1 billion soul stones are in front of you, you still don't want it? Of course. But, Qin Feiyang frowned and sighed, I won't lie to you. In fact, after the conversation with your father, Guyong was already killed by me. Feng Zihan was stunned and asked, then what about his family? It's not his wife and children's fault, so I didn't kill his family. I just told them to leave Sky Dragon City as soon as possible. As for where they went, I don't know. Look at this news, can you earn the 1 billion soul stones? Qin Feiyang looked at the universe ring in his hand and asked unwillingly, are you dreaming? Feng Zihan snatched the universe ring away. Qin Feiyang hurriedly got up and smiled. Senior sister, I killed him and helped you vent your anger. Can't you reward me a little? Goodbye. Feng Zihan said coldly, then turned around and left the cave quickly. Looking at Feng Zihan's back, the smile on Qin Feiyang's face gradually disappeared, and his eyes flashed. After Feng Zihan left, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the cave's stone door closed. He then entered the ancient castle. Inside the ancient castle, everyone had woken up from their seclusion, and there was a bright smile on their faces. Not to mention the divine arts and divine artifacts, just the 4 billion soul stones were enough for them to enter the half-step divine monarch realm, and there would be a lot left. Because in total, they only needed 1 to 4 to 5 billion soul stones. I was wondering why you were so generous to give Gao Xiaolong 10 million soul stones, so you were secretly extorting a sum from Feng Zihan. The mermaid princess covered her mouth and giggled. Little girl, why are your words so unpleasant? Qin Feiyang lightly scratched her nose and said unhappily, is this extortion? It's an equal transaction. Yes. An equal transaction. Thanks to this equal transaction, we don't need to worry about soul stones anymore. The mermaid princess laughed. Qin Feiyang hugged the mermaid princess and chuckled. Look, your husband is so capable, shouldn't you give me a reward? What are you doing? The mermaid princess's face turned red as she scolded. Nothing. Don't worry about us, it's not the first time we've seen it. Zhao Tailai and the others jeered. Qin Rushuang said, actually, we should get married earlier and add more people to our Qin family. The mermaid princess said helplessly, Sister Rushuang, why are you jeering too? This is a serious matter, not jeering. Qin Rushuang said. The mermaid princess was helpless. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and looked at the two of them, saying, I say, your seniority is a bit ridiculous. I also want to call her great-grandmother, but she doesn't want to, saying that it makes her seem old. The mermaid princess laughed. She's old. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. What did you say? Say it again for me to hear. Qin Rushuang was stunned and stared at Qin Feiyang unkindly. Nothing. Then from now on, should I also call you big sister? And the husband follows the wife's lead. Since she calls you sister, then I should also call you sister. Qin Feiyang chuckled. How dare you? Qin Rushuang said angrily. Why should I? Qin Feiyang was dissatisfied. Everyone else can, but not you. Because you and I are directly related by blood, so you have to call me whatever you want. Qin Rushuang said. All right. It's just a name, as long as you're happy, it's fine. Feiyang, what do you plan to do with these 4 divine artifacts and techniques? Tentai Li asked. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at the 4 divine artifacts and jade slips on the ground, and fell silent for a moment. The 4 divine artifacts were a black battle axe, a crimson battle sword, a crimson gold halberd, and a golden bronze mirror. A moment later, Qin Feiyang looked at Zhao Lai and said, Old Zhao, the battle axe is yours. Thank you, young master. Zhao Talai was pleasantly surprised and quickly went forward to grab the battle axe. Tang Hai, you. Qin Feiyang looked at Tang Hai, but before he could say anything, Tang Hai waved his hand and said, "My hell blade is about to evolve into a perfect divine artifact, so I don't need a divine artifact. Just give me a technique later." Qin Feiyang nodded. The hell blade was the black dagger on Tang Hai's body. "Willow Tree, the battle sword is yours. Chui Li, the halberd is yours. Blood Kirin, the bronze mirror is yours." Qin Feiyang said. "Thank you." Willow Tree, Chui Li, and the Blood Kirin were also very excited. The white-eyed wolf looked at Zhao Teilai, then at Qin Feiyang and said, "Little Qin Zi, where is your brother? How could I forget you?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and took out the Sun Destroyer bow. "This is for you." "What about us?" Yu Huang, the Golden Leopard, and the Thunder Leopard asked. "Thorush, there are only a few divine artifacts. How can everyone have a share?" "Take it slow. I promise that everyone here will have a peak-level divine artifact. Even a legendary divine artifact," Qin Feiyang said. But Yu Huang and the other beasts nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the 4 jade slips and smiled. "As for these 4 techniques, you can decide for yourselves. Whoever is most suited to cultivate them will have them. What about you? You don't want anything?" The mermaid princess looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang hugged the mermaid princess tightly and smiled. "With you by my side, why would I need those things?" The mermaid princess blushed. Zhao Lai shook his head and sighed. "Young master, I didn't know you were such a mushy person." Tang Hai said lightly, "You don't understand. Young master is a quiet man." Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Was it because he was in a good mood and wanted to be intimate with the mermaid princess? But these guys were making fun of him. "Okay, you guys take your time to discuss who the divine artifact belongs to. Fire Lotus, let's go find Guyong." Qin Feiyang let go of the mermaid princess and looked at Fire Lotus. "Find Guyong?" Fire Lotus was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Guyong was worthless. Why would they go find him? Think about it carefully. Is Guyong's head really worth 1 billion soul stones? Qin Feiyang said, his eyes shining. Chapter 2039. It's definitely not worth it. 1 billion divine crystals is probably more like it. Fire Lotus shook her head without hesitation. That's right, since he's not worth this price, then why did Feng Zihan use 1 billion soul stones to buy Guyong's whereabouts? Qin Feiyang said. Fire Lotus said, didn't Feng Zihan also say that she wants to kill this traitor? If it's just because Guyong betrayed them, I don't think Feng Zihan would offer such a high price. Because even if she only gave me 10 million soul stones, I would still tell her Guyong's whereabouts. After all, he has no value, why not exchange for 10 million soul stones? But she took out 1 billion at once, this is worth thinking about. And before, when she heard me say that Guyong was killed by me, I found that Feng Zihan had a feeling of relief. I feel that this matter is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Qin Feiyang thought. Fire Lotus was startled and said in surprise, could it be that Guyong has something on Feng Zihan? I think so too. Qin Feiyang nodded. If that's the case, then we have to find him quickly, in case any accidents happen. Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang nodded, and then brought Fire Lotus to the cave residence. Fire Lotus asked, can you find him? Of course. But I'm too lazy to find him, let him come find me. Qin Feiyang smiled, through the slave seal he sensed Guyong's location, and said in his mind, Guyong, come to the north of Sky Dragon City to see me immediately. In the middle of the night, Guyong was naturally resting. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang's voice sounded in his mind. He sat up with a start, his face full of surprise. Why would there be Jiang Haoyan's voice? Was he having a nightmare? What's wrong? The woman beside him was also awakened, and looked suspiciously at Guyong. Guyong shook his head. Maybe I've been too tired recently, so I'm hallucinating. It's nothing. This is not an illusion. After 100 breaths, if I don't see you outside the northern city gate, I will tell Feng Yuan your whereabouts. Qin Feiyang's voice sounded again. Guyong was stunned. Even though he was so far away from the Nine Heaven Palace, he was still able to transmit his voice directly into his mind? Furthermore, from what he said, he could even sense his location. What kind of secret technique was this? This was too heaven-defying. Seeing Gu Yong's expression, the woman sat up and asked again, "Are you really okay?" It's okay. Don't worry." Gu Yong returned to his senses and smiled at the woman. It was obvious that he loved his wife very much. The woman looked at him in confusion and asked, "Then why are you so surprised?" "Don't ask." Gu Yong smiled. He lowered his head and muttered to himself for a while. Then he lifted the quilt and quickly put on his clothes. He looked at the woman and said, "I have something to do. Don't worry. Rest well. Be careful." The woman warned. "I will." Gu Yong nodded. He took out an illusory pill from his universe ring and transformed into an old man. He then activated the altar and rushed towards Sky Dragon City. His current location could be said to be extremely far away from Sky Dragon City. He would need to activate at least a dozen altars to reach there. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also brought Fire Lotus and quickly left the Nine Heaven Palace. He activated an altar and descended outside the northern city gate. In the night, there was not a single person in the plains. It was extremely quiet. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus stood under a large tree outside the plains. They blended into the darkness and looked at the northern city gate from afar. 100 breaths had not passed yet. Suddenly, a black figure appeared in the sky above the plains. It was Gu Yong. He looked around, his face full of vigilance. Although Gu Yong had changed his appearance, but with the slave seal, he could sense Gu Yong's location. Therefore, Qin Feiyang immediately knew that it was him. Qin Feiyang thought to himself, "Turn around and walk straight out of the plains." Gu Yong immediately turned and flew towards where Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus were. A few breaths later, Gu Yong left the plains. Qin Feiyang smiled. Here, Gu Yong looked towards the direction of the voice. Helplessness flashed in his eyes as he walked towards Qin Feiyang. Fire Lotus mocked, "You hid so far away and we still found you. Do you feel depressed?" Gu Yong looked at Fire Lotus and then at Qin Feiyang. He suddenly knelt on the ground and begged, "I really don't want to go back to the Nine Heaven Palace. Please let me go." "Don't be like this. Get up and talk." Qin Feiyang raised his hand and smiled. But the more it was like this, the more Gu Yong panicked. "What are you afraid of? I am not here for you to go back to the Nine Heaven Palace." Qin Feiyang was helpless. "You aren't?" Gu Yong was stunned for a moment before he sighed in relief. He stood up and asked, "Then why are you looking for me?" "Do you know? Earlier, Feng Zihan came to me with 1,000,000,000 soul stones and told me to tell her your whereabouts." Qin Feiyang said. "What?" Gu Yong's face paled as he hurriedly asked, "Then did you tell her?" "If I had told her, then I wouldn't be the one looking for you. She would be the one looking for you." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Thank you." Gu Yong was moved to tears. 1,000,000,000 soul stones, such a large sum, anyone would be moved. But this person in front of him didn't want it? Could it be that he has a bigger scheme? Qin Feiyang patted Gu Yong's shoulder and smiled. "Don't worry, I don't have a scheme. Even if I did, it wouldn't be against you." Gu Yong was stunned and frowned. "You can really peek into my thoughts?" "Of course. That's what it is. Why would I lie to you?" Qin Feiyang said. Gu Yong asked suspiciously, "Then why did you call me here?" "Let's change places and talk slowly." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought Fire Lotus and Gu Yong to the courtyard in the center of the Black Tortoise Realm's herb field. So, Qin Feiyang pointed to the stone bench and smiled. Gu Yong sat down nervously. "Don't be so nervous." Qin Feiyang comforted him and said, "According to my guess, this Feng Zihan spent 1,000,000,000 soul stones to buy information about you. It shouldn't be as simple as you betraying them." Gu Yong's eyes trembled slightly when he heard this, then he lowered his head and remained silent. Qin Feiyang was not in a hurry. He took out the set of Proud of the Blue Sea and asked Fire Lotus to bring some water over. Then he slowly brewed tea. So, the fragrance of tea filled the air. Qin Feiyang poured a cup and pushed it in front of Gu Yong. "Thank you." Gu Yong thanked him and grabbed the teacup. He did not drink, lowered his head and continued to remain silent. Qin Feiyang picked up the teacup and took a sip. He looked at Fire Lotus and smiled. Girl, this tea is rare. It was given to me by an old man. He spent a lot of effort to cultivate this tea. You should try it. Fire Lotus poured a cup and tasted it curiously. She said in surprise, there is actually a medicinal fragrance? That old man planted the tea tree in the herb field, so it has a medicinal fragrance. Qin Feiyang smiled. The old man he was talking about was the pavilion master of the Forgotten Continents trading pavilion. I see. Fire Lotus nodded in realization. After Qin Feiyang drank a few cups, he looked at Gu Yong and said, after thinking for so long, you still haven't decided? Gu Yong sighed deeply. He was not in the mood to drink tea. He put down the teacup and looked up at Qin Feiyang, saying, they probably want to silence us. Silence us? Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at each other. Was there really something fishy about this? Gu Yong said, after following Feng Yuan for so many years, he trusted me a lot, so I know everything he did before. What did he do before? Qin Feiyang was curious. Gu Yong was a little hesitant. Qin Feiyang smiled. Drink a cup of tea and moisten your throat. Tell me slowly. Gu Yong glanced at Qin Feiyang, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. Then he made up his mind and said, I know if I don't tell you today, you won't let me go. Qin Feiyang said, it's good that you know. Feng Yuan has done a lot of despicable things in the resource hall these years. For example, he used his authority to deceive his superiors and subordinates, eliminate dissidents, and take bribes and bend the law to fill his own pockets. Moreover, he also bribed people from the law enforcement hall behind the scenes, preparing to take away Shengguan Fenglan's power and replace her with Feng Wenhai. You can say that if all the things he did in the past are exposed, he will definitely die. Gu Yong said. Sure enough, there's something. Qin Feiyang muttered. Let's talk about soul stones. The inner sect is different from the outer sect. Outer sect disciples receive soul stones at the duty hall. Inner sect disciples go directly to the resource hall to receive them. And Feng Yuan used his authority to give Feng Zihan 5 million soul stones every month. Even for Feng Zijuan, he gave her 500,000 soul stones every month. Gu Yong said, What? 5 million? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. That's a whole 5 times more. Because Feng Zihan himself received 1 million soul stones every month. And Feng Zihan's deity techniques and deity artifacts were basically taken out by Feng Yuan from the resource hall's treasury and given to her. Gu Yong said, This is more than just bribery and bending the law. He simply treats the resource hall as his own home. Fire Lotus said angrily, This is normal. As the hall master of the resource hall, who wouldn't be tempted to look at those treasures all day long? Qin Feiyang shook his head with a smile, looked at Gu Yong and asked, Other than these, is there anything else special? Something special? Gu Yong was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, That is, the kind that is enough to kill him instantly. Gu Yong lowered his head and pondered. Fire Lotus said, Brother, to be so greedy and want to make Shengguan Fenglan a mere figurehead, this is enough to kill him. I know. But when it comes to information, the more, the better. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. A moment later, Gu Yong's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, There is one thing that should be special. What is it? Qin Feiyang was looking forward to it. Gu Yong said, The great elder's son, the previous hall master of the resource hall, was assassinated by Feng Yuan. What? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. Fire Lotus was also shocked. Feng Yuan assassinated the great elder's son? If this really happened, then it couldn't be described as special, it should be described as shocking. Chapter 2040. You might not know, but Feng Yuan used to be a follower of the first elder's son. But he was very calculative. He used the first elder's son to climb up step by step. In the end, he set his sights on the throne of the resource hall master. But since the other party was the first elder's son, he didn't dare to act rashly. So, he waited patiently and slowly looked for an opportunity. Then, one day, the first elder's son received news that a Class 9 soul line had been born in the Sky Dragon Sea. There are only 3 Class 9 soul lines in 9 Heaven Palace, so the first elder's son took some people and went to the Sky Dragon Sea. Among them was Feng Yuan. Gu Yong said. Qin Feiyang asked, is there really a Class 9 soul line? There is. However, the birth of this Class 9 soul line also attracted the attention of the Treasure Hall and other factions. At that time, the various factions had a bloody battle. The Treasure Hall sent the current Vice Hall Master. He was very strong and directly injured the First Elder's son. But because of the First Elder's face, he didn't kill him. But Feng Yuan took the opportunity to kill the First Elder's son while he was recuperating. His companions were all killed by him to keep their mouths shut. At that time, this matter even caused a huge commotion in the northern region. Gu Yong said, that's for sure. After all, the other party was the First Elder's son. Then what did Feng Yuan say to the First Elder when he returned? Qin Feiyang asked. He told the First Elder that he was attacked by sea beasts on the way back. He blamed the Treasure Hall's Vice Hall Master, saying that if the Vice Hall Master hadn't injured his son, he wouldn't have died in the Sky Dragon Sea. Because of this matter, the First Elder personally went to the Treasure Hall. If the Treasure Hall Master hadn't stopped him, the Vice Hall Master would have died at the First Elder's hands. Gu Yong said. Fire Lotus smiled bitterly. He's probably the only one who dares to go to the Treasure Hall. Qin Feiyang said, this shows how terrifying this old man's strength is. The First Elder's strength cannot be described with the word terrifying. According to Feng Yuan, if the First Elder were to go all out, there would not be more than 5 people in the entire northern region who could fight against him. Gu Yong said, terrifying, truly terrifying. Then, did Feng Yuan naturally become the Hall Master of the Resource Hall? Qin Feiyang asked. Because Feng Yuan has been following the First Elder's son, he is more familiar with the situation in the Resource Hall than anyone else. Furthermore, he wasn't weak at that time, so the Great Elder and the Vice Palace Master discussed and let him take up the post. Gu Yong said. Qin Feiyang asked, how many years ago did this happen? Gu Yong thought for a moment and said, it should be more than 10,000 years ago. Anyway, it's been a long time. Then how do you know so clearly? At that time, you hadn't followed Feng Yuan yet, right? Qin Feiyang said. Indeed, I didn't. But this was told to me by Feng Yuan himself. It's definitely true. Gu Yong said solemnly. Fire Lotus said in surprise, Feng Yuan even told you such an important thing? He said it once when he drank too much. Of course. It's also because of his trust in me. You can say that in terms of trust, even his own son, Feng Wenhai, can't compare to me. Gu Yong said proudly. Not bad. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. It was not difficult to gain a person's trust. However, it wasn't easy for someone to trust him so much. It meant that Gu Yong was indeed very smart. Fire Lotus shook her head and said, to be honest, I feel a little sorry for Feng Yuan now. But Qin Feiyang and Gu Yong looked at her suspiciously. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang and said, think about it, Feng Yuan trusted him so much, but he betrayed Feng Yuan. Don't you think such a person is hateful? Heard about it. Gu Yong looked rather embarrassed. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but want to laugh. He looked at Gu Yong and said, don't mind her. This girl is just telling the truth. I won't. Gu Yong waved his hand. But then his expression froze. He originally thought that Qin Feiyang was comforting him. But after thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem to be the case. He was just telling the truth. Was this considered comforting him? Was there a need to go overboard? Besides, if it weren't for you, would I have betrayed Feng Yuan? But he didn't dare to say these words. Qin Feiyang coughed and asked, besides you, who else knows about this? Feng Wenhai and Yin Hui know. But the descendants, such as Feng Zihan and Feng Zijuan, know nothing. Gu Yong said. Qin Feiyang said, is the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion still around? Gu Yong nodded and said, I heard that he's in seclusion. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said with a smile, it seems that keeping you alive is the right choice. Alright, you go back first. I'll look for you if I need anything in the future. Don't look for me, okay? I'll tell you another secret, Gu Yong said with a bitter face. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked curiously, "What secret?" Feng Yuan has an account book in his hands. All the things he has embezzled over the years are recorded in this account book. As long as you can get this account book, it's equivalent to holding his life in your hands. Gu Yong said. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up and he asked, "Where is this account book?" Gu Yong said, "It's in his interspatial ring. He carries it with him everywhere and never leaves his side." Never leaves his side? Qin Feiyang frowned. This was a little difficult. Gu Yong said, "Look, I've already told you such an important thing. Can't you let me go?" "Don't worry. If there's nothing particularly important, I won't disturb you." Qin Feiyang smiled comfortingly. Gu Yong sighed helplessly. "Anyway, you don't intend to let me go. As long as you behave yourself, I guarantee that you'll live a good life. All right, you can go back." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Gu Yong out. Fire Lotus said suspiciously, "Qin Dage, taking bribes and bending the law is a serious crime. Why does Feng Yuan keep an account book?" "Because he has to reconcile the accounts. Although he's in charge of the resource hall, the first elder will definitely check the accounts at any time. If he doesn't record it in the account book, then he won't know how to reconcile the accounts. After all, if he's too greedy, sometimes even he will forget where the money he took went." Qin Feiyang said. "In other words, the account book he showed the first elder is the public account, while the one in his hand is the hidden account." Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. "It seems like I have to go to the resource hall. Only by entering the resource hall would he be able to get close to Feng Yuan. Only by getting close to him would he have a chance to obtain the account book. You know that there's a tiger in the mountain, but you still want to go there." Fire Lotus rolled her eyes at Huang Xiaolong. "Isn't there another saying? Nothing ventured, nothing gained." Qin Feiyang smiled and left the Black Tortoise world with Fire Lotus. After returning to the Nine Heavens Palace, he went to the ancient castle with Fire Lotus to cultivate in seclusion. Chapter 2041. After a period of time, it finally calmed down. No one came to find trouble with Qin Feiyang anymore. But outside, the matter of Feng Wenhai framing Qin Feiyang did not die down. Everyone would often discuss this matter after dinner. The Feng family's reputation was ruined and everyone despised them. Qin Feiyang became the idol of many young people. Not only did he have courage, but he also had brains. This was especially true for many young girls. When the name Qin Feiyang was mentioned, their eyes couldn't help but shine. Time passed quickly. More than a month passed. Boom! Inside the ancient castle, a terrifying aura appeared. This aura had already reached the level of a perfect war god. The owner of this aura was Qin Feiyang. Swish! He opened his eyes and 2 rays of divine light shot out. It was indeed different with the Soul Stone. Of course, with the Soul Stone and without the ancient castle, it would not be so fast. "You broke through." Fire Lotus stood at the side and smiled at Qin Feiyang. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and restrained his aura. He looked up and sized up Fire Lotus. The aura emitted by the Fire Lotus was also a level stronger than before. Obviously, she had also reached the level of perfect war god. Fire Lotus shook her head and said, "I really don't like to cultivate. It's too boring sitting here all day." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He stood up and knocked Fire Lotus's head hard. "Do you know how many people want to cultivate in the ancient castle? You're good, you're bored. You really don't know how lucky you are." Fire Lotus rubbed her head and laughed. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and took out the image crystal. Buzz. Not long later, a figure appeared. It was Gao Xiaolong. Gao Xiaolong's aura had also reached the level of a perfect war god. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, "You've already broken through?" "Yes. This is all thanks to the Soul Stone Brother Jiang gave me. I could have broken through to perfect war god long ago, but I didn't have the Soul Stone and could only rely on myself." Gao Xiaolong sighed helplessly. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "How's the situation outside recently?" "Nothing much. Feng Yuan, Feng Zihan, and Feng Zijuan are all very honest." It's just that Gong Zifeng has some problems. Gao Xiaolong frowned. What is it? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Gao Xiaolong went on, last time at the square, he pleaded for Feng Wenhai, do you still remember? Qin Feiyang nodded. Because of this, Feng Yuan's attitude towards him finally changed. But good times don't last. Back then, Feng Yuan asked young Master Feng if there was anything he wanted. What he meant was that he was prepared to nurture him. But can you guess how Gong Zifeng answered? He told Feng Yuan that he didn't need anything. He just wanted to give his mother a status. This sentence angered Feng Yuan again, and he chased him out of the house on the spot. Since then, he has been staying in the restaurant all day. I tried to persuade him, but it was useless. It was as if he had no soul. Gao Xiaolong shook his head, sympathy written all over his face. Qin Feiyang was silent for a long time when he heard this. I thought he was a smart person, but it seems like I overestimated him. Gao Xiaolong asked, you also think that he's wrong? Of course he's wrong. Feng Wenhai's matter has already ruined the Feng family's reputation. If he reveals his mother's identity at this time, won't the Feng family be even more embarrassed? Anyone with half a brain wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Qin Feiyang said. I think so too, and I told him the same thing. But now, other than hatred, he won't listen to anything. Gao Xiaolong said. Forget it. There's no need to help such a stupid person. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. If Gong Zifeng could endure for a bit and wait for this matter to pass, wait for Feng Yuan to calm down, and then mention to Feng Yuan about clearing his mother's name, then it would definitely be a different situation. Gao Xiaolong sighed. Actually, he's quite pitiful. There are too many pitiful people in this world, one more won't make a difference. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. That's true. Gao Xiaolong nodded with a smile. In fact, he knew that Qin Feiyang was exasperated at Gong Zifeng's failure to live up to his expectations. Qin Feiyang asked, how's your sister recently? Not bad. I gave her half of the 10 million soul stones you gave me, and she's in seclusion now. Gao Xiaolong smiled. Qin Feiyang praised. Good, she doesn't forget her family, very good. Now, she only has me as her brother, if I don't take care of her, who will? Gao Xiaolong sighed. Qin Feiyang said, I admire you for this. Gao Xiaolong scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Suddenly, Gao Xiaolong seemed to have thought of something, and his brows furrowed slightly. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, recently, something big happened in the treasure pavilion. Qin Feiyang asked, what's the matter? Gao Xiaolong said, I remember that half a month ago, the treasure pavilion auctioned off a pill called 9 Revolutions Dragon Blood Pill. 9 Revolutions Dragon Blood Pill. Qin Feiyang's eyes narrowed. This Mu Tianyang really acted fast. Last time, it was Mu Qing who acted on her own, but this time, it was definitely Mu Tianyang who acted personally. Moreover, it was 100% done with soul stones. Because Mu Tianyang was different from Mu Qing, he wouldn't waste such a good opportunity to earn soul stones. All right. If there's any situation in the future, remember to inform me at once. Qin Feiyang looked at Gao Xiaolong and smiled. Gao Xiaolong nodded. Qin Feiyang turned off the image crystal and fell into deep thought. Fire Lotus said, Qin Dage, we can't let Mu Tianyang and the treasure pavilion continue to cooperate like this. But the treasure pavilion has banned me, I can't stop them. Qin Feiyang felt helpless. We can go look for Shangguan Fenglana. She's Shangguan Qiu's sister, Shangguan Qiu will definitely listen to her. Fire Lotus laughed. Forget it, I don't want to face this woman at all. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, smiling, let's go, I haven't been to the treasure pavilion since I was banned. You also don't want to cultivate, right? Let's go take a look at the treasure pavilion today. Kona, aren't you looking for trouble? I don't want to go. Fire Lotus shook her head. Girl, do you really think I don't have a way to deal with that Shangguan Qiu? Qin Feiyang chuckled. Fire Lotus was stunned as she looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. You'll know in a while. Qin Feiyang smiled, took Fire Lotus and left the Black Tortoise realm, then walked out of the cave and flew towards the sky stairway. Jiang Haoyan, Jiang Fire Lotus, wait up. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus stopped and turned to look, only to see Qing Li flying towards them. Both of them were stunned. Why was Qing Li looking for them? Qing Li flew over and asked suspiciously, "Where are you guys going?" "I have something to do in Sky Dragon City." "May I ask what's the matter, Elder?" Qin Feiyang asked. "It's like this. The higher-ups have decided to let the two of you, Jiang Rushuang and Hui, enter the inner sect. I'm here to inform you." Qing Li laughed. "Enter the inner sect?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Actually, you guys were originally inner sect disciples, but because you were framed by Feng Wenhai, you were demoted to the outer sect. Now that the truth is out, it's only right for you to return to the inner sect." Qing Li said. "What about the reward for first place? Since we were wronged, the reward for first place should be returned to us." Fire Lotus said. "I'm afraid," Qing Li was in a difficult position. "Elder Cheng. To be honest, we're already used to the life of the outer sect and don't want to go to the inner sect yet. Why don't you go back and let us stay in the outer sect?" Qin Feiyang said. "Don't want to go to the inner sect?" The corner of Qing Li's mouth twitched. "If you want the reward for first place back, just say it. Why find such an excuse? The reward for first place has already been given to Mu Tianyang. It's impossible to return it to you. If you insist on not going, I won't force you, but don't regret it." 3 days later, the resource hall will be recruiting. At that time, only inner sect disciples are qualified to sign up. Qing Li said. "Resource hall is recruiting?" Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at each other. "The treatment in the resource hall is even better than the inner sect. Even I want to join." Qing Li smiled. "Are you sure only inner sect disciples can sign up?" "Elder, don't try to trick us," Qin Feiyang said. "Jiang Haoyan, you're being rude. In any case, I am an elder. Why would I lie to disciples like you?" Qing Li said angrily. "Don't be angry, don't be angry. Disciple was just saying it casually." Qin Feiyang quickly apologized. "Actually," Qing Li sighed and smiled, "you're now a famous person in Nine Heaven Palace. To be honest, I don't want you to go to the inner sect, but this is an order from the higher-ups, no one can go against it. Prepare to go to the inner sect. After we return from Sky Dragon City, we'll go to the inner sect." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Okay then. When the time comes, help me tell Jiang Rushuang and Hui, so I don't have to make this trip again," Qing Li said. Qin Feiyang nodded and said. After Qing Li left, Fire Lotus said suspiciously, "Why do I feel that this person is trying to curry favor? Feng Wenhai has already fallen, so he has no one to rely on. Naturally, he wants to curry favor. These are all small fries, there's no need to take them seriously. Let's go." Qin Feiyang smiled, turned around, and tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Sky Dragon City. Treasure Pavilion. It's Jiang Haoyan and his sister, Jiang Fire Lotus. This Jiang Haoyan, how could he be a perfect war god? I remember that during the exam, he was only a beginner war god. How could he be so fast? The moment Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus appeared, they caused a commotion. A group of people surrounded them as if they were long-lost relatives. Even Qin Feiyang couldn't withstand their enthusiasm. He quickly pulled Fire Lotus and walked towards the entrance of the treasure pavilion. In front of the treasure pavilion, 2 guards stood straight. Seeing Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus walk over, they looked at each other and stepped in front of the entrance. "What's the meaning of this?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "Young Master Jiang, we're just following orders. Please don't make things difficult for us." The two cupped their hands and said with an apologetic expression. Chapter 2042. Qin Feiyang frowned. "Did I make things difficult for you? You're the ones making things difficult for me." The two of them looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. "What do you mean?" "The treasure pavilion is open for business. Why are you stopping Jiang Haoyan and his sister? What do you mean by following orders? Whose orders are these?" The surrounding crowd began to question them. Qin Feiyang had not been to the treasure pavilion since he was banned, so no one knew about it yet. Why are you stopping us? Did I offend you? Qin Feiyang pretended to be confused. No. The two guards quickly waved their hands, feeling bitter. If it were in the past, they would have been fearless. However, the situation was different now. Qin Feiyang had won the hearts of the people in Sky Dragon City. If the fact that they banned Qin Feiyang was exposed, the treasure pavilion might drown in everyone's spittle. Then I'm puzzled. If I didn't offend you, why can't I enter the treasure pavilion? Don't tell me the treasure pavilion banned me. Qin Feiyang said. What? Banned? Why did they ban you? The crowd looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. I don't know either. I don't think I've done anything wrong to the treasure pavilion. But if they didn't ban me, why can't they let me in? Qin Feiyang said innocently. Shengguanqiu, come out. You have to make this clear today. How dare they ban Jiang Haotian? Who gave you the right to do that? Come out. If you don't make it clear today, we won't come to the treasure pavilion in the future. The crowd roared with righteous indignation. Could it be that some people in the treasure pavilion were bribed by Feng Wenhai? Fire Lotus said suddenly. What? Bribed by Feng Wenhai? Preposterous, preposterous. The dignified treasure pavilion is actually colluding with such shameless people. Shengguanqiu, stop hiding. Come out and give us an explanation. Otherwise, we will chase your treasure pavilion out of Heavenly Dragon City. The crowd roared furiously. It's over. This is going to be big. The two guards were burning with anxiety. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize a boat. The treasure pavilion was able to stand tall in the northern region because of its reputation and the support of the common people. If they offended everyone, then the treasure pavilion would no longer be able to maintain a foothold in the northern region. Suddenly, surrounded by a group of staff members, Shengguanqiu walked out of the treasure pavilion and stood at the entrance with a gloomy face. Shengguanqiu, speak clearly. Why did you ban Jiang Haotian? Was he bribed by Feng Wenhai? The crowd roared. I'd like to see how you're going to handle this. Qin Feiyang mumbled. Shengguanqiu glanced at the crowd and raised his hand. Everyone, please be quiet. The crowd fell silent and waited for him to continue. The treasure pavilion did not ban Jiang Haotian. It's just that we were entertaining an important guest and did not want to be disturbed, so we temporarily blocked Jiang Haotian outside. Shengguanqiu smiled. That's strange. What does your entertaining of an important guest have to do with me entering the treasure pavilion? I'm not here to look for you. Qin Feiyang frowned. That's right. He's not here to look for you, and he won't interfere with your entertaining of an important guest. Why did you block him outside? Even if you want to find an excuse, shouldn't you at least find a better one? The crowd said angrily. Shengguanqiu was furious. He glared at Qin Feiyang and smiled at the crowd. I didn't think it through. I hope everyone can forgive me. No. With Steward Shengguan's intelligence and ability, how could he not think it through? There must be another reason. Qin Feiyang said. Fire Lotus also said, if you can't even think about this, then what ability do you have to be the steward of the treasure pavilion? Shengguanqiu was going crazy. He said telepathically, don't push your luck. Push my luck? Qin Feiyang smiled inwardly and turned his head to look at the crowd behind him. He said angrily, everyone, just now, this manager actually sent me a voice transmission to warn me not to push my luck. I really don't know what I've done to the treasure pavilion. How is this pushing my luck? Shengguanqiu was furious. He looked at Qin Feiyang fiercely, as if he wanted to skin him alive. That's too much. Even if he's on death row, he should announce his crime before he's executed. Shengguanqiu, you've gone too far. You like to ban people so much, right? Then ban us too. Even if you don't ban me, I won't come to the treasure pavilion anymore. This place makes me sick. It's disgusting. Everyone's faces were full of disdain. It's not like this, Shengguanqiu was anxious. The situation was getting out of hand. There was no way to end it. If it's not like this, then what is it? You have to give a reasonable explanation. You can't bully people just because the treasure pavilion is powerful. Qin Feiyang said. Sheng Guanqiu said to himself. Can you stop talking? I'm begging you. You're the steward of the treasure pavilion, the disciple of the pavilion leader, and the sister of the tribunal leader. How can I let you beg me? But I just don't feel good. My sister, Fire Lotus, and my 2 subordinates were all kicked out by you. Qin Feiyang telepathically said. Can I apologize to you? If not, I'll compensate you for your loss. I just beg you to stop making trouble. Sheng Guanqiu said helplessly. Then do something. Do you need me to teach you how to apologize? Qin Feiyang sneered. Sheng Guanqiu gritted his teeth and glared at Qin Feiyang. He glanced at the crowd and said with a smile, Everyone, it's my fault for not thinking things through. I apologize to Jiang Haoyan and Jiang Huoyan right now. After that, Sheng Guanqiu looked at Qin Feiyang and Jiang Haoyan, bowed and said, I'm really sorry. Please forgive me. This, Qin Feiyang hesitated. He looked at the crowd behind him and asked, Everyone, what do you think we should do? We'll do whatever you say. Anyway, we'll support you. Everyone shouted. Thank you for your love and respect. I, Jiang Haoyan, deserve this. Please accept my bow. Qin Feiyang bowed and said, Brother Jiang, you're welcome. We're on the side of justice. We can't bend to evil forces like the treasure pavilion. Everyone laughed. Evil forces? Sheng Guanqiu's mouth twitched. Thank you, thank you. Actually, this is just a small matter. Since Sheng Guanqiu has apologized, let's be generous and forgive him. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Brother Jiang's magnanimity is well-deserved. I'm impressed. The crowd sighed and looked at him with admiration. You're flattering me. After all, humans are not saints. Who can be faultless? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said with a smile. Seeing Qin Feiyang's humble attitude in front of the crowd, Sheng Guanqiu was about to go crazy. He said to himself, Are you done? Qin Feiyang turned and looked at Sheng Guanqiu with evil intentions. Sheng Guanqiu's heart skipped a beat. His attitude suddenly changed. He walked to Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Young Master Jiang, it's too noisy outside. Let's go to the VIP room and talk. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He asked seriously, Is it appropriate for a nobody like me to go to your VIP room? Of course, of course. In the treasure pavilion, there's no difference in status. Once you enter the treasure pavilion, you're our distinguished guest. Sheng Guanqiu said with a flattering smile. Is that so? Qin Feiyang did not believe him. Of course, of course. Please come in. Miss Fire Lotus, please come in too. Sheng Guanqiu nodded and pushed the 2 of them into the treasure pavilion. Brother Jiang, I've heard a lot about you. Brother Jiang, can we have a few drinks together? I've admired you for a long time. The guests in the treasure pavilion were also very enthusiastic. Thank you, thank you. If there's a chance, I'll treat everyone to a drink. Qin Feiyang also bowed to them one by one. Sheng Guanqiu snorted secretly. I didn't expect you to be so popular now. This is called the unpredictable world. It also proves a principle. Don't underestimate anyone. Steward, you're right. Qin Feiyang snickered secretly. You're so proud of yourself. Sheng Guanqiu said disdainfully in his heart. He led Qin Feiyang and Li Mu straight to the 3rd floor and entered a VIP room. Take a seat first. I'll come to see you after I send that distinguished guest away. Sheng Guanqiu said coldly. He turned and walked directly to the VIP room next to him. Qin Dage, you've made her so obedient just like that. You're really something. Fire Lotus smiled in admiration. This is just a small matter. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. He looked at the VIP room next to him and murmured, Who's in that VIP room? Is it important who it is? Fire Lotus was puzzled. If it's someone else, it's not important. But if it's Mu Tianyang or Mu Qing, it'll be interesting. Let's go and have a look. Qin Feiyang called out and quietly walked to the door of the VIP room. He pressed his ear against the door and listened carefully. Is it Jiang Haoyan? Other than him, who else can make such a big scene? This guy is not easy to deal with. You have to be careful. I know. This is the payment for the last batch of 9 transformation dragon blood elixirs. You can count it. We've worked together for so long. There's no need for that. A familiar conversation entered Qin Feiyang's ears. It's really Mu Qing? Qin Feiyang was shocked. He kicked the door open and saw Shang Guanqiu and Mu Qing sitting opposite each other in front of the tea table. Mu Qing was holding a cosmos bag in her hand. Mu Qing and Shang Guanqiu were stunned by the sudden situation. How could there be such a rude person? He didn't even knock on the door and just barged in? Shang Guanqiu was angry. He stood up and was about to scold him. But at the same time, Qin Feiyang stepped forward and landed beside the tea table. He snatched the cosmos bag from Mu Qing's hand. Bastard, what are you doing? Mu Qing came to her senses. She looked at the cosmos bag in Qin Feiyang's hand and shouted angrily. Chapter 2043. Don't be nervous. I just want to see how much you've earned this time. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He lowered his head to check the heaven-earth pouch, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. I'll be a fool if I believe you. Mu Qing snorted secretly and went forward to snatch the heaven-earth pouch. Bang! Qin Feiyang did not even raise his head. He only waved his hand. Mu Qing immediately wailed and flew out like a meteorite, crashing into the chair beside her. With a crack, the chair shattered. Mu Qing also rolled on the ground in a sorry state. What? Shang Guanqiu was stunned. It was only now that she noticed Qin Feiyang's cultivation. He was actually a perfected god of war. Mu Qing got up and stared at Qin Feiyang in shock. How long had it been? He had actually broken through to the perfected god of war. Fire Lotus walked to Qin Feiyang's side and asked curiously, "Brother, how much?" "Not bad. At least over 1 million. And as I expected, it's soul stones." Qin Feiyang smiled. Mu Qing said in a low voice, "It's only over 1 million. It shouldn't be a big deal to you." "You can't say that. Who would complain about having too many soul stones? Why don't you take these over 1 million soul stones as compensation for me?" Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Qing playfully. "How dare you?" Mu Qing said angrily. Qin Feiyang was a little dissatisfied. He said, "You interrupted me halfway and caused me to lose so much. I haven't even settled the score with you. Now you can't even bear to part with these soul stones? You can only blame yourself for being useless." Mu Qing snorted coldly. "Yes, I'm useless. Give these soul stones to me. I don't want them now." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he threw the heaven-earth pouch to Mu Qing. Mu Qing heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Then, she immediately put away her Qiankuan bag. She looked at Qin Feiyang with a cold smile and said, "I know that you don't care for these few soul stones. After all, you have obtained quite a lot of benefits from Feng Zihan." Feng Zihan? Gain? Shang Guanqiu was taken aback. Looking at Qin Feiyang, his eyes lit up. Qin Feiyang glanced at Shang Guanqiu. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Mu Qing. "What are you doing?" Mu Qing quickly. Qin Feiyang thought to himself, "Didn't Mu Tianyang teach you what to say and what not to say?" If anything happens to me, I promise that I'll drag you down with me." Qin Feiyang sneered. Then he turned around and laughed. Just kidding, just kidding. You guys continue. Fire Lotus, let's go." Fire Lotus nodded. The two left the VIP room one after another. This bastard. Mu Qing stared at Qin Feiyang's back. Her eyes were fierce. But at the same time, she felt helpless. Although she was now a war god, she could not catch up with this person no matter how hard she tried. Just now, she did not even have the courage to resist. Shang Guanqiu looked at Mu Qing. Then he waved his hand and closed the door. "Brother Mu, you said that Jiang Haoyan gained a lot from Feng Zihan? Did he have a private deal with Feng Zihan, so he let Feng Wenhai go?" "I don't know. Ask him yourself. I have something to do. Goodbye." After Mu Qing finished speaking, she activated an altar and left without looking back. When the altar disappeared, Shang Guanqiu's eyes lit up. He turned and walked quickly out. Then he entered the VIP room where Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus were. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus sat at the tea table and looked at Shang Guanqiu with a smile. Shang Guanqiu closed the door and raised his eyebrows. "Are you here to take revenge on me?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback and said gloomily, "Do I look like such a petty person?" "Very much so." Shang Guanqiu snorted. "Tell me, what are you doing here?" Qin Feiyang smiled. "I'm here to ask, when are you going to cooperate with me?" "Cooperate with you? You can also refine the 9 transformation dragon blood elixir?" Shang Guanqiu asked. "Of course. I can do anything that Mu Tianyang can do." Qin Feiyang nodded. "What's the relationship between you two? Sometimes they look like friends, and sometimes they look like enemies who have no contact with each other." Shang Guanqiu frowned. "Does this have anything to do with our cooperation?" Qin Feiyang asked. Shang Guanqiu felt helpless. Why are these people so difficult to deal with? "How about this? I'll be at a disadvantage. If you cooperate with me, you'll get 10% less than Mu Tianyang." Qin Feiyang said. "Impossible. The treasure pavilion is very trustworthy. Since I've decided to cooperate with Mu Tianyang, I'll keep working with him." Shang Guanqiu refused decisively. "Are you sure?" Qin Feiyang asked. Shang Guanqiu said lightly, "If there's nothing else, please leave." Sighed. "Why are you so stubborn? Think about it. You have nothing to do with Mu Tianyang, but I'm different. Your sister and I are partners now. That means we're on the same side. I really don't know what you're thinking when you don't want to cooperate with your own people." Qin Feiyang said helplessly. "My sister is my sister, and I am me. Please don't confuse us. Besides, what kind of friend are you? You're just a pawn." Shang Guanqiu sneered. "Shang Guanqiu, be careful." Fire Lotus stood up suddenly and stared at Shang Guanqiu, her eyes flashing coldly. Shang Guanqiu glanced at Fire Lotus indifferently and did not take it to heart. "Pawn," Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. He stood up and patted Fire Lotus's shoulder gently. He smiled and said, "Girl, don't be angry. After all, she's telling the truth. We're just pawns." "Brother, are you stupid? Can't you tell that she's humiliating you?" Fire Lotus stomped her feet angrily. "It's okay. I'm thick-skinned." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. He looked at Shang Guanqiu and said, "Since you've said so, I won't force you. Now, please take me to see the Deputy Pavilion Leader." "See the Deputy Pavilion Leader?" Shang Guanqiu was stunned. He raised his eyebrows and said, "It's useless even if you see him, because he's no longer involved in the treasure-seeking pavilion." "That's not necessarily true," Qin Feiyang said. "Don't think too highly of yourself. Even the big shots in Ninth Heaven Palace have to make an appointment in advance to see the Deputy Pavilion Leader. And you're just an ordinary outer disciple. What right do you have to see the Deputy Pavilion Leader?" Shang Guanqiu sneered. Qin Feiyang said, "This is very important to the Deputy Pavilion Leader. If you stop him, I'm afraid you'll have to pay a heavy price in the future." "Is that so?" Shang Guanqiu sneered. "Believe me, if this matter is delayed because of you, I'm afraid even your master can't protect you." Qin Feiyang said lightly. Seeing Qin Feiyang's serious look, Shang Guanqiu couldn't help but frown. "Actually, there's no harm in telling you a little. What I'm going to tell you is related to the First Elder's son." Qin Feiyang said. "What?" Shang Guanqiu's eyes trembled. "The First Elder's son? How could he be related to such a person?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Don't worry. Think about it carefully. I'll wait." He was silent for a long time. Shang Guanqiu said in a low voice, "Wait a moment. I'll go and inform him first." "Go ahead." Qin Feiyang smiled. Shang Guanqiu immediately turned around and hurried out. After watching Shang Guanqiu leave, Fire Lotus turned to Qin Feiyang and said in surprise, "Qin Dage, are you thinking of, although the First Elder's son's death has nothing to do with the Deputy Pavilion Leader, the First Elder killed his way into the treasure hall because of this matter. I think the Deputy Pavilion Leader won't be able to let it go. Now, when I tell him that I know the truth, how do you think he'll react?" Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Fire Lotus said, "Of course he'll find the real culprit and prove his innocence. This is something we can use." Qin Feiyang nodded. Huo Yen came to a sudden realization. She sized up Qin Feiyang and sent a sound transmission. "You seem to have a well-thought-out plan. Did you already plan this when you learned the truth from Guiyong?" "You can say that. After all, the situation is getting worse. On one hand, we have to deal with Feng Yuan. On the other hand, we have to be careful of Shangguan Fenglan and the First Elder. And this deputy pavilion leader is not only in a high position, but also very powerful. If we can stand with him, it will be of great help to us." Qin Feiyang sighed. "That's true." Fire Lotus nodded. About half an hour passed. Shangguan Qiu finally returned. He stood at the door and bowed. "Please come in." As he finished speaking, a white-haired old man limped into the VIP room with a cane. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus exchanged a look and hurriedly got up. Shangguan Qiu entered the VIP room and looked at Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus. "This is the deputy pavilion leader of the treasure hall. Greetings, senior." Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus bowed. "No need to be so polite. Sit down and talk." The deputy pavilion leader smiled hoarsely. His old face looked very kind. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus returned to their seats. The deputy pavilion leader walked to the side of the tea table and put down his cane. Then, with Shangguan Qiu's help, he slowly sat opposite Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced at the deputy pavilion leader's lame leg and said suspiciously, "Senior, your leg." "Jiang Haoyan, don't be rude." Shangguan Qiu immediately shouted. "It's okay." The deputy pavilion leader waved his hand at Shangguan Qiu and smiled. The deputy pavilion leader of the treasure hall is actually a lame man. It's normal for you to be surprised. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, "Senior, I didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive me." "It's okay. Let's get down to business." The deputy pavilion leader smiled. "This," Qin Feiyang looked at Shangguan Qiu. Shangguan Qiu frowned. He was obviously afraid of being overheard by her. The deputy pavilion leader could tell. He smiled hoarsely and said, "Miss Qiu, you can leave first." "Sir, this?" Shangguan Qiu was a little worried. The deputy pavilion leader smiled and said, "Although I'm a lame man, I still have my cultivation. With this young man's strength, he can't hurt me." "All right." Shangguan Qiu nodded. Before she left, she glared at Qin Feiyang fiercely. The deputy pavilion leader waved his hand gently and the door slowly closed. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. "Young man, can you tell me now?"